Guyton, DFW high school legend Jalen Guyton.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The ball will be inbounded. It comes to Gafford. The ball game is over, and the Wolves have done it. They have forced a Game 5. 105-100 is the final score here in Dallas.
And that is how we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Wolves Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us live with the Wednesday edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Western Conference Finals will be extended to Minnesota tomorrow night. Wolves win 105-100.
You know what? Fine. Keep playing. Like, it's...
Sound like Kevin Hagelin and Crosstalk yesterday.
Yeah, there is a too much of a break. You know, there's a difference between rest and, like, just sitting around getting fat.
Rest and rust.
Yeah, and I don't even know, like, if it's you'll always prefer and take the rest, but you never really want it. Like, athletes' bodies are conditioned to go more than every 9 days. Ask Bassick whenever he strolls in here. Let's say Wednesday, so about 9:53.
He'll be texting me here in 5 minutes.
Right.
Told you, Mavs in 6 series was being extended without Lively.
Yeah, Bassick probably doesn't see a scenario how the Mavs win another game this series. But ask him, like, a pitcher, like, yeah, you'll take the extra day, but you truly want to be on that 5th day, right? You truly want that. And I think basketball players are conditioned to play historically basically every other day, every 3rd day, maybe, not every 9th. So fine. I mean, let them have their cute game. The problem is this means it's probably going to go 6 now, right? I mean, like, the chances are they're going to. I haven't seen it. Are the Wolves favored? I assume they're favored.
They are.
Yeah.
I have the spread. You want to guess it? Pepe, get you in here early.
2.5.
I'll go 4.5.
It's 4.5. That's why I went to Peyton first.
Wow.
Minnesota favored by 4.5 points tomorrow night.
Wow. I was surprised the Mavs were only favored by 1.5 or 2. I got them at 2 last night. No, I got them 1.5. I was surprised that they only were favored by that little last night. And the same in Game 3.
Look, Karl Anthony Towns to me was the difference. He either heard all the chatter, all the TNT criticism, everybody laughing and making fun of him for shooting 1,500 shots a day, or his coaching staff got in his ear, or his teammates, and said, you are bigger than everyone else. Yes, you can shoot. And as Shaq would say, take your big ass inside. His first 7 shots last night, Choppy, all came in the paint. That is a very obvious change, just like Anthony Edwards early on, when it's like Anthony Edwards needs to play downhill for Minnesota and not just be this Kevin Love, Chris Bosh 3-point shooter. Towns decided, I'm going to go to the basket. I'm going to take my threes when they are there. And obviously he hit a couple of killer ones in the 4th quarter. 4 of 5 from 3. 9 of 13 overall. He came into the night shooting just 15 for 54 for the series, including 3 for 23 from 3. He decided to use his body inside. He loosened up the defense for some threes late, and I thought that was the difference. It was Karl Anthony Towns.
It was, and and it was also that Luka and Kyrie were not great on that side of the ball. I'm sorry, on that for the Mavs, but. Yeah, look, when you have both your stars playing well, and Minnesota did, and that was the first time in the series that both the stars played well for them.
Again, simplifies and just boils down to 2-on-2.
It really does. It really does.
2-on-2 will tell you who wins the games in the series.
Yeah, role players, they could play. They could play a difference for sure, and they have in this series, right? PJ, not this series, the playoffs. But PJ Washington was at times amazing in this postseason run. But at the end of the day, it does boil down to your top dogs, and the Mavs' top dogs are not as good as Minnesota.
And I know everyone made fun of it when I tweeted what Allie LaForce said in the pregame, where she said Anthony Edwards went to the staff and said, "I want to guard Luka Doncic," and everyone laughed on social media. I got to give this guy credit, man. I love this dude. I love his personality. I love hearing him talk, and he can play defense. He thought he had an early pick of Luka, although he had the right arm wrapped around the play, I think, against PJ on the sideline. That was Halliburton-esque, where PJ lost the handle going out of bounds. This guy said, "I'm not getting swept. I will play defense on their best player," and he did. He did not get tired last night. And Anthony Edwards, I think his performance is going to get lost with what Cat did. But, man, balls to him for stepping up in a league where it doesn't always feel like the best players want to go ahead and take on each other, especially defensively.
No, they don't. Now, it's probably easier to guard Luka than Kyrie from the standpoint that Kyrie probably moves a lot more and a lot faster.
Kenny Smith said someone described Kyrie to him as a squirrel with a basketball.
Yeah, I could see that. So I think from a rest, health, energy standpoint, guarding Luka, if you're Anthony Edwards, it's probably easier for you. Less wear and tear on the body.
Yep.
I think it's a smart move by him, by them. And I'm with you. I like him as a player. I don't know what his future looks like. He's only 22.
It's bright.
I mean, it's bright, but I don't know. Is he the best player in the league in 5 years? I have no idea. Probably not, but he'll be in the category for it. Say Luka's probably the best player in the league in 5 years. Shoot, he might be there now. But dude, he is a fun player. I don't know who's I see people say his comp was Dwayne Wade, and I'm like, all right, I could see that. I think they're trying to say that they both played for Tom Crane, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I love him. I think he's great.
Pepe, thoughts on last night's game before we hear from J Kidd?
Yeah, it's just, again, you're up 3-0. It's okay going an extra game, but I wanted them to end it then. Luka, I agree. He needs the most rest as possible. And it was frustrating because you had a legit chance to win that game, even with Luka and Kyrie not playing at their absolute best.
Third straight game that the Mavs were trailing with 5 minutes left. Third straight game. This time they could not pull it out. Kyrie's closeout record is now dinged up a little bit. Jason Kidd on what happened at the AAC.
Yeah, I thought for Minnesota, they got to the free throw line early in that first quarter. When you look at, I think Ant had 8 free throws. But I thought, again, we took a stand, and in that second quarter we started to play better on both ends. And then, just understanding the third quarter we came out, first and third we were not very good, tonight. So we'll look at that to see how we can be better. But the second and fourth put ourselves in a position to win the game. But, we got to be better for 4 quarters. And you give Minnesota credit. They came out and fought and found a way to win. It's hard to close in this league. And so understanding that we didn't play our best, give Minnesota credit, they did. And so we're headed to Minnesota tomorrow and to play Game 5.
Let me try that again. 8 free throws and 14 points for Ant in the first quarter. And then it's like, okay, is he getting tired? Because Stan Van Gundy's like, he's only scored 3 points since then. But yeah, he was getting to the free throw line. And now we go back to Minnesota where it is snowing, according to Charles Barkley.
Yes. It was at the Twins game. He saw a photo of snow at the Twins game, but it was Cottonwood.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, it was Cottonwood. Yeah, I got fooled by that when I first saw it. I saw a still shot. I was like, God dang, man, you poor people up there. We're past Memorial Day, and you're getting snow, and then it was just Cottonwood falling.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Do you think this thing is going to 6? So the Mavs going to have to close this out like Bassick said yesterday at the American Airlines Center. Hopefully, Derek Lively is back and ready to play. What else happened last night with the Stars' hopeful possible future opponent in the Stanley Cup Finals? weather updates with power loss throughout DFW, and Corey Seager now 7 for 7 with the home run explosions. We're just getting started with the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway for you as well right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Right field. Back goes Smith. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Corey Seager. Once again, the Diamondbacks pay for pitching to him. He has turned the game around. It's 4-2 Texas.
Nate Dell with the call on this radio station. In case you did not know, just look at my sweatshirt. We are the home of the World Series champs. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, soon to be joined by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Thank you for checking us out with the video component of the show. That is Twitch and YouTube. You are appreciated. I appreciate it. After losing 7 in a row, the Texas Rangers have now won 2 straight. They double up the Arizona Diamondbacks, much to the chagrin of John Smoltz. 4-2 4-2 Rangers, and Corey Seager now with 7 home runs in his last 7 games. Choppy, the first time in about a week and a half that you've had an opportunity to talk about the champs.
Yes, and it was good to see Nasty Nate shoving on the mound again.
I'm sorry, they lost 6 in a row, not 7 in a row.
And good to see Wyatt Langford back. And his first at-bat, he decides to take about 18 pitches in that at-bat and get called out on a pitch about 4 inches outside. So that was good.
Thought Angel Hernandez retired.
I thought Angel was gone, man.
And as Wyatt comes back, Evan Carter goes to the IL.
Yeah, Evan Carter goes down. And you know, I don't think either one of us have, either one of them were having the year that they expected to have or that we expected them to have coming in. And obviously Langford was banged up, and now Evan Carter is banged up. But it was good to see Eovaldi back. They're not going to win the West without Nathan Eovaldi on the hill every 5th day, and you need to get Wyatt Langford back in the swing of things and getting him going. Corey Seager's carrying it right now. I mean, he just is, and he's a major reason why they won the last couple games, and see where they go from here. He's been on a tear. There's a couple guys around the sport that have been on tears. He'll probably win the Player of the Week. It'd be hard to see if he doesn't win the Player of the Week. But dude, like that guy is, when he gets hot. And he kind of, I didn't say he stumbled out of the break, but he wasn't Corey Seager.
No.
When he gets hot, he could carry a baseball team.
These notes, courtesy of Jared Sandler. Seager's 10 home runs in May are tied for the most in a single month in his career. He hit 10 in August of 23. Only 2 players in Rangers history have put up 7+ home runs over 7 games while playing all 7 games at shortstop. Of course, the other was in town last night with Alex Rodriguez. And then his 78 home runs since joining the Rangers ranked most in baseball among shortstops. And for the month of May, you talk about Player of the Week. What about Player of the Month? 287 batting average, 388 on base, 644 slugging, 1,032 OPS with 19 runs batted in. So those are the Corey Seager notes from the Sandman.
I do think Judge will have the Player of the Month locked up. His OPS is over 1,500 for the month.
Woo!
His slugging is over 1,000.
Wow.
He's still
getting booed there in New York.
Still getting booed. He's still getting. Well, I think they were on the road. Thankfully for him, I think they were on the road, but he's still getting booed. But Seager will probably win the Player of the Week because he's been on such a tear, and that's what they need. It's what they need. He's got the average back up to a respectable, over league average. He's the on base creeping up, the slugging percentage obviously creeping up. So maybe this is kind of the jumping off point for this team, and they can get things going because they have obviously stumbled, but nobody's running away with this division, right? They let the Astros hang around.
Yeah,
that's a bad thing, and Seattle has not taken a stranglehold over it. What they were up 3 in the division going into last night's game, up 4, I guess, going into last night's game.
It's 3.5 right now. Rangers are in second place at 3 games under 500. The Astros are 5.5 games back. Oakland is 7 back, and the Angels are 8 back.
Dude, kudos to the A's, man. Like they're going to wind up losing 90 games probably. But people were talking about this is the worst team ever. They've got a great closer. They don't need him. They could probably no one in Oakland will trade him and get a lot of prospects for him because they certainly don't need Mason Miller right now with the amount of games they're going to lose. But kudos to them. They are not. I thought they were going to be the cellar dwellers by a wide margin.
Game 4 tonight. Puck drop at 7:30 in Edmonton as the Dallas Stars try to take the 3-1 series lead. What happened in the East last night?
Right side, half board, down to the line. Montour down low, bar coming from right on a shot, and he scores the overtime winner here in Game 4. And this series is tied. Sam Reinhart from right out in front on the power play. 3-2 the final here in Game 4.
Panthers radio with the call. Florida evens things up with the Rangers, the 3-2 win in overtime.
Bobrovsky, good night in net, and the Panthers get the tied up series. So, as we were looking at Mavs Celtics, where the Celtics are going to get a ton of rest, if the Stars could win tonight, take a 3-1 lead, get a little stranglehold of the series, and then this one goes 7. I do think in the NHL, outside of the goalie, you love the rest. Maybe the goalie doesn't love the rest, but the players want the rest. Whereas in maybe baseball, you want to go right back to it. And in basketball, your shot might go off with 9-10 days off. Hey, Stars wrap this thing up, in the next couple of nights here. Get the rest.
DFW weather alert. Let us know how you're doing in terms of the power situation. Pepe, did you lose power yesterday?
We lost power from about 7 a.m. until almost 6 p.m.
Ooh.
I went home yesterday, and because my girlfriend Mackenzie, she went over to her parents' house because she said it was getting hot here. I went over to the house to check on things, and the power was out, and so I went to the fridge. It was still cold, but I knew time was ticking, so I grabbed all the meats and dairies, put it in a bag, and went over to her house for the afternoon.
So where did you sleep?
I slept at her house. Well, took a nap over there. And then at 6 o'clock, we saw it pop back on because our doorbell camera picked back up, connect the Wi-Fi, so we knew it was back on. So we went back over there around 6:30.
Yeah, in my area, man, there are still a ton of people without power. Tolo Skip took his family to a hotel. Our boy Ivan said he had to kick on the generator. I'm getting a generator. I need to stop talking about it. I hit up Mr. Electric and the Loomis boys. I said, I don't want the 8K one. I can't afford that. I don't need the whole house to go on. I need the living room, maybe another room. That's what I need. I'm willing to pay, $700 around that range, something like that. But I got lucky in that I did not lose power. But I got a text message from our builder saying, I'm getting you an estimate right now for your yard. And that's what I was looking at yesterday in Crosstalk.
Right.
And I was like, estimate for what? And I go home, and it was not a fun experience. Number one, my 4-year-old school power not on. Apparently, the school does not have a generator, so he was home for the day. Again, got the little one crying. She's as bad of a baby as he was in terms of no chill. And my garbage cans had basically been picked up and thrown like the Incredible Hulk. I got crap everywhere. I still need to pick up the back fence today. So I had to get the garbage back in. But I got basically every newly planted tree in my front yard ripped out. And I'm like, so I have to pay for this? And they're like, yeah, you're not covered under storm. So I'm like, because you didn't plant these trees correctly, because they're not rooted in the ground. Now I got to pay extra money for this. I'm like, can I just pick this thing back up, let it settle, and the roots will grow back in? Well, I got to go ahead and pay to go ahead and have this redone. So apparently I have a landscaping bill in front of me, but it could have been worse. Don't know what the hail damage is yet, but the backyard, I only had a couple things blow in the pool, but it could have been worse.
We didn't have any damage. That's interesting. Because those trees, I assume they were tied down. Like they had the metal wires.
No idea.
They usually do in a new home, and then you take those down. I left mine up for 2-3 years. Those metal wires which ties it down, anchors it to the ground so it doesn't come out, because the roots. It's going to take a good solid 6 months, a year for the roots to grow in. I see. I'll tell you where the generators. I saw them yesterday or 2 days ago. Costco. Good prices on them.
What are the prices?
$800. I mean, they had the most expensive one is $4,000.
People were telling me, "Oh, you got to get a plumber, you got to get this, got to get that." And I'm like, "What? What type of intricate process is this?"
It's you gotta. I mean, look, you can have. My neighbor's an electrician, and he just he knocked it up right to his breaker. Right, it's connected right to the breaker. So he's got, a couple of lights. I mean, it doesn't keep the whole house going.
Yeah.
Right. It's just the lights, a little bit of lights.
Ford Center at the Star in Frisco got knocked out. I saw an airplane here move.
Yeah.
With the winds.
Yep.
They were registering some 87, 93 mile per hour winds. But the airplane shifted.
It did. It was, those things, they don't really have the brakes. They're using those, whatever they call those things. They attach the wheels and they don't allow it to rock. But it could still move side to side, and it did. And I don't know what kind of damage that thing sustained, because it did hit. The wing did hit the jetway.
Are we running on generator up here? Because the air conditioning is definitely not on, and it is sweltering in here.
I assume.
And why does the generator kick on the AC in here?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it got fried. Maybe it got struck by lightning. Maybe it had a power surge.
Is it warm back there?
It's hot. It's very hot. When I got here, the thermometer by this elevator was like half and half. It was like on warm and cool, so I cranked it all the way down to cool, thinking maybe it'll kick back on, but it's nothing right now.
Someone have the heat on in here?
No, we checked over there. It's not the heat. I think it got
Was Chris
tripped.
Arnold working last night with his 74-pound body?
Yeah, I think someone tripped the breaker here. That's what happened. It's bad. This is disgusting. We have to be on generators.
Have to be.
There's no other explanation for why the AC isn't cranking right now.
Let us know your power situation, as hundreds of thousands going without after what happened yesterday. I guess this was national news, because I was getting text messages from people who do not live in Texas.
No, it was. It was big time news. I got a call from my buddy Nick, the Golden Knights guy that gave Bobby and I our tickets. He was like, "You guys all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man, we're fine. We're fine here. It's just a lot of wind. We didn't have a tornado, some hail and some wind."
Do we have ourselves a series yet? Let's get Roberto's thoughts on the Wolves staying alive at the AAC. That's next for the 6 a.m. Club Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby getting ready to begin officially right here on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Odyssey app, proudly presented by Comerica. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Left-handed dribble. Down the left side of the lane. Out to Cat. He's going to fire on a three and drain it. 4 for 4 from long range for Karl-Anthony Towns. And the Wolves lead by 6 with 2:48 left to play.
And Minnesota stays alive on Wolves Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. Official shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We want you to win the Dave Matthew tickets that we have starting at 7:20 with the commercial-free expressway on Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt fist pumping with the Mavericks losing last night.
Well, not because they lost, but because we're giving away Dave Matthews Band tickets.
Okay.
That's what I was fist pumping for. Yeah, they were bad last night. Kyrie was awful. You're going to lose every game where Daniel Gafford and Jaden Hardy are your two best players, and their two best players are Anthony Edwards and Karl-Anthony Towns, that loser who is the whiniest little meow I've ever seen on a basketball court.
Ever seen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're thinking, but yes, that I've ever seen on a basketball court. That dude, it sounds... No, worse. It sounds when that dude like makes a shot, thinks he gets fouled, whatever. When he's feeling himself, it sounds pornographic with just the that he like chirps on the basketball court. That dude is my number one irritant in this series.
He commits some really stupid fouls.
He's an idiot.
Every game, Minnesota's 2 or 3 best players have 5 fouls. Gobert commits some really stupid ones too. But there's Cat. It's almost like he's trying to look for a way out. It's almost like he's trying to get to the bench so that he either doesn't have to be benched or he doesn't have to miss shots in the fourth. But look, last night he was the difference. Mm-hmm. He drove, he got inside, first 7 shots in the paint, and then, of course, he hit the dagger threes later on. But it's a little bit rich talking about someone complaining about calls when you have number 77.
No.
That's it's like you calling out other playoff quarterbacks for being chokers when you got number 4 here with Luka even cries after he gets the foul. If I have to look at his forearms one more time with the scratch that he's trying to show a referee, it's
assault. It is assault.
I even think during games, I would feel okay if referees like chirped back at him and was like, shut up. Like, just shut your mouth and go play.
I don't know how the referees...
You didn't get hit. Stop freaking crying.
I don't know how the referees can chirp back at him when their face is buried in a monitor.
Oh, Stan Van Gundy was not happy about that yesterday.
No.
All the time it took for reviews.
Dude, do Stan Van Gundy and Reggie Miller ever agree on a single thing they see on a basketball floor?
Yeah, they agree that the 90s were better.
I mean, yeah, but they both, anytime there's a foul, Reggie Miller will go through this whole explanation, then Stan Van Gundy goes like, yeah, I totally disagree. No, I didn't see it that way at all. I mean, it's just, they never agree. This was Cat was making shots, Ant was making shots. We talked about it yesterday. If Cat's average in any of the first 3 games, they win those 2. And he was better than average last night. He was pretty good. And that ultimately was the difference.
So down 12 at one point, Jaden Hardy and Josh Green hit some threes for the Mavericks. Then you move on to the second quarter. A lack of points in the paint was really jumping out. You had to feel good because Minnesota was shooting 20% better than you. You were only down 6. It was 56-36 in terms of the field goal percentage in the second quarter. And then Derek Jones hit 2 threes, and you're like, okay, here we go with the role players. Cat picks up his third. Edwards picks up his third, and then there's a 12-0 run. Then Gobert picks up his third. They were agreeing that Luka is not having to play any defense, that Minnesota, everyone on TNT is picking apart Minnesota from a coaching standpoint and an adjustment standpoint. They're like, why aren't they making Luka Doncic do anything? Luka's just sitting back there playing free safety on defense.
Well, they have a hitting coach as their head coach right now.
Oh, the baseball thing they were referencing?
Yeah,
what is that?
By the way, at TNT.
I think Finch needs now, I'm going to be like Draymond, you got to move to the front row. Like yesterday, he magically got out of the wheelchair and he was walking up and down to complain to the refs. I'm like, all right, man, like it's time to move to the front row.
Yeah, he probably does. Although he'll have a Larry David, Curb Your Enthusiasm, Shaq tripping episode, right? Because he got to keep the leg straight because he just had the surgery or whatever.
But the baseball thing.
Yeah, y'all did a very big disservice. That was a story that we needed to hear more about. They just threw a throwaway. Oh yeah, this guy that's kind of filling in for Finch. He was a hitting coach in baseball like 4 years ago, and all of a sudden made a transfer to basketball as a basketball coach. Like, guys, give me more of this. I need to hear more of this.
It looks like it sometimes. It looks like it's sometimes the way they play basketball, the Timberwolves, that they have a former baseball coach coaching them.
Kind of does.
We're still tied at the half at 49. Third quarter, I thought Luka came out dissecting. He was just going to pick them apart. Towns picks up his fourth and fifth foul with 5 left in the third. And that is when Draymond's like, I think Minnesota's in trouble. Towns with the 5th foul in the third quarter. And Ant Edwards scored his first points with 13 and a half left since the first quarter when he had 14. 8-0 Minnesota run. Ant picks up his 4th foul. Gobert picks up his 4th foul on a Jaden Hardy drive. That's when Jaden Hardy really came alive. I have one Tolo who's blaming Jaden Hardy for last night.
Yep.
That he woke up Anthony Edwards. Jaden Hardy's like, this is my moment now. This is my time to shine. He has that little explosion at the end of the third, and he decided to yap a little bit to Ant Edwards. Ant's like, okay. He hits the jumper to basically end the third quarter, and he's like, I'm going to remind you, young pup.
Is there some Kevin Garnett to Anthony Edwards, though, at all? That he has not chirped at Kyrie or Luka all series, and instead he's talking to Jaden Hardy.
Oh, you saying, well, Kevin Garnett talked to everyone.
Garnett, though, historically, there's a whole cut up on YouTube from Garnett's career of him going after like Jose Calderon and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, where are you really challenging? I just look at
the difference between Ant and Kevin Garnett is that Kevin Garnett's overrated and Ant isn't.
Oh my.
Boy, he is overrated. Dirk was the better player.
Absolutely.
When you look at these 4 games here, I'm losing respect I had for Minnesota coming into this series. Just because they're so much softer than I would have expected the number 1 defensive team in basketball to be.
Yeah.
They just have a soft mentality. And I mean, I know Rudy's part of it, and Rudy's naturally soft. Cat is way softer
Very
than
soft.
I guess I realized. I mean, I knew that was kind of the reputation.
He's a front runner.
But then, like, even still, Ant, who have you gone after in these playoffs? Jaden Hardy and Kevin Durant. Okay, so you went after
Edwards definitely is not soft.
The 9th. Well, I mean, he's a little soft.
He's like, I'm going to guard Kyrie and I'm going to guard Luka. No one in the NBA does that.
Yeah, and they had to switch to Jaden McDaniels really fast whenever.
You know
Luka
the Mavs lost, right? Like you coming in here yapping like the Mavs actually won.
They've won
the
series.
Game.
They've won this series. It's over. So yeah, you take your cute little 1 game. We'll go back up to Minnesota playing -6-degree weather, even though it's May, and it'll be great.
Wolves were up 5 after 3, and then in the fourth, they really start highlighting. They're like, all right, Kyrie's going to wake up now. And at that point in time in the fourth quarter, Kyrie 3 of 12 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3. Then Daniel Gafford wakes up with the blocks and the dunk party. Then Towns hits his threes. You're trailing again with 5 left. Towns 3 with 2:40 left. That puts them up 6. And then Luka with the last little remaining hope with the possible 4-point play. Jason Kidd talked about this in the post. He's like, I thought that was a moment right there for us to be down 2. And then all of a sudden, it's a free throw contest. You're putting pressure on them. They had missed some free throws in the quarter, but Luka misses his free throw. The lead remains at 3, and Anthony Edwards hits the nail jumper.
Yeah, Rudy missed a pair.
Right. Ant hit the jumper after that, or they just hit
No,
free throws?
after the Luka missed free throw?
Yeah.
No, it was the Naz Reid layup.
Yep.
Which almost
it was a great play, but great draw, by the way.
Boy, that was almost really bad for Minnesota because they don't get the foul call that they thought they should have got there, and Naz Reid barely made that layup.
Yeah.
Like that, if that rolls off the rim and Dallas collects that,
then they got a chance to tie. But yeah, Conley, who 91% on the year, he missed the back end of the free throw pair. Rudy missed a pair. So the Mavs had their chances. And then, of course, all they needed to do was get this to overtime because Cat was out. And without him, I mean, it was like, it was almost 5-on-3. Because Rudy is a non-threat offensively for the most part. He'll get stuff on the inside where it's wide open. So it's almost 5-on-3. If you're the Mavs with Cat out. They had their chances late.
Look, Cat was really good last night. Dallas had zero business being in this game. They should have lost by 20. They were awful yesterday. Like when you look at the 3 guys who took the most shots for them, it was PJ Washington, Kyrie, and Luka. Luka goes 7 of 21. Kyrie goes 6 of 18. PJ goes 3 of 13. Like they were terrible. Kyrie, I don't know what's up with Kyrie in terms of this entire series, even when they've won games. Kyrie's not looked totally sharp at times with like the handles and everything else. He's turning the ball over a lot. He seems a little out of sorts.
A lefty pass turnover.
Yeah, the one at the end, right in the middle of the floor. Like Kyle Anderson picked it up.
It was just you never had that moment like after all we've talked about it. These are the two best closers in the NBA. They didn't close last night, and you're not going to every night. But it's you waited all night for they're going to catch it at some point, and they never did.
Kyrie after the Game 4 loss.
That first quarter we only scored 20 points, gave up 27. It's uncharacteristic like for us to kind of be in that type of battle in the first quarter. We usually like to keep the game pretty close, even though later in the game we caught up. But how I started off in particular the game with a few turnovers, and if I'm setting the example like that, then other guys are going to follow suit, unfortunately, at times, and it just leads to just that lackadaisical play. So that's on me taking accountability. I got to start off the game a lot better and just get a shot up at the rim instead of turning the ball over. So I think starting off the game, we just weren't in a great rhythm as of yet. We picked it up in the second half a little bit more. But yeah, just a few costly turnovers and, some miscommunications on the defensive end during some crucial times in the game. Felt like that was the difference tonight.
Yeah, everything with Luka last night felt short. Like everything was off the front of the rim. It felt like Kyrie early on, just his shot selection looked weird. Like it was just, I don't know if they were just in a funk or what it is. I mean, this is also just, you're talking about a team that was right there as the best in the Western Conference all year, who it's unlikely you're just going to walk in and sweep a team like that. And so you're allowed your one flat game. I do think the absence of Lively definitely showed up last night for large chunks of the game. But I mean, ultimately,
did you tweet about Dwight Powell? Did you take off Brad Sham again?
No. I did. I just said it to my personal audience that I have, and I had to take Brad off so that I could complain about.
Did you really?
No, I didn't. But I mean, you can. He's an awful basketball player. Dwight Powell's just a bad player, and you saw it in the 3 minutes that he was on there. And Jason Kidd was like, "Dear God, let's put PJ Washington on Karl-Anthony Towns because this is not going to work out."
Well, shoot, nobody had 2 turnovers right there. It was bad.
Look, if you're Minnesota, to me, you just say all we have to do is get Game 6.
That's it.
We got Game 5. We're gonna be good to go. We've been the better team up until 5 minutes left. Carl, you have to play like that. Don't be sitting here and taking 3-point attempts to open up this thing unless you are wide ass open. We are winning Game 5. All we have to do is win Game 6, and then we flip the coin for Game 7 back at our place. That would be my mentality and my pep talk.
If that is 100% what you say. You just say just get this game. We play our game, Game 5, yada yada yada. Home crowd, 4.5-point favorite we should be fine. You literally have to win Game 6, and if it gets to Game 6.
And by the way, someone is going to do this. This record is not going to last forever.
No, someone is going to do it. And if it is Game 6,
not trying to put the shanks or anything,
right? If it is Game 6, like the amount of pressure and puckered up, what's in that building, I would not envy anyone being
rear ends.
Oh my gosh, I would not envy that.
Butts.
The good news is Mike Parsons wins.
I do suggest sunning them. I did that over the break.
Sunning butts.
That is not a real thing, Chuck.
It is. I saw it on Instagram. And
you
I wanted
pulled
to try
up your bathing suit with your cheeks out.
Yeah, we were on the patio. I took a photo of it. I posted it. Sarah made me take it down. She goes, "Your kids, follow you on Instagram." But I had.
They were at graduation. They didn't see.
I know. I missed that one. I tried to get on my back and lift my legs over, but we had a glass partition, and it kind of made it like a magnifying glass, so it burned too much. You only want to do about 30 seconds. You don't want to. Really, 20 is what I would.
So you and Sarah both burned your ass over the weekend.
Now, why would you tan your ass as if you were like going to show it or do anything with it?
Oh no! It's like you got to spread it.
It's literally this dumb internet thing that says you're exposing it to vitamin D.
Yeah,
and it enters through there,
so
and
the vitamin D enters after you spread them.
Yeah, he's literally blowing sunshine up his butt.
Yeah, it's supposed to give you energy. I felt so energized. I felt so energized. So energized. I'm going to do it every day. Every day. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have the tannest butt in the world.
With these 90 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, I know, right? That
can tickle.
Yeah, good.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Corey Seager's on fire, but are his records going to matter at all after what Major League Baseball did yesterday? We have new all-time leaders in a ton of categories. The most insensitive sports talk person in the world insulting Bill Walton after he passed away. And back to the Mavericks as well with the Dave Matthews ticket giveaway, the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan.
Products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch to Corey here, swung on. There's a drive to deep right field. Back goes Smith. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Corey Seager. Once again, the Diamondbacks pay for pitching to him. He has turned the game around. It's 4-2 Texas.
Rematch of the World Series as the world champs double up the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday on this radio station. 4-2, Corey Seager with 7 home runs in his last 7 games. He had 3 runs batted in. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on 105.3 The Fan.
He has hit more home runs in the last 7 days than all but 2 Texas Rangers players have hit all year.
Ooh.
Simeon and Garcia have more than 7. But otherwise, I mean, if you just take the last 7 days, Corey Seager, if his season just started 7 days ago, he would be 3rd on the team in home runs.
Let's look at some of the big dogs. Seager has 12. Who else do you think is up there with him?
In the sport?
No, Rangers.
Oh. I would say Simeon and Garcia.
You want to name anyone else and hitting 2, 3, 4, 5? Adolis, 12. How about that throw last night? That was the number 1 play on Sports Center. Simeon then is at 9, so you were technically correct. Evan Carter is 4th on the team with 5 home runs, and Jonah has 5 as well, and then Leote has 4. Look at those numbers.
Wow.
Averages.
The power outage, just like here.
You guys go ahead and guess the averages. Corey Seager's hitting.
I just saw this one. It's 256.
259.
259.
Way to go, Chop.
Adolis.
Dyslexia.
Paid with the buzz.
He can flip the 6 and the 9, I've heard.
Yeah, you can.
Adolis.
I already know what he is because I've just had it up and I was looking at it, but he's 237.
No. You're right. 237. And then Simeon's hitting 249. Jonah Heim is hitting 249. Evan Carter, 188 on the season, and Wyatt Langford, 218.
You know, it's funny you mentioned 188. That was Corbin Carroll's average coming into last night's game. So both him and Carter and Carroll have struggled this year. And Carroll was the rookie of the year last year, and Evan Carter was the story of the second, of the latter part of the season for the Rangers. And both guys have really struggled. The league has adjusted to both of them, and it's now up to them to adjust.
In baseball, though, the Rangers are 15th in batting average. So they're right there, in the middle of the pack. The Houston Astros lead baseball in batting average at 261.
Wow.
In terms of runs scored, and the Chicago White Sox have scored 160 runs on the year. In terms of runs,
aren't they like 50 games in? God,
the Rangers are 12th in runs scored. Well, I expected some bottom half numbers offensively, but they're sitting there right in the middle.
Look, for a team that's had, until recently, below average production from his standards from Corey Seager, until recently. Josh Young's been out. Mm-hmm. Wyatt Langford's been out, and he wasn't hitting to what we thought he was going to. Evan Carter's not played up to his level. Jonah Heim's not necessarily having the same kind of year that he had last year. Right? He's not having an all-star type year yet. For them to be middle of the pack, it does show why this team won last year.
By the way, I think Evan Grant tweeted this. Bruce Bochy was discussing Arby's yesterday. He won a team contest by eating an Arby's in one bite, and that was in the 70s, a place that no one talks about or goes to, and I take a little issue with that. When I drive by an Arby's, I'm like, I should go there. I don't end up going because I feel like my wife would not eat it. But yeah, it can get a little messy with the horsey sauce with the Arby's sauce. But I think Arby's gets a bad rap.
The horsey sauce and the Arby's sauce, I'm not a fan of. But the roast
like
beef,
horseradish?
No, God,
I love
no.
horseradish.
The roast beef with just the cheese sauce on it, the Arby's melt. That's pretty delicious. The Jamocha shake, it's very good stuff.
You could buy the French fries in the grocery store, and we do.
I wouldn't because they're mid.
The kids,
curly
kids love them.
fries?
Yeah, I hate curly fries. I take I take a
don't
steak
talk
fry.
about food
I would
on
take
the
a
show.
steak fry over a curly fry.
Don't talk
A steak
about
fry is great. You can never have too much potato.
Don't talk about food on the show anymore. Your takes, they're invalid. Pepe, where are you at on Arby's?
Beef and cheddar is all I get. That's all I get with the sandwich.
You like the fries?
I love the curly fries.
Face, Bobby.
Long John Silver's is my place. I drive by and I'm like, I should go in there.
Oh, really?
I love it, but I never do.
There's a Captain D's that does catfish and stuff like that. I suggest you try it out.
All right.
Anyway.
By the way, just really quickly on the Rangers front, like you were just mentioning there, it's wild to look at. WAR is a cumulative stat. It's insane to look at who the top 8 leaders on the Rangers in WAR are right now. It's Marcus Semien. Josh Smith is second on the team in WAR. Corey Seager, John Gray, Nathan Eovaldi, 2 guys who have missed time, Kirby Yates, Michael Lorenzen, who didn't get here until like a month into the season, and then pitching as little as he has, 8th on the team right now is Cody Bradford.
Wow.
Cody Bradford is higher in WAR than all but 3 of their position players.
Oh, my gosh. Here's the big baseball news yesterday. Major League Baseball is going to incorporate Negro League statistics. What does that mean? Josh Gibson becomes Major League Baseball's career leader in batting average, passing Ty Cobb. If you know anything about Ty Cobb, he's probably extra ticked off.
He's super mad
over this news with the reputation that he apparently had. Gibson also became the career leader in slugging percentage and OPS, moving ahead of Babe Ruth. So how will you recognize this? How will others recognize this? And why now for Major League Baseball to do this?
So MLB said that years ago, I think it was back in like the 1960s or 70s, they decided to add the statistics from other leagues. So they used like the American Association, which was around from 1882 to 91, the Union Association, the Federal League. They added those stats to Major League Baseball's record book. And then in December of 2020, during the COVID year, when they only played a 60-game season, they were like, if we're going to count this year, we should try to look at maybe counting the Negro League years, because the Negro League season, Bobby, you said was much shorter than a regular Major League Baseball season.
So, like, the most games Josh Gibson ever played in a season was 68, for instance. That's the highest that's on record. So, for his career, he had 2,500 official plate appearances. And so, you're incorporating these records. I like the spirit behind what they're trying to do, but I just wonder, does it make total sense to merge them with MLB statistics? I don't know. Bob Costas had this quote.
He's the one to ask.
Bob really is.
He's the one to go to it for that.
Costas had given this quote to Bill Maher a couple of years ago. He said, "The Negro Leagues derived their meaning from the injustice that was imposed upon them and from everyone involved triumphing over that injustice. You can't automatically just blend those stats with big league stats a generation or two down the road. If that's all you're looking at, you will have lost the meaning of the Negro Leagues." And so a lot of people have argued, who are big proponents of the Negro Leagues, that that's something where you devalue what they did when you just roll it in and say, we'll go back and correct it and just say we're blending it all together as if they were playing in the same league together.
Yeah. Look, the NFL and the NBA merged the stats of the AFL and the ABA, right? But those leagues merged. They did not merge. As far as I know, Jim Kelly's USFL stats don't count.
Right.
I'm fascinated by how this is gonna work, because they're still incorporating this, and it's gonna take time for them to incorporate it. Because it is, if you play like 68 games, 70 games, and you're batting 400, would we kind of look at that? If Louis Arise played 70 games this year and had a 405 batting average, would we count that?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Now, if he hits 3.1 plate appearances per game played or whatever, and
I still don't care. You got to do it over 162.
Yeah, or 150. If you play 150 games, whatever it is. But to me, this doesn't taint the record book for me personally, because the record book was tainted by pre-1947 exclusion. it was tainted by the steroid era.
Yeah.
It's already got its warts. Like this just adds to debate. Record books are about adding to debate. And I think this does this. Now, like you could say, should they denote that it's this is the American League and this was the pre-47, pre-Jackie Robinson. These were Negro League numbers. I mean, sure, you could denote that, but
look, this doesn't work me up either way. There's one thing I've learned in this political landscape: people's minds are already made up, and whatever numbers you want to throw out there, or facts or non-facts, it does not matter.
This is not going to change one person's mind as to who they think is the best player. If you thought Josh Gibson was the best player ever before this, you still think it. If you think it was Barry Bonds, you still think it. If you think it was Babe Ruth, you still think it.
I don't see this becoming a happy hour argument anytime soon.
I don't think so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To your
Who's
point,
the all-time slugging percentage? Who's the all-time OPS?
To your point, though, about this discussion of, the idea of, well, how are you going to view these records now? Or
By the way, while
drinking
drinking vodka crayons, according to the Chop.
Right.
Extra crayon. Now, when you look at when you ask the question of, like, how are you going to view these? I'm going to view them as, like, if Major League Baseball says that's the record, like, I'm not going to say Josh Gibson's single season batting average is not the highest of all time now, or he's not that's the record. Major League Baseball's telling us that's the record. I just don't know if it feels like the heart's in the right place. I just don't know if ultimately that's.
Yeah, and the reason that, because a lot of people had thought that Josh Gibson was like the all-time home run leader, and the reason that his number, you said his number is like 160 home runs.
Major League Baseball is only going to officially count 166, even though he was rumored to be 800 to 900 potentially.
And the reason for that is, like you said, the Negro League schedule was only about 70 games, but they did barnstorming throughout the South all year playing exhibition games. So the season was now. And that's a good. How do you count that? I've seen zero film footage of Negro League games. That's a shame. It's a shame that we don't have that. And that's part of the reason why they're not counting this, because a lot of these numbers are unverifiable, but not the schedule. The schedule that they played, so the exhibition games they're not going to use, but the schedule of the official Negro League games, non-barnstorming games, non-exhibitions, they'll count in this.
The tough part of this is, right, like, overall, you should simplify it by saying, no, you got to play against the best competition, and everyone should be facing each other. And if you're playing in this other league, that's the CFL, AFL, quote unquote, less than, it's not the big dog league, then your numbers should not count for the big dogs. But the problem here is they weren't allowed to play.
We're allowed to play.
With the lack of inclusion. So I agree with you in terms of the spirit of it, Bobby. The bottom line is it's not going to change anyone's mind.
No, soccer's the interesting one to look at.
Soccer is never the interesting one to look at.
So there are different levels of leagues. There's the EPL, there's the Spanish, the German, all the Bundesliga, South American, Mexico, U.S. If somebody in the MLS sets the all-time goals record for
Messi's
soccer,
about to.
Right, for soccer,
if they're even playing right now,
even though they're not playing in the EPL, will that count as the all-time goals leader for soccer?
Did the Dallas Cowboys lose the game for the Mavericks last night? Next on the Fan.
Sir. Let's get you over to
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And with a left-handed dribble, now with 3. He'll pull up. It's a deep 2, and he drains it. A right side 21-footer for Anthony Edwards. Puts the Wolves up 2 possessions with 38.8 seconds left. How big was that shot?
Minnesota radio with the call. This just comes down to 2-on-2. And which of the two is going to score more on the evening? Last night, it was Minnesota. The Mavs Big Two shot 13 of 39 with Luka and Kyrie versus Karl-Anthony Towns going inside. Anthony Edwards playing a great all-around game, and the Wolves win by 5. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. And extra shout out if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch. We have a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway for you to win during the 720 Expressway. But Anthony Edwards was also trending in DFW because of a Dallas Cowboy, as Micah Parsons was courtside with Odigizua and Trayvon Diggs, Amari Cooper. Man, once athletes come to Dallas, they do not leave.
No, they don't leave.
And I don't know why Travis Kelce is spending so much time here either. I saw him at a Ranger game during the World Series. Dallas Stars game, courtside, where he got booed. He got booed at the AAC, and he was surprised.
Yeah, so Luka's run into Patrick Mahomes a lot at school.
Luka,
my son,
is running into Patrick Mahomes.
So Mahomes and Kelce practice at his high school's indoor facility.
Oh.
So he sees
way to blow up his spot, Chop.
I didn't say what high school. But yeah, he goes.
Shout out Grapevine High.
No. He said,
used to be.
Luka said to me, he goes, Patrick Mahomes touched my butt. And I'm like, what? And he goes,
start a harassment case.
And I said, what?
That seems like a story.
I said, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, I shook his hand and I touched my butt with my hand. So now.
Cooties trail.
Cooties. You got cooties. That's, you know what?
Do any kids know what cooties are?
I don't think they call it cooties. I think they call it the ick now, right? They call it the ick.
I don't know if they have a name for it, but I haven't heard cooties since the 90s.
Anyway, Tolos are not happy, saying, can we just have the Kansas City Chiefs sit courtside? Because when you have the stench of the Dallas Cowboys with Diggs, Odigizua, and Micah sitting there, we end up losing. And people got riled up because Bandwagon Parsons was wearing his Luka jersey with the shoes of Anthony Edwards. And after the game, Micah wanted a new pair for Game 6 if it ends up coming back to the AAC, as Anthony Edwards told us in the post.
What am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to say we're going to lose Game 5? No, I'm not going to never say that. Michael Parsons, he was rocking the AE1s, and I told him he wears size 14. I'll bring back some nice shoes for Game 6. That's what I told him.
So, Choppy, you usually throw cold water on this stuff. Jalen Brunson, you should be allowed to root for the Philadelphia Eagles, but is he Drake? Is he Drake in terms of bandwagon jumping? And Micah even confirmed it on social media when someone said Micah was talking to AE in the hallway and asked him what shoe size he wears so he can bring him some for Game 6. And Micah quote tweets it and says, "This is a true story. Ant really a killer." Now, that's fine. I don't have a humongous problem with Micah Parsons, but just don't be surprised when the Twitter hate comes your way, as is happening right now.
You can't be surprised by it. I have no problem with Micah doing this. Like this, athletes love other athletes. They're
and Micah apparently loves free stuff.
Loves free
like
stuff.
A lot of us.
People love free stuff. You give a free T-shirt to somebody, they treat it like gold. It doesn't matter how rich you are, how famous. They love it. And Micah is just, and I think a lot of people just need to come to grips with this. And Bobby, you said this. He's the modern athlete kid. My kids don't root for teams. They root for players. Now, they root for the Cowboys. They're Cowboy fans, but they really are into other players around the league a lot. And they're Lamar Jackson. They're into Dak, obviously Dad. They're into Patrick Mahomes or to Joe Burrow. They love to watch other players, not necessarily just teams.
Yeah,
that's a new thing.
Boy, and he kept leaning into it though, because he goes, "Hold up, y'all realize I'm an Adidas athlete, right?" And he misspelled Adidas. He says, I was there when we closed against OKC. So he's saying we for the Mavericks, says like when we closed. But then even though he's getting blown up, he follows up with no cap. Ant, one of my favorite players right now. He's a dog. And then he retweeted a photo of him and Anthony Edwards hanging out after the game. Now, remember, he is the director of sports content or whatever at Bleacher Report now. That's one of his titles.
Oh, yeah.
So he was there. That's why TNT kept showing him. He was there as a TNT Bleacher Report partnership. He was there creating content all night that Bleacher Report was doing. So for him, he's like, well, I'm here covering the game regardless of who wins. I'm a businessman.
And my wife was asleep. Otherwise, I would have asked her. I want to know what hookah bar Shaq ended up at after the game, as one of her celebrity stories is going to Shaq loves hookah.
Is that
loves it.
Yeah. I haven't been to one. I've been to one.
I don't think I've ever been to one, but whenever he comes to Dallas, and I think he's got houses here or whatever, he goes to hookah bars.
Huh.
But I didn't know what the hoppin' hookah bar spot was. Pepe, I could see you at a hookah bar.
I've never been. I want to try it, but I've never had the desire to go.
That was
I wanted to try it, but I've never had the desire.
That doesn't make any sense. That's something I would say.
If I just stumble upon it, then sure, I'll try it. But I've never woken up and be like, you know what, today's the day.
Yeah, they serve baby cows there.
That's veal.
Which is veal, Sean.
I don't know if you knew that, Sean.
I don't know if you know that.
That was hilarious. When they were screaming at Maxi to get back into the huddle, Bobby tweeted that out as Los Hombres telling Pepe, stop telling the burlesque show story.
Get off the stage. Yeah, get off the stage with it. I've done hookah like twice, and I didn't get it.
Because you were very nervous before smoking your first cigar a few months ago.
Yeah, just because I didn't know if I knew what I was doing. Now, the hookah is like, you're sucking on those little straws or whatever, those little community straws, but I feel like most people go just because it's a BYOB and people are just hanging out. It's more just like a vibe thing.
877-881-1053 if you have the Shaq hookah bar sighting, and where are the hookah bars in DFW that maybe he was checking out last night. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. And then Kendrick Perkins was piling on Rudy Gobert. Just like, do we all have an understanding now why Gobert is so disliked throughout the entire league? Have we gotten a feel for that this series, or is that just piling on as well, as he was mixing it up even more last night, throwing some more forearm shivers?
Man,
and I've never seen a defensive player of the year be so compromised in a series where it's like, you got to get him off the floor.
Right.
He's in foul trouble. It's like, this is the 4-time defensive player of the year, and it's almost like 50-50 on whether he can even be out there.
He's not, I wouldn't say he's like, in this series at least, showing to be versatile a defender. He's a great defender underneath. But, I mean, look what happened in game 2. He gets on Luka. Now, listen, of course, a lot of guys get on Luka. He's 7'3".
Yes.
He's not going to be able to be as agile as somebody who's 6'7". That's just the nature of it. But
it
I don't know, man.
Felt like Derek Lively for some plays has had his way with him. Gafford. Rudy Gobert also is horrific offensively.
Oh, gosh.
Watching him just try to throw things up. Hack a Rudy. Put his ass on the free throw line, too.
It's weird, though, because aren't guys who do the dirty little things generally the ones that are the most respected around the league?
Yeah.
And he's not.
Maybe it's the French thing.
It's the French
Someone tweeted me, have you heard him talk? I'm like, thanks, Draymond. I know it's foreign.
It's the French thing.
So you got to put the hate on him. But Kendrick Perkins with a bold statement yesterday on ESPN talking about the league vote that he has for awards and how he regrets it.
Me voting this season for Rudy Gobert, is an embarrassment for me for Defensive Player of the Year. He's the first player that we see every single time in the postseason that becomes a defensive liability. Don't come give me these analytics. Don't come giving me these plus-minus stats, because that's the most overrated stat in the NBA. When I look at Rudy, he has tarnished the Defensive Player of the Year award. He has. He's not respected by his peers. We saw what happened to him in the Denver series. He couldn't even guard the person at his position. Karl-Anthony Towns did a better job at that. What is he doing right now? When you look at this series right now, do you understand, do we realize that Rudy has 3 blocks in 3 games? He's averaging 1 block per game. at 7'3". Unacceptable to say he's a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Last night he had 1 block to go along with 13 and 10.
It's a decent night.
But I agree with you, Bobby. I picked Minnesota because I thought that they would beat up the Mavericks a little bit and dominate them with size, throwing all those guys. And you can make the argument that Naz Reid has been their best big of the series. Cat won it for them last night, but Cat, Reid, Gobert, I overrated what that factor would be.
They just don't play as big as they should, or like they don't take as much advantage of it as they should. Somebody had before last night, I don't know what the numbers broke out to last night, but the majority of the series, Cat had been guarded by PJ Washington. And PJ Washington's a good defender, but there's no excuse for PJ Washington not to just bully, or there's no excuse for Cat not to bully PJ Washington just from a size perspective. And he was unable to do it for the first 3 games of the series. So, they play so much smaller than they actually are. All of their bigs do. Gobert, Towns. I mean, Gobert is a post player, but he still plays smaller than his size.
Like Anthony Davis feels like he plays bigger than those guys.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. He's supposed to be Captain Soft. He is Captain Soft.
Yeah, he is. He is. Real quick sidebar, Squirrel. Can we stop with the road jerseys at home? It's just annoying me.
My father-in-law got confused by that.
I just don't.
My mom too. She's like, I thought that it was white and blue. And how's it?
They try to save water by only bringing, by not washing the jerseys again for the second game. I don't know. It's just annoying. I've seen it, noticed it more in this series. The Mavericks doing it more than other teams. Maybe it's just because I'm watching every Maverick game and not.
It does say Mavs on the front though.
It's not that. Especially when both teams are blue. You think the home team.
So you think just the home team should always wear white?
In basketball, yeah.
Well,
it's just
how's it different for any other sport?
Well, football the Cowboys will wear the white at home, but most teams in football wear dark at home. Where their color jersey.
And baseball.
Baseball's typically white at home.
At home.
Yeah.
I have a bigger issue with the
hockey does it differently now. They wear the color jersey at home.
I have a bigger issue with the what do you put on the front of the jersey? So if you put like Dallas on the front of the jersey when they're at home, that's stupid.
That's stupid.
You put the team name at home, you put the city name when you're on the road.
Absolutely. Except the Rangers, who are the team that does just Texas.
Yes.
Except now they got the Rangers jersey with the script, but for years they had just the Texas across it on both home and road.
Let's get you set for the Stars. Game 4 tonight, 7:30, puck drop in Edmonton. And the worst sports talk person in America is winning that award again. Not Bobby this time. He's a freaking masshole, as you would expect. Wait till you hear what this jag off, whatever. Am I allowed to say that?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
That was close.
What this jerk said about the legend Bill Wall. That's next on The Fan. I dumped it.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Right side, half court, down to the line. Montour down low, bar coming from line on a shot, and he scores the overtime winner here in Game 4, and this series is tied. Sam Reinhart from right out in front on the power play. 3-2 the final here in Game 4.
That's what happened in the East, in Florida. The Panthers take out the Rangers 3-2 in overtime. They are tied at 2 games apiece as we look forward to Game 4 tonight between the Stars and Edmonton. 7:30 puck drop.
The obvious hope is the Stars take a 3-1 lead and then they can wrap it up in in Game 5 back at the American Airlines Center and get a little rest, while the Rangers and Peas are out there fighting it out in 7 games.
What would be your pick versus the Rangers and your pick versus Florida?
I think the Stars beat them. I think the Stars are better than Florida for sure. Rangers is kind of more of a toss-up, but I think the Stars are The Rangers have been the better team all year. I don't trust the Rangers. Some of their numbers on Bobby's favorite website, Money Puck.
It said Florida should have just wiped the floor with New York yesterday.
Did it?
Yeah, 80% on the deserve to win meter.
So the Rangers, I think, were like 17th in the NHL this year in the 5-on-5. That's not generally a good number, but they've made it this far, so maybe it didn't matter. But I thought the Stars had better metrics, so I think the Stars are the best team in the league. I thought that the winner of the Vegas Stars series was going to represent the West anyway, and halfway there.
As everyone literally in the entire sports world was giving praise and honoring Bill Walton, you had one person in Boston, and Bobby, we've mentioned his name before, Fred Toucher, who apparently is so hated and despised that a guy who used to work here, Rich Schurtenlieb, had to leave the show while making, almost seven figures apparently, because he couldn't stand this guy. He's had incidents in the past, and yesterday they were talking about Bill Walton when he was a guest on their show back in the day in Boston.
How we doing, guys? Hey, Fred, most important thing you got to do today is you got to, in tribute to Bill Walton, you got to run back the clip many years ago when you hung up on him after the Celtics lost the finals.
Thought about that over the weekend. I'm like, I wonder if that's something. I think we address it, but I don't know that today's the day to play it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, why not? It happened. He called in and he was acting the fool about his son on the Lakers, and they said, first of all, you got to buy a Jeep Wrangler.
I'm looking over these mountains, Majesty. I remember that.
Yeah, but he was like, but while he was selling cars, like, make up your mind, you phony hippie. Like, are you really selling cars, or are you all about peace and love?
That's why I'm not sure if it's the day. I think Hardy, you might be onto something. I think today, maybe tomorrow.
I did famously hang up on Bill Walton. I would like to know.
Walton, Patino, and Fleury are the grand trio, if I remember right.
Yeah. I don't say anything. Just go ahead. He's dead. I didn't kill him.
Where would you put this? Rank this game as in regards to the Celtic-Laker rivalry.
Over the years, I've learned to never rank coaches, concerts, children, championships, or congratulations. Just enjoy them all. And as a dad, that's what I'm about. Because even though I'm a Celtic, even though the Celtics gave me my life back 25 years ago, more importantly, I'm a dad. It's not about me. I want what's best for our son. And to see that...
All right, well, you're rooting for the Lakers. Goodbye. I'm not going to take a guest who's celebrating the team that just beat the Celtics. I mean, your kid's on the team. Congratulations.
Phony hippie. He's dead. I didn't kill him. And then let's replay me hanging up in his face. So Fred Toucher, not the most popular person in the sports world today over at the Sports Hub.
No, and look, if you didn't like him while he was alive, I don't want you to be fraudulent after he's gone and be like, oh, we all loved Bill Walton. If you didn't love him, you didn't love him. Fine. It's just, when you're sitting there being as flippant about as you are, and I'm all about dark humor and everything else, but that sounded like legit animosity where he's dancing on the grave like a la Draymond after Rudy got worked at the end of game 2. But this is
Rudy's still alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Rudy is still alive,
but I mean, like, okay, if you're going to do those things, just be prepared when you go. Be prepared when you go for how people are going to talk about you. Because I'm sure there are going to be plenty that are going to voice things that they've said behind closed doors for years.
They may not talk about him at all if he's not as relevant as Bill. Yeah, this was very odd.
The only criticism I've ever heard of Bill Walton was that he was too zany while being the color analyst for the NBA on NBC. Like, you're at the NBA Finals, and, we're talking about tie-dye and all that stuff. Zany. I don't think Bill Walton was a fake hippie. All right? Let me say that. Go watch his 30 for 30. So I don't think he was a phony hippie. He's on there to try to sell things, get advertising deals. That's the only criticism I've heard of Bill. Obviously, the injury stuff from Blazer fans, but was that, okay, he's not serious enough for the NBA Finals being called on NBC. That's it. That's all I've ever heard.
And his broadcast style, I mean, it wasn't for everybody. I mean, I enjoyed it because I thought
it was perfect for Pac-12 basketball at night.
Absolutely. I thought it brought a levity to the broadcast that sometimes you don't have, that you do need in the NBA Finals. Maybe you don't want that. But on a random Tuesday in January on a Pac-12 game, when you're trying to fight through USC and Oregon State, I mean, I think you kind of need that. I mean, one thing I learned yesterday, and this is, again, we don't understand it. Apparently, he was super tight with guess who? Jim Gray. Jim Gray,
the ultimate weasel.
He is super tight with everyone, and he was in tears over this. Texted with Bill up to his final.
I think Jim Gray, he was the sideline reporter. Him and Ahmad were working sidelines for NBC.
Yes, and he said that Bill stood up for him against Phil Jackson one day when they were in there, and Phil told Jim to get out because he had said something about Kobe and Shaq, and Bill was like, no, if he leaves, we all leave. This is in the pregame meeting. Bill Walton he had a lot of on the court and off the court legendary aspects about him. That's a very odd, timely thing to do from that Boston radio.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly a guy who has disdain. Like your whole, and I know you'll say it's not a bit, but your whole Sister Jean bit, it's like if this was reality. Yeah. And it was a genuine, like, I don't care. He's gone. Like, the day Sister Jean dies, you're not going to be like, good, the phony's gone. Blah, blah, blah.
Like he's talking about OJ passing.
Right. Like you're talking about one of the most beloved sports figures as if he's
in
OJ.
Boston.
Like you said. Yeah.
In Boston.
Yeah.
The guy won a championship in Boston.
He was sixth man of the year.
He relished being a part of those Celtics teams, even though he was a role player coming off the bench. Anyway, this guy seems like
He seems like a real treat.
Not going to dump myself again.
Yeah, he seems like a real treat.
I'm going to say another J word on there. So that's Fred Toucher in Boston. What is going on with Bronny? I've seen breaking news this morning that Bronny's going to remain in the NBA draft.
Right.
What is the breaking news? Is yesterday Shams said that the James camp is saying no to NBA workouts. He's only going to work out for a few people, and that's going to include the LA Lakers and the Phoenix Suns.
That's it.
This is starting to make me sour badly.
So I think
So you're a barely, maybe not draftable player, and you're saying no to all these workouts, and you want me to believe that LeBron has not orchestrated this entire thing to not play with each other.
Oh, he has.
Yes.
There's no doubt he has. He could say all he wants that he isn't, but he has. There's a couple things that I think the reason why it's coming out, I think today's the deadline. You have to pull out of the draft. Or yesterday,
there was a question that he wasn't going to remain in the draft.
Couple guys went back to school.
Yeah, a lot of guys.
Week.
Yeah. So this is the week where you have to announce that you're going back to school or you're going to stay in the draft.
Okay.
He had over 10 workout invites. He's only going to visit the Lakers and Suns, like you said. It's going to come down to a developmental plan and money. This is fascinating, though.
I've been fascinated with this since the jump.
Yeah, but this is fascinating on not a Bronny level, but the overall draft. Not legality of the draft, but like the viability of the viability and the morality of the draft moving forward, ethical aspect of the draft. Because we've always, the dirty little secret is like, I mean, it's not really fair.
Right.
Like nobody else doesn't get to choose where they want to live or work if you're offered a job, right? In any other field. But in sports, you get drafted into it. Fine, I get it. It's the way the leagues are. We've never seen a player that I can remember that wasn't the top overall pick do something like this, where they try to manipulate where they go. We've seen it from Caleb Williams, right? At least we thought. Elway, Manning. I'm trying to think of anybody else. I can't
Eli.
think.
Oh,
Manning, Eli. Yeah, Eli, Elway.
But Deion's trying to do it.
Deion's trying to do it, but Shador's probably going to be near the top of the draft at least.
Yeah.
We've never seen
with a second-round prospect,
a fringe prospect do this.
Yeah.
Never seen that.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate it.
If it's like if it's the complete reverse though of nobody actually plans on drafting you, so this is literally about a LeBron recruitment, then this is LeBron basically saying I'm only taking meetings with Phoenix and LA.
Right.
That's what that indicates to me, is that he's saying like those are the only two places that I'll play.
Was Stephen A. talking about the Mavericks a short time ago?
He was. I think it was last week. I think it was not last week. It was when you were out. He was talking about the Mavericks. He said, "Don't be surprised if the Mavs don't sneak in and draft Bronny, because they would be in on getting LeBron James because they have the Kyrie aspect and LeBron likes Luka and Cuban, yada yada yada." That would be interesting, but he apparently doesn't want to work out here.
Brian Windhorst talking about scouts being split on Bronny's upside.
Some scouts tell me, look, he is 6'1", and regardless of what the name is on his back of his jersey, to make it in the NBA at 6'1", you have to do several things that are very elite, whether it's elite defensively, whether it's incredible shooting, whether it's incredibly efficient point guard play. And right now, that Bronny doesn't do any of those things, and it's going to be hard for him. But then I have other scouts who tell me, look, he is 19 years old. He was unable to train for his only college season because of his heart situation that he had. He was completely out of position at USC, that he shouldn't have gone there, that there was too many guards, and that he played out on the wing when he should have been more on the ball, and that they don't think that season is a fair evaluation of him, and that they see improvements in his body and they appreciate his work ethic, and they say, let's let him go to the G League and let's see how he does in another year or two.
Put him in the G League, man. I mean, that's a great. There's a reason for it.
He's not going to the G League. He's got a roster spot.
Well, yeah. I mean, he'll probably be on a two-way, right? He'll be on if he's with the Lakers. Let's say he's with the Lakers. Right?
And again, is LeBron doing him a disservice or a favor here? That to me is an awesome fatherhood question. Because on one hand you can argue he would be the only reason that Bronny gets drafted. Then the other hand, you're setting him up for everyone to know you don't deserve to be here. You're just here because of daddy.
Yeah, I mean, did LeVar Ball ultimately do, LiAngelo? LiAngelo. Did he ultimately do LiAngelo favors, where he was the middle one? He was the one who wasn't good enough to play in the NBA like LaMelo and Lonzo were. Did he do him favors by creating any sort of a semblance of a career for him? Which, ultimately he had a better...
This is worse than LeVar.
Yeah, it is.
I don't even think it's close.
Yeah, because it doesn't even feel like a character. It just feels like straight entitlement.
Yeah. Well...
Because LeVar doesn't have as much control as LeBron to get the kids on a team.
LeVar's just LeVar's doing a very clear bit, whereas this is just LeBron, to me, being entitled.
And let me be clear. If I'm an NBA team for a finishing piece, I'm drafting Bronny James.
Sure.
I'm burning a roster spot to get LeBron at the end.
100%. It's
I don't know how high up. That's another fascinating aspect.
Yeah.
How high up would my pick have to be to get LeBron for a year, maybe two?
Dwight Powell played 3 minutes last night. Bronny James can take up a roster.
He can take up a roster spot. Here's the thing. Like, it's funny. In sport, I think this is the only time we would do this is in sports. Because nepotism runs rampant. I mean, that's the American dream. The American dream is to have... I mean, if you were decided to go into the medical field, and then you go work for your dad, nobody bats an eye and says, "Well, you're only a doctor because of your father."
Well, does Stephen Jones catch heat? Other doctors probably would in the facility in which I worked, especially if I'm not good. Like, I don't think Bronny James gets drafted or last in the NBA if that's not his last name.
Totally agree.
Does Stephen Jones catch heat?
I think he's spent too much time around the NFL at this point. Maybe early on he would have, but he's a guy who played big-time Division I. I mean, he played in the Orange Bowl, like as a player, so he had a legitimate career in football, and then basically out of college transitioned into this role where he was trained by Gil Brandt, and now he's been in the league for 40 years.
Look at the Mavericks. I have no idea about it's Dumont, the new governor? Dumont,
sure.
It's the Adelson's son-in-law.
Vegas people.
No idea what his background is. No idea.
Rich.
No idea. He's gonna run the Mavericks eventually. Like officially, he's gonna be the official authority.
The Bus boys got made fun of. Jerry Buss's kids. The sons, they got mocked and ridiculed.
But Jeannie's not, right?
Depends if she's with Jay Moore or not. Friend of the show. Is the NFL about to go through some humongous changes? Bye-bye to even more practices, and wide receiver is about to become the new running back? That's next on Sean and RJ. But have you seen...
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And we have a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway coming up here momentarily. We're going to chop it up as well for the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. In case you did not know, we are your home of the World Series champs and the Dallas Cowboys. But we're not going to talk about the Cowboys here. We're going to talk about some NFL changes to practice and maybe the market for a position group, Bobby.
Yeah, this is yesterday there was, and we had heard suggestions about this from Florio back in February, that the NFL Players Association could be looking to kind of change up the way off-season workouts work. So the NFLPA is finalizing a proposal that would get rid of OTAs, and this would be starting next year. And what it would be a longer training camp ramp up. So essentially, instead of, how they start right now, they'll get in there with rookie mini camp at the very beginning of May, and then they'll do their 3 weeks of voluntary practices and things like that, that ultimately those would go away, and it would just be the longer training camp ramp up. Tom Pelissero says that it would eliminate voluntary on-field work in the spring in favor of the ramp up where players would report in mid-June to early July and then roll into training camp. So a lot of people feel like, okay, fine, not a problem. Florio says ultimately owners probably relent on this and go, this costs us no money. And if it's something the players want and think it helps them, cool. All right, you can take that, and then we will use it as a bargaining chip to ultimately get 18 games.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. You have these sort of trade-offs. Years ago, 12 years ago, whenever the NFLPA negotiated for the off-season training schedule, where it limited practices and limited padded practices during the season and things like that. And so this will be another one where owners say, okay, fine, we'll give up on this. We'll let you have this, and then we'll take what we want. This is going to be pushed back on aggressively by, and they really won't be able to do anything about it, but it'll be pushed back on aggressively by people in personnel departments, because their entire year is spent, obviously, during the NFL season looking to acquire players. They get into draft season. They finish up the draft. They've got post-draft work. So front offices and personnel departments generally have June as their only time of the year where they basically reset. And so that's why it's considered bad practice a lot of times to fire people in personnel departments in May after the draft, is because it's considered, hey, that's supposed to be the time where people are supposed to relax and not worry about their jobs.
What would Mike McCarthy say is lost without what they did last week at the Ford Center?
I mean, he'd say it's just like anything. Honestly, he does.
And what do you think? I want a two-part answer. What would McCarthy say? And you being out there covering it as the Cowboys insider, well what would be lost? What gets accomplished?
So you are pushing back install time and getting work done. I mean, I think we've seen that when you have somebody like Jalen Tolbert or Luke Schoonmaker who get hurt early on and aren't able to participate in those OTAs, they roll into training camp and they're way behind. And obviously that's, in this scenario, you'd be talking about the team is all working together at the same time and not that they got those May practices in. But it's especially...
Has the increase of moves at the trade deadline diminished that factor of picking up a football playbook?
Maybe for some veterans, not rookies.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Especially Caleb Williams. If you read these Chicago reports,
smartest guy ever.
They're having to
not the
hand.
smartest guy ever. They're having to pat him on the back. He's getting more pats on the back than my daughter right now. they're burping him basically.
He's having to. They're just the Chicago defenders taking him out for nail days and mani pedi sessions to make sure he feels better. And
the NFLPA is like so like they.
You can get Bassett rolling early.
Man, they're never going to win. They're never going to win. They refuse to miss games. Jeff Schwartz was talking about this on NFL Network. I think it was NFL Network one day, and he was saying, look, we're football players. We are not going to do what baseball did and strike at the end of the year. We're not conditioned to, we have a finite number of years we could play, so we're not going to miss a playoff. We only have one chance at this usually. We're not going to miss. So we're never going to do that. So what we do is we go after time off. It's what we do.
Yeah.
This is not even time off. This is just moving his calendar. That's all this is. I worked in a union shop one time.
Well,
I was in high school. I was working for the Parks Department in New Jersey. And I got the same job here in Grapevine when I moved here in 97, and it was completely different because it's not a union shop. But we had this one dude that went in, and they're like, all right, we need this, this, and this. They wanted new trucks. They wanted new everything. And he comes back, and like, what'd you get? Did you get us a new building? We get new toilets. We get new trucks. And he said, nah, I got us a bread box for the kitchen. Okay, that's
we had a fruit bowl for the fan kitchen.
So we got a bread box. That's what we got. We got a bread box for the kitchen in the break room. That's what this is. If the NFL players are sitting there, the NFL wants to add a freaking game, and the players are like, you know what? We want to take OTAs, not cancel them. We just want to move them to June.
Yeah, and I mean Albert Breer
Is
wrote
it
yesterday,
moving though and not canceling?
It's a lot. They're not the voluntary workouts anymore. It's a different type of work. It's a longer ramp up to training camp. It's more going to be like those mini camps we get in June, which are a little bit. Those are mandatory. They're a little bit more involved. It's going to be a longer version of that and pushed back a little bit. So players will end up getting. This helps the players in terms of their time off if they want to just relax. Like I said, it screws coaches and personnel departments and stuff like that. Albert Breer wrote yesterday that this discussion is going over, quote, like the Hindenburg with coaches and front office people. And so the owners don't care, though. The owners are like, all right, tough. Y'all figure it out. The players are giving us a bargaining chip for us to get more money. Ultimately, sorry, we're going to take that. It's just good business at that point. But this is not going to be, this will not go over well with a lot of people. This won't go over well with, I'm guessing, Will McClay. It won't go over well with other people in, the personnel department.
If I ask you over the past 5 years, has the quality of NFL play really dropped off as a result of less practicing, minicamp, OTAs? Even us in our training camp experience in Oxnard is a lot less work or a lot less that we see. What would y'all say? That the quality of the product has or has not dropped off?
Yes. I think it's dropped off, and I think guys get hurt more often. I think guys' bodies don't look like they're prepared because they've limited the amount of actual game speed and contact that they've had. Quincy Avery, the quarterback trainer, yesterday tweeted something that I thought was also a good point, which is nonstop football practice for 8 months doesn't seem ideal. And it does. I mean, that's things that when we talk about the staggered schedule and what they're doing, but I guess, Micah needs more time to go get punched in the gut.
Look at ESPN. They're going to setting a blaze for Cowboy fans, putting up the Anthony Edwards, Micah Parsons stuff. That does not happen with any other players or any other team. So now that's going to get Cowboy fans really riled up that Micah is posing with Anthony Edwards and wearing his shoes while wearing the Luka jersey. But that's what he signed up for. That's fine. You can withstand it. And you're fine with it. Cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, he had. I got no problem with
him.
And
I don't think he cares because he's been getting killed going to Philadelphia, going and wearing other jerseys for years now.
Bobby said it though. I mean, he's also his second job is a content creator, talk show host, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
and
that's kind of an out.
That is an out. Yeah, he's like, look, this is my job, man. I got to get in good with all these guys because I want to have them on my podcast.
This is why he's talked about. And people believe him. There are a lot of people who believe him over at the Start that he's not going to play past the age of 30. That he's just he's gonna hang it up and enter the new stage of his life and his career.
Dave Matthews ticket giveaway is coming up. We're gonna chop it up here during the commercial-free expressway. We getting a new running back market for a different position?
So this is something that Florio brought up over the weekend, and somebody within league circles had sent the article to me. And they were like, this is the next wave. And I was like, okay, let me take a look at this. And so Florio starts talking about how multiple receivers have gotten paid this offseason, but we've also seen a bunch of people waiting. CeeDee Lamb's not at workouts right now. The Bengals don't have T. Higgins or Jamar Chase at the moment because they're both holding out, trying to get, their contracts done.
Jefferson.
Yeah, we've seen all these different instances of receivers plenty who have gotten paid, but others who are waiting around. In fact, yesterday, who was it that got paid for Nico Collins getting paid for Houston, got $25 million annually. We saw Devontae Smith get done.
Was it Nico or Dell?
I believe it was Nico, wasn't it?
I'll check.
Okay. So Florio writes that multiple receivers have gotten paid this offseason. Multiple others are still waiting. Last month, 35 were drafted, including 9 in the first 34 selections. As more and more competent receivers enter the NFL via the low-cost rookie wage scale, it's fair to wonder if, when, more and more teams will decline to pay a receiver and look for a replacement instead in the draft. Kansas City chose to walk away from Tyreek Hill. Now, they had Travis Kelce, and
they had a pass catcher still.
Yeah, that's who they prioritized. But
it was Collins. You're right. 3 for 72.
He says that 2 years ago, 3 teams did it. Titans walked away from A.J. Brown. Packers traded Devontae Adams. Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill. And you've got Justin Jefferson waiting to get paid. We've heard all the rumors of Brandon Ayuk and or Deebo Samuel getting moved. We know CD's waiting around. And so it's funny to me because I don't think, and that doesn't count as it's funny. I'm saying it's legitimately funny to me. I can't imagine teams getting to a point where somebody in the league is not paying Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill or CeeDee Lamb. Because I think with running back, there was a clear line in the sand that said 27 years old, a certain workload, all of these things, you stop being productive. Whereas we haven't really hit that in the receiver market. It's just it's oversaturated. There's a bunch of them.
Choppy, you kind of approached this thought years and years ago, talking about like wide receivers not mattering. Like you throw them out there. If you have the great quarterback, they will make them.
Yeah, like individually, because I don't want to say they don't matter because they still have to win their one-on-one matchup, right? A running back, it's like see the hole, hit the hole. You have other people doing that for you. A receiver
Vitamin D.
Was that? Yes, that's right. A receiver still has to win the individual one-on-one matchup and get open and catch the ball. I think what we're going to see with the receiver position is that if you are an elite quarterback, and there's one of them, let's be fair, it's Patrick Mahomes.
Dak.
If not for the playoffs, it'd be Dak.
Right. You can get away.
It's rigged.
The format.
If you have Patrick Mahomes, you can get away with the not paying the wide receiver and letting him go. If you're a bad team without a quarterback, I think the smart play is do what the Titans did with A.J. Brown and trade him.
Now,
wait, say that again?
If you're a team that doesn't have a quarterback and you have an elite receiver like Minnesota, now you
just said A.J. Brown, though.
Well, I know. But
are you saying the Eagles? Are you down on Hurts?
No. I was saying the Titans did the smart thing.
When the Titans traded him.
The Titans trading him. If Minnesota just traded JJ, right?
JJ McCarthy, yep.
All right, so that's you might want to give him a chance, but like let's just say they didn't get a quarterback this year and they were going to go
like
back
DeAndre Hopkins back in the day.
Right. If you don't have a quarterback and you've got this elite receiver, trade him. He's a closer in baseball and you're a bad team.
Yes.
Trade him. But the guys who really need to pay these elite receivers are the teams that have really good quarterbacks, but not Patrick Mahomes. That's in my opinion. Like if I had Tua, Dak, Goff, good players, Lamar.
So you would have traded Diggs in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Which the GM, by the way, yesterday saying we had to get off of that albatross of a contract.
Ooh.
Just like zero care for Stephon Diggs.
Well, Diggs had a lot of lack of care for them too.
Yeah.
The interesting one's going to be Burrow with Chase and Higgins. Because he's really, really good, but they're a threat with those guys. He's just not Mahomes.
All right, so there's a thought. Will receiver become the new running back in terms of payment? We are not thinking so. Here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys and the home of the Expressway giveaway to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band at Dos Equis Pavilion this Saturday, June 1st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Have we gotten Kyrie wrong all along? RJ Choppy is going to explore that at 8 o'clock. Hopefully you win those tickets. Thank y'all for being Tolos. You are appreciated. It's a hump day edition.
Hump day.
Choppy's back from vacation. That means we chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
We got a life hack and a controversy, or controversy, as they say in England, at one of my favorite fast cash spots. Fast casual.
Fast casual pub.
No, it's
England?
not a pub. It's not a pub. It's fast casual restaurant.
I love this story.
One of my favorite places, Chipotle.
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 That's right. Chipotle. Thank you, Al Sharpton. There is a controversy going on. You remember Keith Lee? Keith Lee is the food critic on TikTok.
Yeah, responsible for maybe the best fast food noodles I've ever had in my life in Las Vegas.
What were they called?
What?
What was the place?
I have no freaking idea.
Top ramen.
Top ramen.
Yeah. Some place I could maybe. I'm not even gonna say. Not to name a city here.
So
Peyton joke.
Keith Lee started this kind of trend here.
Joke, really.
Not a trend, but he started people being aware that Chipotle has been changing their portion size.
So Keith Lee brought this up?
Keith Lee really brought this up. He did a video. He's like, I kind of think that I'm getting skimped here.
Wow.
And when Keith Lee says something, people listen. Like, this guy is a major player. So they've been criticizing Chipotle on cutting back on food servings. The company is denying any change. Now, when you get when things get more expensive, companies have two choices. Do we raise prices or we keep the prices the same but just make everything smaller? I thought I noticed the other day the Chick-fil-A's bird looked a little bit smaller than normal.
Really?
I thought I noticed that the other day. I was like, something going on here. But that's the
give and take.
Give and take, right? You want to raise prices or keep them the same and just give a little bit less of product. So the thought is that Chipotle is changing up their portion sizes. And again, they are denying this. Well,
which again, with Chipotle, you're seeing everything right in front of you.
Everything. And you see everything. But he said the portions are crazy low. He got a steak quesadilla, a chicken al pastor bowl, and a crispy tortilla chicken taco. And they all got high ratings, right? The quality of the food was the same. He just said the portion sizes were much, much smaller. Again, Chipotle denying all of this. Well,
when Keith Lee says something, the company has to issue a statement.
I know.
He's a power player, man.
So a memo apparently got sent to the employees of Chipotle that if you see someone with their phone out recording, you do not skimp on the portions. And now the new thing is that when you go to Chipotle, get your phone out and record them. And there are videos out there of people recording and them doing 2 scoops of rice, 2 scoops of beans, 2 scoops of chicken or steak, big honking scoop of guac.
Chipotle.
So when you go to Chipotle, you get that phone out, boys and girls.
Are you going to go to test it soon?
Yes, I am going to test this.
Not
necessarily soda approved, all of it. I get the salad, no beans, right? No beans, but I can get the salad.
I think the last time I ate at Chipotle was 2011, something like that.
What? Why?
Because I like.
Actually, I don't even know. Why
No. Because I like rice at burrito places, and they have the cilantro rice. And
they have brown rice.
I won't touch it.
You don't have to get.
I don't like their rice.
You wouldn't know with your eyes closed.
Yeah, but
you're profiling rice.
No.
You are a rice profiler.
No, you're better than a drink profiler. Okay.
If it's Peyton Rice, you're fine with it. If it's Sean Rice, you won't eat it.
The French are organizing a protest against the Paris Olympics. The Olympics are this year, Bobby, Peyton.
And I do want you to tell me on the Franco injury attorney text line if you've been noticing smaller portions, if you think this is an actual thing at Chipotle.
It's called shrinkflation.
People are saying they are saying that some places like Chick-fil-A raised their prices 60% over the last 5 years. Yikes. That's a big jump. Paris Olympics that are happening this year. French people, citizens, are upset about the Paris Olympics happening. They don't want them. No, but it seems like nobody wants the Olympics when the Olympics come around.
Right.
All right, you're spending a lot of money, taxpayer dollars on buildings and such that are going to be used for 2 weeks and then turned into college dorms, or in certain countries never be used again. But people in France are staging a protest. They are going to do it's called a S flash mob, a poop flash mob. They are going to poop in the River Seine to protest the upcoming games because, quote, after putting us in blank, it is up to them to bathe in our you-know-what.
Was human fecal matter
I can't think of anything that would get me to poop in a river on a protest. Like, I would do it if I had to go.
You do it on random golf courses.
I did. Well, I had. If you got to go, you got to go. Like, you got a river trip coming up. You know, whatever river trip. We go to the river every year. We go float the Illinois.
I won't even do it with a bathroom stall that doesn't have a door. I won't even do it.
On this door here, we got like half a stall door here.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's why I go downstairs. First floor, baby.
Can't go to that gym floor anymore. You talk about, you want a gag? That is a musty sauna of crap. I mean, that used to be the go-to spot. And now you can't go down there without every door clicked on red, occupied.
I mean, I still go. I love a warm toilet seat.
Oh,
yeah, he's gross about that.
That musty air, though, man. You walk in, it slaps
you
no
in the
room
face.
slaps you in the face more than the gym bathroom.
No. Now, the good news is when we go down there, they're usually freshly cleaned within the last several minutes. I try to look for the blue water. The blue water is the telltale giveaway sign.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's you go down there, and I look, again, I do love a warm toilet seat.
No, look, the play is the first floor bathroom at 5 a.m.
Yes.
Because then the toilet seat's up. It's been cleaned the night before. Nobody has used it. That's the spot
no one's
to go.
coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Because that door doesn't close.
No, you got to like lift it up because it's off that hinge. You got to lift it up, which I actually almost cut my finger off one time because it doesn't have a turn either. You got to put your finger literally in it and slide it out.
Yeah, just leave the door half open. No one's coming in.
Yeah, not that early.
Not that early. This is a flight attendant gave this recommendation on passengers on how to shoot your shot with your flight attendant if you wanted to on an airplane.
Oh.
This to me is a broader discussion. Why men just don't do this more often?
Probably because of like Brandon McManus situations, but
wait, I thought that was didn't he assault somebody?
It was a literal like he was coming on too strong to flight attendants.
Oh, really?
Jags kicker.
Jags kicker. All right, this is the flight attendant telling the story on how, not the story, giving advice on men on shooting your shot with a flight attendant.
Here's a little 101 tip. How not to hit on a flight attendant, okay? Do not hit on a flight attendant in flight, during flight, whatever. Do not do that because you are making it awkward. And you know what? The flight attendant just has to be nice to you. So, yeah, it's just a really uncomfortable situation and we do not like that, okay? But if you want to shoot your shot, then your best bet is just handing your number over to the flight attendant when you are getting off that plane. Then you're not making it awkward and you're leaving it up to the flight attendant to decide whether or not she wants to text you.
All right, so for all us bros out there who refuse to walk across a bar and do that terrifying walk to start a conversation and a relationship out of thin air.
Yeah, who was bringing that up the other
Chris
day?
Strong was saying it like he says in this era, he knows people, older generations talk about how do you do with the apps? That seems so, and he's like, I don't know how you guys just walk up to strangers in bars and try to pick them up.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
For y'all, maybe.
But
no, you just latched onto someone who had kids.
They call me Risbert Belt for a reason.
Yeah. What was it called? Shoplifting? You shoplifted the kid? That's what it was?
Pootie?
Yeah, that's right, the Pootie. Just write your number.
She had to settle.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, say something.
No. I don't know if she's listening. I don't want to get in trouble.
You write your number down on a piece of paper. You walk over to her, hand it to her, and leave. Let her get a good look at you, and then leave.
Yeah.
It's no different than swiping. It's all superficial anyway, right? How is
it different from just handing your number to someone in the bar before you leave?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
You should do that instead of walking across the bar. Can I buy you a drink?
Well, when's the last time that you've had seen the attract? Well, this could get everyone in trouble.
Let's get us canceled.
It's not going to be canceled. It'll be canceled at home. The really attractive Leonardo DiCaprio flight attendant. You know, that whole, people have flight attendant fantasies. When's the last time you've really been like, whoa, this is attractive?
Yeah.
Or is it the uniform that bumps her up a few notches?
Well, I was in first class this past week, Sean. And, the flight attendant, she was kind of attractive in a wifey sort of way.
Okay.
She was like...
That was a good safe word.
Yeah, she was a very, I thought she was pretty.
She looked very wholesome.
She wasn't gorgeous. She was pretty.
I had a really attractive flight attendant last year. He definitely worked out.
But it was a Boeing, so I was very scared the entire time.
Well, shoot your shot before you go down.
Right, might as well.
Yeah,
literally.
Might as well.
Yeah, join the quarter mile club with those Boeings.
The quarter mile. That's how far you're getting. Speaking of planes going down,
Mile dive club.
Mile dive.
Speaking of planes going down, this happened.
By the way, did you freak out at all? Were you on any Boeings?
So I purposely.
Pay, same to you.
I purposely booked an Airbus because, as Bobby and I say, if it is an Airbus, it isn't for us.
Mm-hmm.
So I purposely booked an Airbus on the way to Cancun. I had the choice, but they changed our flight on the way back. They changed the aircraft, and they did give me the death trap known as the Boeing 737-800.
Would rather hitchhike with the cartel.
And I was searching online, like, can we stay another night and get the next flight out the next day, the next morning, just to avoid having to fly on those tin cans of death?
You don't seem as tense about the potential Boeing flight as we do. Are you just like, it'll probably be fine?
I don't travel or want to travel like you guys. Like, I go to the Super Bowl and I go to training camp, and every other year I'll go home for holidays.
But if we hop on a Boeing, are you gonna have any like nervous energy? Or are you gonna
a little
be like,
bit?
It's fine?
I'll be like a 1.5, 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10. Pepe, were you nervous at all? I know you weren't flying business select like you usually do.
No, I was in a 33D on the airplane, so right by the toilet. But yeah,
back with the kids.
Yeah, it was just 2.5 hour flight, but no, it was Airbus both ways, so just got lucky there.
Yeah. So speaking of Boeing, how about this one? This happened late last week. There was a 73-year-old who died on a flight.
Kidding.
Going from England to Singapore. Why? Because the plane dropped 6,000 feet during turbulence, and he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and he went to the ceiling and broke his neck.
No.
And there's photos of like the amount of people that went to the ceiling that weren't wearing their seatbelt. So, just regular turbulence. You're flying, all of a sudden the plane drops. The plane drops 6,000 feet. 6,000 feet.
I heard a pilot say one time, when you feel really aggressive turbulence, that's usually the plane dropping an inch or two. That's all it is. And it's enough to jostle you like that. So you're going more than a mile?
More than a mile? I can't imagine. I can't imagine that. I also can't imagine taking a submarine down to the Titanic like this Ohio billionaire wants to do.
Man.
Larry Connor is going to take a $20 million sub down to the Titanic wreck site to prove that the deep dive industry is safer after the Ocean Gate incident that just happened a few months ago. And he is going to be joined by the CEO of Triton Submarines, Patrick Laney. The
sailing on people's graves, not even spitting, sailing on graves.
The Atlantic Ocean is going to take one billionaire after another trying to find the Titanic.
Why? Like I understand whenever you hear people say, "Hey, I'm doing this to show people it's safe."
Yeah.
It's a public service. It's not like
a cause.
Yeah, it's not like, "Hey, I'm showing people that you can go down here without being imploded."
Yeah.
At these depths.
But what about I'm fighting for the Titanic submarine industry?
Yeah.
It's such a humongous. I lose sleep overnight.
Such a huge industry.
That people are not paying millions of dollars to go search for the Titanic, that I need to go and try to help these individuals out.
Yeah, it's it's not like you're doing it for a good cause. Like we're fighting, bringing awareness to like the guy who climbed.
All right, you either have to go down in this submarine, or you have to fly 30 Boeing planes in a row.
Oh, I'm flying 30 Boeing planes in a row.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're still flying every day. They're making it. Some of them.
I was gonna say.
So, yeah.
All right, your next 70 flights have to 100.
No.
Your next 100 flights have to be on a Boeing, or you go down in the submarine.
Still, look, most of the doors stay on these Boeing flights. Like most of the time, you get through the flight with the door staying on. But this guy is absolutely nuts. I don't know. Maybe they're upgrading it to the Xbox 10 controller they're going to use to pilot this thing, as opposed to the PlayStation 4 guy they had. But Larry Connor,
you think that was the
rest
issue?
in peace.
You think that was the issue? It was just old video game equipment? Should have been.
They should use They should use more updated video game equipment.
Chopping it up every hump day as we are commercial free during the expressway with Raph James.
Okay, so $30 million was stolen from a storage facility in California. They have still not caught who did this. And now they think that this is the same group of people.
But this was a bank vault?
This was...
how's the $30 million cash on hand?
It was, let's see, at a facility. It was at a money storage facility, like a Brinks truck. or whatever it was. It's called the Silmar Storage Facility. $30 million. They breached the vault by going through the roof. Very Italian job here. They went through the roof, went down into the vault, somehow undetected. Probably was an inside job. And they're able to get out unscathed. They got no cameras. No cameras caught them. This was over a month ago. They still have not found them. Well, now they seem to think that this is the same group of people that stole over $100 million in jewels 2 years ago from a Brinks truck at a California truck stop. Both these took place in Southern California.
This is awesome.
And they haven't found any of these people. It's almost as if they get the money, and then they're like, Dom Toretto going down to Brazil or something like that and just living the life of luxury.
Best heist movies of all time. Ocean's 11.
Heat.
What about the one with the Bond guy? Pierce
Brosnan. Oh, Thomas Crown Affair.
Thomas Crown
Great.
Affair. Isn't that great?
Great movie.
I love that movie.
Great movie.
Nothing to me is better than Heat.
Al Pacino.
I never saw it.
Al Pacino. Oh, that's such a good
De Niro.
movie. Yeah, you know what I realized yesterday when they were throwing Bad Boys commercials up there? Martin Lawrence and Will Smith are older than Pacino and De Niro were in Heat.
No way.
Yep. And so that's one. And then what's the Denzel Washington Clive Owen one? Damn it!
I don't know.
The hell's the name of that movie? It came out in like 2006. I'll find it.
Google
But
it.
yeah, those two are the ones that come to mind.
Italian Job's really good.
Inside Man.
Inside Man. Italian Job's really good. I like obviously the one
With
you just
consent, of
mentioned.
course.
What was the one you just talked about?
What? I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm out. I'm done for the segment. That ended me. I'm finished. I don't even know what you said. Don't need to repeat it. Expressway, commercial free. What did you say?
That was Thomas Crown. I was thinking with the movie.
We just brought it up.
I know. I was trying to think of what the movie was called.
Should we just mentally prepare ourselves for Mike Bassick's Game 6 back here at the AAC? How do the Wolves stay alive? That's next.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet clean. Clean way.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Left-handed dribble, down the left side of the lane, out to Cat. He's going to fire on a three and drain it. 4 for 4 from long range for Karl-Anthony Towns, and the Wolves lead by 6 with 2:48 left to play.
Dagger threes in the fourth quarter. Karl-Anthony Towns decided to play in the paint, and that was the difference in the Timberwolves staying alive, beating the Mavericks 105-100 last night at the AAC. That was Wolves Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex, 8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Karl-Anthony Towns either heard all the criticism or his coaches and teammates got in his ear and said, use your damn size. Get inside and punish these fools. And Cat, even though reckless a few times with some of the decisions to foul, decided to go inside, drive, use the size, and that loosened things up to hit the killer threes in the fourth quarter. And that, in my opinion, is why the Minnesota Timberwolves are still alive in this series, which will resume tomorrow night in the snow, according to Charles Barkley.
And the Cottonwood.
Yeah.
The Cottonwood falling at the Twins game that looked like snow on TV. But yeah, it was, look, it's simple. Their two guys played better than the Mavs two guys.
Yep.
That's it. This series is very, you could simplify this series really, really easily. And it makes for, not having these super strong opinions on it, because it's like, all right, look, I mean, the Mavs played better on the stretch in the first 3 games, and they were basically even. And the Mavs guys stepped up, and the Timberwolves guys didn't. And last night was the opposite.
And last night, the third straight, is it the third or fourth straight game? Fourth straight game that they were trailing with 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Now, you could use that to say, if you're a Wolves fan, you're like, this is a coin flip. We're right there. I'm personally not worried, even though I think this could, in all likelihood, come back here for Game 6. I wouldn't even be that terrified with a Game 7 in Minnesota.
No, I mean, you've shown you can win there. They've now shown they can win
I don't
here.
want it.
Nope.
I'd be nervous, but I would not be terrified. The Dallas Mavericks will win one of these next games.
Dude, I mean, like, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. But if this thing does get back to a Game 6, I will start to be like, okay. And I know Game 6 will be here, and the Mavs will be favored. But still, that game, all the pressure will be on the Mavs, because the last thing you want is a Game 7. Like, you have to finish it in 6.
I don't know. I disagree. That's why I said I wouldn't be terrified with a Game 7.
Yeah, I just don't see this Minnesota team winning 4 in a row against Dallas. And, no. I mean, look, last night...
They make too many mistakes. It's like I'm watching the Cowboys out there.
They're kind of dumb.
They're kind of dumb. Karl-Anthony Towns, kind of dumb as a basketball player with these decisions. I don't know anything about his intellect. Choppy's heard him on a podcast. Rudy Gobert, they're getting foul trouble every game. In the third quarter, their star players have 4 fouls, and a lot of the fouls are just stupid. Fouling Luka with the N-1-3 was so idiotic and dumb. And
Did you think it was a foul?
I couldn't see it.
When I was watching, I kind of...
It's
now
hard
they only
with Luka
showed
flailing every single play to be able to tell what's legit or not.
They only showed like one angle of it on the replay. It didn't look from that angle like he actually touched it. And Ant was freaking out as soon as it happened. Like, I didn't touch him.
His jaw was on the ground.
Yeah.
And so I actually didn't know if that was one of the... This does remind me of Oklahoma City back in 2011, though, with the Mavericks, where Oklahoma City was so much better than Dallas, but they were dumb.
They weren't ready.
They were just a young, dumb team that didn't know shot selection, didn't know how to play in the playoffs. And so they're doing dumb things like you're up 15 and Russell Westbrook is coming down the court and shooting a 3-4 seconds into the shot clock. And
right.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. If this series was next year, I mean, I'd be like, all right, the Timberwolves probably wouldn't be down 3-0. I think the Timberwolves are kind of where the Mavs were against Golden State a couple years ago.
Right? They're better.
The Timberwolves are better. Yes,
they're better than the Mavs.
They are, but Luka didn't really know how to win yet in the NBA. They weren't. This Mavs team is obviously much better.
Look, even
Mavs were overmatched anyway.
Even a team stacked with superstars, one of the second greatest player of all time, LeBron has consistently said they had to lose to Dallas. That when they lost to Dallas, it's one of those things where that basically laid the foundation for learning how to win those games. And that's what helped them win back-to-back after that. Certainly didn't help them against Kawhi in 2014 after that, but the two after that, that's what set the table for them understanding how to win those games.
Gilbert and Draymond said last night they're not ready. Their coaching staff is not ready. They've not made any adjustments, and their players are not ready.
Maxey came back before Chris Finch did, like before he came back on the bench. So their coaches clearly aren't ready.
What did you think of Maxey's game?
You could
the
tell
the whole Metroplex was just dying for his return.
I do think it helped. I think he was good on the defensive side of the ball at times. He clearly is not comfortable shooting the ball yet.
No.
And when he got asked about it by McMahon before the game, he was like, "How's your 3-point shot coming along?" And he didn't answer at first, and then he kind of smirked, and he's like, "We're working on it. We're getting back." It's like you could tell he wasn't ready for that part of the game yet, and he was not trying to shoot the ball last night.
How's that different from any other Maxey postseason?
I think that
taller Hardaway.
He's a better player than Hardaway.
Taller Hardaway.
He's a better player than Hardaway, and he has real heart, and he tries really hard, and he's a good teammate.
as he refuses to join the huddle.
That was very odd. They were really annoyed with
I know.
him, all of them.
I'm like, does every player get into these huddles like that instantly?
Was he being defiant and they were mad, or did he not hear them and he was talking to the ref? But Kyrie even looked at him like, "Get your ass over here. What are you doing?"
I want to see the 3-point percentages from Max. It's actually better than I thought in the playoffs in 38 career games. 19-20, he shot 19% from 3, then 40 and 43%. I just remember these really cold stretches where we're like, he's afraid to shoot. He's afraid to shoot. Oh my God, he actually hit one, just like we do with Hardaway. But Cat was the story, and Gilbert Arenas on the Gil Arena pod was the latest to call him out and saying, "Use your mismatch, dude."
Cat, you're the one with the mismatch this round. You're the one that opens up the game. And the fact that you think this is the time to shoot threes when you have a 6'6", 200, 210 at most guarding you. You refuse to go to the post. See, if you go to the post, it forces them to go bigger, which means they take off someone off the court, or they have to double you, which opens up free shooting for everybody else. You have to sacrifice what you want to do. Sit around and shoot a bunch of threes.
Which one of y'all pulled that? I was waiting to hear some type of crazy story from Arenas, as he usually does on his podcast.
I think I pulled that one.
That sounds, honestly, it's not the crazy story. Like, it's odd because he's just literally giving basketball insight, which he never does, not without a GAT anyway. But Gilbert Arenas he's right. And like you mentioned, Sean, Towns clearly heard it. Where did he hear it?
Yeah.
Was it outside noise? And
I wanted to see if he would go on the TNT post last night, and he did not. I don't know if they asked him, but the real key question is, will he do the same thing tomorrow, or will he just frustrate the hell out of Wolves fans and these different analysts by going back out to the 3-point line? Very Anthony Davis-esque.
Man, the worst thing for him may have been getting hot from 3 because he's going to think that he could just keep shooting from 3.
Right.
Reality, he's the guy that it's funny that A-Rod is with them because I think they both have the same rabbit ears.
Dude, they
listen to everything.
But did you notice A-Rod, how intense he was getting at times? He was like jumping onto the court. It's like, okay, recognize, step back a little bit, dude.
I hope he's getting hazed a little bit by some Mavs fans.
No doubt. There's no way that people aren't in his ear all the time.
I don't think so.
Now, I mean, he's in that section where they literally rope it off so that you can walk to it. But I mean, he's got to be hearing it from.
So I think that might be the Tolbert garage door seats. Colby, let me know a couple rows back. Whenever I have been able to sit down there, there's Colby always. Hey man, Sharif. So I guarantee you, if Colby's had a few, he's letting A-Rod have it. Absolutely. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin & Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up with thoughts on the series. And are you just already getting comfortable with Game 6 happening back here at the AAC, as Derek Lively will be questionable for Game 5?
No, I'm already writing the dark roast for Boston.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
T-Wolves are favored by 4.5 tomorrow.
Not even worried about the Timberwolves anymore. It's over. They won one game. That's cute. Dallas will go up there. They'll win that game. Then they'll take 2 on the road in Boston, and they'll set the NBA record for most road wins in a postseason. And it's going to be glorious.
It wouldn't surprise me if Boston drops a bunch at home. They don't play like they're last now it's probably up to 35 games. They're just a couple of games over 500.
How about the Isaiah Thomas, the new school Isaiah Thomas story that took place yesterday?
So Isaiah Thomas tweeted over the weekend. This went viral yesterday. Tweeted about how he was in his community of, I think it was Tacoma, Washington. He's up in Washington State, but he was approached by somebody with an AK-47, like basically holding them up, him and a group of people. And he had said, if it wasn't for who I was, I would be dead. So he sort of made it sound like the guy recognized him, knew who he was, and decided to just go on down the road. But he was approached by this psycho with an AK-47. And of course, the internet is quick, and the internet has a really long memory. And so they were quick to pull up an old Shannon Sharpe quote right after this story broke. And Shannon Sharpe was kind of getting crushed for a 2018 comment he made about Isaiah Thomas.
And here's the problem with Isaiah, and you've said this and I've said this. If he's not giving you 30 points, he's of no use to you because he can't rebound the basketball, he can't assist the basketball, and he couldn't guard a piggy bank with an AK.
He couldn't what?
He couldn't guard a piggy bank with an AK.
What are the chances it actually was an AK-47?
Are you saying he misidentified the weapon?
He couldn't guard a piggy bank with an AK.
I just went to a quick Google search. The AK-47 is from the 40s.
There's weird things going on in here. As Mike Bassick has walked in at 8:12 this morning.
Mikey.
So what do we owe this, Michael?
This is what I do. You guys just don't see me.
You're real white in that dark room. I'd see you.
Or we don't have electricity at our house for over 24 hours now.
Oh.
You didn't just come in here to dunk on Sean about the Derek Lively thing?
Therapy at 9 o'clock. I will say that
I didn't say Mike was an idiot.
No, they're not going to win. They're not going to win another game if Derek Lively misses the rest of the series, which he won't. You saw him yesterday. Obviously, he was messing around with his neck a little bit. He's definitely tender and sore. But if they don't have Derek Lively, they're not going to win another. They'll be the first team to lose the 3-0 series if Derek Lively couldn't play the rest of the series, but he is coming back.
But let me counter back with this and say, last night the same thing happened in terms of trailing with 5 minutes left as when Lively was there. So if those 5 minutes go differently with Luka and Kyrie, why would your opinion hold? The same thing. They've been in the same predicament with Lively, trailing with 5 minutes left.
I think Gafford's going to start running on fumes more because we're having to play him more minutes. You saw Dwight Powell. I don't know where they missed on the box score. He had a perfect assist. The guy was cutting towards Minnesota's basket, and he threw it right to him for an uncontested layup early in the game. I was like, that's one of the best passes I've ever seen in my life. The guy was open. He's like, you're cutting towards the basket. Nobody's in front of you. I'm going to hit you right in stride. Like,
showed a lot of heart with that pass.
That was beautiful.
A lot of heart.
It's amazing how much heart he has. But no, I just think for the 15 to 20 minutes now that you're having to play without a big guy is crushing. Corey brought this up yesterday, and I didn't want to disagree with him. He felt like the Mavs still had the better defense even without Lively. I disagree. I think the Mavs do have a better defense as long as Lively and Gafford combine for 48 minutes approximately.
They got to be on the floor almost at all times.
Once Lively's out, the Mavs shot way more three-pointers last night. And people are like, why did they shoot more three-pointers? Well, because Lively gets you 5 looks as dunks or layups underneath the basket. He makes it a really big threat. Kleba's not a threat underneath the basket. He obviously is trying to make a 3, and then Dwight Powell's worthless. So those are the things that you have to deal with without Lively being healthy.
It is a Meat Church Wednesday. Let's cook some crawfish with Dak Prescott. Who to do it with? Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, joins us next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
In a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is a Meet Church Wednesday with our boy Matt Pittman, brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. If you're going through some electrical problems, if you're looking for a generator like I am, hit up the Loomis boys at Mr. Electric. And there is no Zoom today because Matt Pittman is flying out to Salt Lake and then a West Coast fishing trip. I've never gone on one of those big fishing trips. I don't know if I have interest in doing it. When I'm out there for a little bit on the water, I do love it. It is relaxing.
Yeah.
I'm probably out there with your buddies, slamming down a cooler. Sounds fantastic.
It sounds If I were going to do one, I would want to do those fly fishing trips in like Wyoming. I would not want to be floating around the Gulf. Doesn't sound cool to me. I would want to do those Montana, Wyoming fly fishing trips.
Pittman, how is it in reality, and where are you heading, flying out right now?
Well, I'm at beautiful DFW right now. So no, not lovely yet, but headed to Salt Lake, doing a barbecue class at Traeger tomorrow night. So I'm pretty excited.
Most important thing, are you flying a Boeing or is it an Airbus?
I don't know. Haven't looked outside yet. A little hectic this morning, so I'll have to let you know. I'll report back.
And did any planes get moved there by the wind this morning like they did yesterday?
Dude, how crazy was that? 90-mile-an-hour wind. I was glad I wasn't flying out yesterday.
Did you get hit with any of it, the storms?
Yeah. We were out at our lake house, and it was insane out there. It was pretty scary. 2 out of 3 days with super crazy weather. So, yeah, we did.
Were you out there hanging with Dude Perfect, I thought I saw on
cool.
Instagram?
Yeah, Tyler came over. We did crawfish boil on Saturday, and he was out with. They had texted me. He was with some friends. I was like, "Well, swing by." So he came over and honestly made me the hero with all the little kids in my backyard. So that was good.
Yeah,
making you throw stakes through basketball hoops or something.
Yeah, we're going to work on something. We've talked about that. So there may be something up our sleeve.
All right, put us on the boat for one of these fishing trips. You got a salmon video that coming out or that already came out, and then you're out there catching what exactly?
Yeah, so this is a really cool guest chef trip I take. This will be my third year. I leave Saturday for it. It's in Haida Gwa, British Columbia, which is an island. I basically say it's almost to Alaska. So very beautiful part of the world. Basically the first land that salmon will touch as they start to kind of migrate south. So you catch these massive, we call them kings in the States. They call Chinooks up there. Massive fish, put up a huge fight. It's a ton of fun. And then they make it easy on you, man. They fillet the fish, and I'll bring it back on the plane with me, and I enjoy it all year. So we have a video. We already had a video on this, but I've created a new one for this trip. We grilled some whole fillets and seasoned with our honey hog, and then at the end we put a glaze on it that's like really good butter and maple syrup, but I used Blanton's maple syrup. So maple syrup aged in a Blanton's barrel to glaze it. It comes out at 10 o'clock this morning on our YouTube channel. It's super delicious. Even people that don't like fish or salmon love this one, so it's a good one.
All right, let's talk about smoking or grilling fish, because Choppy, is that pescatarian? Choppy basically became
it's I eat quite a bit. I'm like five nights of a week of fish.
5 nights of fish. All right, so grilling or smoking it. The only thing I've known so far is having a plank. You gotta wet your wood and throw that onto the grill with the fish on top. So let's smoke some fish here with the Tolos.
Yeah, if you're using like a direct fire or charcoal, something like that with a flame, it's a good idea to soak a big plank so that it doesn't catch on fire, basically. And another option, if you're using a pellet grill, you don't actually have to buy a plank. You can do it directly on the grate if you have the skin on the fish. If not, actually just put it on butcher paper, because the butcher paper is not going to catch on fire. So that's a nice cheap option, or foil or whatever you want to do. So a lot of people are doing that these days. But yeah, I like to do them whole. It presents really pretty. You throw it out on the table and kind of slice it up, and people can kind of spatula out what they want. But I'm a huge fan of that. I'm shocked you've gone 5-day-a-week pescatarian. That's a bold move.
It is a bold move.
That's a rich move too.
No, Costco, man. Get those bags. It's like $30 a bag of like 8 fish.
Can't you get something from eating too much seafood?
Yeah, mercury. Yeah, mercury. I think it's more tuna than anything. I don't know. Sarah's in charge. I've given up my rights. I have no rights. Hey, is butcher paper the same as parchment? Just a dumb question.
No, so but you could use parchment in this particular case. But in barbecue in general, when we say butcher paper, it's unwaxed, so it's permeable, mainly used to wrap meats in, because if you build a bark on a brisket and you wrap it in paper, it can actually breathe. So it's a little different, but you could use parchment paper in this case.
We're talking with Matt Pittman from Meat Church. Thanks to our friends at Mr. Electric for sponsoring the segment. So, Matt, when it comes to fish, I've said consistently on the show, I don't need anything that comes out of the water. I just don't. It's the fishy taste is too much for me. So, you're talking about catching salmon and cooking those up. What is the most neutral fish I could eat, and the most neutral way to prepare it to get me into eating fish? Because I'd like to incorporate it into the diet. I can't stand the taste.
Great question. I will say up front, if you ever have anything that tastes fishy, that's not good. John Alexis, who owns TJ Seafood in Dallas, taught me years ago, if anything smells fishy, it's not a good sign. Damn right. And that'll turn people off the bat. But your second question, I like to do, white, flaky type fish. Halibut's great. You get all sorts of stuff at the grocery store. The white type fish, sea bass, cod, something that's a little more neutral. My wife's the same way. She doesn't want anything that has like kind of a strong or rich kind of fishy taste. She wants it kind of neutral. So go with a whiter fish, and that'd be a good starting point.
All right, let's take it to crawfish. What did you film recently with what's coming out on Father's Day?
Super excited about this one. So I was doing a little barbecue school for a couple dozen Cowboys a couple weeks ago, and Dak looked at me and he said, "How are you cooking your crawfish lately?" And I said, "Man, my method has evolved lately to where last year I started doing this new 2-pot method." And he said, "Man,
2-pot?
2 pots." And he was interested in it.
Yes.
2 pots. So instead of, traditionally you just boil in 1 pot. last year I started trying this new 2-pot method, which I'll explain. And basically Dak said, man, you want to come up here to my house and I'll get my dad over and we'll shoot a video for Father's Day. And I was like, well, don't say that unless you're serious, because I'm all in. So we did it 1 week later. We did it last week.
Wow.
And it's gonna be awesome. You had a bunch of guys come over. You've got people walking by me right now in the airport saying Tolo.
Was that someone who just said it?
They're listening right now.
Nice.
Yeah, so we shot it last week. His dad was in it, and a bunch of players showed up. Pretty handy, by the way, to bring a bunch of football players. When it was time to lift the pot out, we got Brock Hoffman to come over. He was like a human crane and just lifted this stuff right out of the pot. So we're going to release it on Wednesday, right before Father's Day. Should be really good. It was a lot of fun. Very gracious of him to do that.
All right, so it's going to take a lot for me to ever leave the broadest strategy, because that is by far the greatest crawfish that I've ever had. He nails the seasonings and the spice. So what is the Tupac method, and how do you do yours?
Okay, so let's just start with a single pot first. Normally, obviously, you bring the crawfish to a boil, and then if you want a lot of flavor in them, the challenge is you need to get that water cooled off. Otherwise, the crawfish will continue to cook, and they get a little mushy. So if you ever go to crawfish boil, someone cooks, and you go to try to pull them out of the shells, and they're kind of mushy or won't come out real easily, they've probably been overcooked. So the 2-pot method, basically you boil in the first pot, and most people do it in just clear water. I did put seasoning in it, but once it comes to a boil, you pull it out immediately, so you obviously stop the cooking, and you dump it into a second pot that's at 140 degrees, totally seasoned pot with everything you'd normally put in it. And the longer you let them sit, the more flavor they take on, the more heat, if you've got a lot of heat in it. And this is a pretty new thing that's come out over the past couple of years. I'll say that crawfish cooking is like chili, extremely polarizing. No one from Louisiana thinks that anyone outside of Louisiana should be cooking crawfish, or otherwise they don't know how to do it, apparently. But I love it. Not everybody has the gear to do 2-pots, so I'm not saying it's the only way, but if you're a naysayer, I'd give it a shot because it's awesome.
Would it be fine to put in like zucchini and mushrooms in the crawfish like I do my chili?
Well, I don't do zucchini. I definitely do mushrooms. I'll find, people put a lot of weird or unique stuff in at the end that takes on flavor. Brussels sprouts, asparagus. Dak's dad asked him if he had anything unique, and he said a head of cabbage. So we did that. We cut it up, threw it in late. It kind of falls apart, and it's hot as heck. But it was a really good addition, so that was kind of cool. So, I'll have to give the zucchini a go. I don't know about that, but definitely mushrooms.
All right, of the other Cowboys that come over for the barbecue school, like who else has impressed you with their questions or their knowledge? Like, who are the Dallas Cowboys who love to barbecue?
Well, this most recent, my experience was with Tolbert. He's a big time cook. Choppy would love this. Apparently eats a lot of fish.
Right.
But he's got a Traeger and was asking me quite a few questions, particularly around salmon. I actually did the salmon for him. Says he tries to eat a little lighter. I told him, man, all you skill players try to eat a little healthy during the season. But, the linemen love to put it down. Zach Martin likes to cook, so he's there digging in and stuff as well. But Tolbert stood out this time as the one that asked the most questions, which is pretty cool.
All right, we'll finish it up with some meat here, because I was going through your videos. I was looking for some inspiration for Memorial Day cooking, and I saw this bacon brisket with you and Dane's Craft Barbecue. Choppy already is bewildered.
Bacon wrapped?
Explain what that is, Pittman.
So basically, it's a piece of pork, but it's a pork belly. But instead of, a lot of people I feel like most people take pork belly and they turn it into pork belly burn-ins, so they cube it up.
So like Choppy in Costco, like meat is so expensive, right? In barbecue. Pork belly might be, Matt, correct me, it could be the best value these days for the most meat. It's $30, and you can feed a crap ton of people. Would you agree?
Totally agree, because it's $30, and it goes so far. Like, people don't eat, they eat less of it for whatever reason. But yeah.
It's rich and fatty.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But basically what he does is he takes this pork belly and he treats it like a brisket. So cook it whole. I mean, you can cut it into some smaller pieces, but cook it whole and, cook it until it's probe tender, so just over 200, and slice it like you would a brisket. And you can be served just like that. It can go in tacos, which is what we did in the video, but I'm definitely a huge fan of that.
Matt Pittman in the airport, getting the Tolo shout-outs, brought to you by Mr. Electric.
All right, last one for you here, Matt. We know you've talked about on the air before your buddy Billy Price, who announced this week that he was actually retiring from the NFL. He had a really scary situation with a blood clot. How's your buddy doing?
Yeah, I feel terrible for him. He reached out and told me he had this episode. Basically, he was walking in his yard doing sprinkler work, and he felt lightheaded, and he, wouldn't go away, and he ended up going into the hospital, and it was very serious. They don't know why it happened, where it came from, but he's got to be on blood thinners for the rest of his life, and so they advised that he not play football any longer, which I know that was hard. He's excited about spending time with his family, so they moved into a new house last year in Kentucky, so that's cool. But my heart goes out to him anytime you can't end on your own terms. Kind of stinks, but I know he's really thankful for the career he had.
All right, brother. Cannot wait for the Dak Crawfish video. Have a fantastic flight and a great trip. We'll be catching up. Thank you.
See you, boys.
Matt Pittman on the D&M Leasing Hotline, brought to you by Mr. Electric, and Robbie Loomis just texted and said, "Yep, two-pot method is the way to go." I've never heard of that. I've only had Brian Broaddus's crawfish, and it is outstanding. All right. Is there already a reason for panic in Chicago with Caleb Williams? That's next. And Below the Belt on the home of the boys next.
Let's get you ready for...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. What do you do when mom isn't there to give you a hug? Something I've been asking myself for 18 years. Apparently, Caleb Williams has the starting defensive players for the Chicago Bears do it for him. So I'm curious. I saw this story, and I really, you know me. When I see something, my first thought is, how can I make this fit my narrative, whether it does or doesn't? And so I saw this story, and I had a snap reaction to it, but I was trying to assess it and figure out, am I being overly harsh, or am I trying to get something to fit an idea I already have? Is this confirming priors, or is this legitimately kind of weird?
I hope Sandler's not listening.
Well, I mean, talk about confirming priors. If we're talking about Caleb Williams, he's, he hasn't walked on water yet. So, but I wanted to bring it to you guys and get y'all's take on if I was being unfair here. So, last week, Caleb Williams had a really rough OTA practice. It was the third practice of OTAs, and he was just awful out there, apparently. Got picked off a few times, was missing throws, just not very good at all. And so this is the write-up from ESPN, Courtney Cronin. She says, an up-and-down day for the Chicago Bears offense during the third practice of OTAs ended with an encouraging message for rookie quarterback Caleb Williams. 9-year safety Kevin Byard, who joined the Bears in free agency, approached Williams at the end of Thursday's session with feedback after a stretch of inconsistency during the red zone period. I said something to him at the end of practice like, keep it going. We're going to keep making you better. And not necessarily saying he had a terrible day, but days like this are going to make you better. He said, we had a good day on the defensive side. I'm not going to sit here and lie about that. But to be honest, it's to be expected. You have a returning top 15, top 10 defense, top 15. I think that's funny. You're saying we have a middle-of-the-pack defense. Obviously, going against a younger rookie quarterback who's getting acclimated and learning things, that's what it's supposed to look like. Wide receiver DJ Moore also talked about the expectation of growing pains and how they've all talked to Caleb Williams about it and said, hey, look, it's frustrating. We're all learning a new system. So here's what I look at it and say.
By the way, is that article not the most beat writer type? Like, beat writers, beat writers don't kill the players.
No, but for these players,
they have to cultivate relationships.
For these players to be talking like this, that tells me he was really bad at practice.
Yeah.
For the players to be even giving this much.
Yeah, and that's what I'm curious about. If there are truly no questions about Caleb Williams between the ears, would defensive players need to go over and like rub his back and sing him a goodnight song and, tell him everything's going to be okay and there's no monsters under the bed after one bad practice? Would that be necessary if he was as mentally tough as the Bears have reassured us he is? Because, one of the things we consistently hear about Dak or other quarterbacks is that when they struggled early on, Jason Garrett used to tell the story about this struggle that Dak had early on, and every time you would hit him with a criticism, it would get better the next time, and that it never beat him up, and you could coach him hard. And quarterbacks, generally, you hear how tough they are, their resolve, and everything else. I just feel like, why did the Bears need to do something different? Why did a 9-year veteran on the other side and a receiver on that side feel the need to, hey, we had to give him a pep talk? And not just that, talk about it with the media. Yeah, it was tough for him, but we made sure to go over there and tell Caleb it was okay. We'll get an ice cream after this. We'll go get our nails done, and it's gonna be okay. You don't have to worry. You're still our sweet little prince.
Look, I think it's an interesting question. It may be an overreaction. I'll just go back to what I said before they drafted him. I would personally draft him, but if they didn't draft him, I would understand why. I think this character maturity stuff is a thing. And I think it's a problem. Now, I usually trust Jared a lot, except for Mavs playoff picks. So when he's this adamant that Caleb Williams is not going to be a Kyler Murray-esque, Johnny Manziel's taking it too far, but have Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray type problems, I believe the other way. I believe the other way. Again, we're all judging from afar.
Yeah.
But that's what I said about Caleb. If they came out and said, we're not going to take him, and they were concerned about the character stuff, I would have gotten it, even though I would have drafted him because the talent. I think he's a freak.
Yeah, it's interesting because the character with Caleb,
I think character also is a strong word.
Yeah, because what is
mental makeup?
Because he's sensitive. Cries in his mom's arms.
Cocky.
Little cocky. Yep. Paints his nails. Writes. Didn't he write blank Utah on his fingers?
Not Utah. Wrote it about every single opponent.
About every opponent. Is that's not a character issue per se. That's a like you said, mental makeup. Fine. But is he sensitive?
Potato.
He is sensitive.
I don't even know that is sensitive the right word, because for instance, Odell Beckham Jr. used to have mental makeup questions. I don't know that people would describe him as sensitive. He was just temperamental.
Am I worried about him handling it? If that satisfies both of you, whatever way you want to phrase it. I'm worried about him handling it. Whether it's the losses, whether it's the attention, whether it's everything that comes your way, I'm worried about him being the face of the franchise in handling it.
Let's look over the last decade of quarterbacks who were picked number one. Jameis Winston, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is probably right at the top in terms of physical tools and ability.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about Jameis and the way that Jameis's ability was coming out. We obviously heard a lot about Trevor Lawrence, but Caleb would be way up there. On the flip side of that, the intangibles and the mental makeup, how many of those quarterbacks did you feel more shaky about than Caleb?
Well, I didn't feel that shaky about Kyler.
Right, but Jameis.
Kyler was maybe, we didn't know the teammate that he was.
We heard the dad stuff locally.
There was questions about his love of the sport. Which sport is he really committed to? Baseball or...
Baker. I had similar questions about Baker.
And that one hasn't worked out the way that you wanted. Now I think Baker's kind of turned things around, and he's come into that leadership role and that maturity.
Liked in Tampa, actually.
Yeah, and I think that he's become more likable. He's kind of figured out his place, and I think Caleb's going to have to do that. But to me, it's just I don't think we'd feel great about.
Here's the thing that's really unfair about this and interviewing coaches, because you said something about interviewing coaches, the way that they're going to change that.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you think it has taken us to really get to know Bobby? The ins and outs.
For Choppy, it was 3 weeks ago.
The intricacies, everything. To really know the habits of someone. Working together as much as we do day in and day out. How long do you think that took?
I still don't know anything about him. I still don't know.
Okay.
I'm married.
You are. I found that out. Bobby's
Yeah.
married. He's got a couple kids.
I
maybe
have
three.
a buddy actually who texted a couple weeks ago, and he's like, I've been listening to y'all show more. He's like, it literally makes me burst out laughing in the car when they find out one of the weird things that you do that we all know about over the course of the years.
I'd probably say like 8 months for me, like to have everything kind of figured out. So
yeah, last summer.
Well, make it longer than that.
Each day I find something new about him, and I'm a little more scared each day.
My point is,
damn right.
If it's taken me, and I feel like I'm pretty good at that stuff, and I look to like figure people out. If it takes 8 to 10 months for us working together this much every single day, look how unfair that is in the selection process of picking your franchise quarterback or your head coach with an 8-hour interview with millions and millions and millions of dollars on the line.
Yeah.
It makes the character assessment almost impossible.
Yes.
You have to rely on people. Like, I'd have to have an RJ Choppy type relationship with a college or high school coach that had the player, and I'm like, Choppy, Bobby, like, you know me. Like, tell me about this guy, and how's it going to fit? How's it going to mesh? Choppy we could all tell each other who would work with who at the station here. But that's after like at least a year.
Yeah.
You have to hire a head coach and a quarterback, the face of your franchise, based upon 8 hours.
And this is an interesting text on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. The NFL, and this is not just the NFL, this is the NFL, it needs to adjust to Caleb, not him adjusting to the NFL. This is the new normal for superstar kids now.
I don't think there's anything common about Caleb Williams.
No, there's not.
As a talent or as an approach to the game.
But the way of the youth of today, like that's who we're getting in the workforce. They're all not going to adapt. Right. It's easier for people to adapt to them.
The NFL. That's a good point. I would say this. The NFL historically has been an organization that says we don't adapt to anybody. Well, Tom Brady, you're the face of our league. You're going to kneel and kiss the ring.
We had that as a Cowboy topic like months ago when we were just talking about how it, like Trayvon Diggs DMs with me where you have this mentality of you got stop taking away from my family, like stop attacking us personally. And it's like, no, it's news coverage. Stephen A. Smith versus Jaylen Brown. There's just a different understanding. You could maybe argue that Jason Kidd, his biggest feat is connecting with guys like Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and that's why he's so beloved apparently inside the Mavericks locker room, even though Jason Kidd was this mental warfare assassin with Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks and the Nets. Jason Kidd sounds like he adapted and adjusted.
He did. I mean, and I'm sure he still has a tough love ability. Like, he could still be that assassin that he was with Giannis. He just picks his spots. Or doesn't do. Maybe he doesn't do it anymore and he completely abandoned it. I have no idea, but he adapted, and that's just I don't know what the future for Caleb Williams is like from a mental makeup as he matures and grows. But right now, like the easy thing for the Bears to do is just acquiesce to everything he does.
How are the Then you create
a monster.
Yeah.
Yep. You do.
Yeah, those questions you have about entitlement might be exacerbated. You mentioned the assistant coaches. Last week, the NFL owners approved a new rule that limits the length of head coaching interviews with assistant coaches who are still in the playoffs to a maximum of 3 hours. Previously, there was no limit to the length of interviews, and some candidates were asked to interview for as long as 6 or 7 hours while also preparing for a playoff game. I don't like how much the NFL tends to overreach and dictate terms on the ways that you can get a promotion. Like just the rules they have in place of, well, is it if it's a lateral move, nope, got to have this approval, got to do this. Guys that want to better themselves and guys that want to rise up in the industry, the limitations the NFL puts on that and allows the owners to get even more control of. The owners and the NFL have enough control as it is to me. I don't think that that's a fair reach. And is 3 hours enough? Like, is a 3 hour interview enough to feel like you've got a sense of who that is?
No.
And if they want to sit there, maybe you can get a vibe of, do we see things the same way? Sure. But if they want to sit there for 5 hours and talk about the job, butt out. Honestly.
It should be an entire week, two weeks. I would want to sit there and talk to this guy for a week and a half, 2 weeks, for hours at a time.
I wonder, should there be... Because we see this all the time where somebody will fire a coach and then you feel like, well, I can't interview this guy who's still in the playoffs, and so I'm not getting an opportunity. I got to sit here and watch all these other coaches go by and just bank that that's my guy. Should there be just a date set by the league of this is the day you can first make coaching hires, similar to like NFL free agency?
That is a question and answer for another time. Bobby Roberto Belt, Cowboys insider in Belo. Do you have an answer to that?
No.
Okay, good. Good. Belo, the Belt, right here on DFW Sports Station. RJ is asking if we had Kyrie Irving wrong the entire time. That kicks off the final hour of the Hump Day edition. Then maybe a little 920 surprise. Peyton saw my tweet about him hating my son. Glad he's on social media. Oh, that's all next. But is your job recession-proof? Maybe you need a change. The demand for IT professionals.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The ball will be inbounded. It comes to Gafford. The ball game is over, and the Wolves have done it. They have forced a Game 5. 105-100 is the final score here in Dallas.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are heading to Game 5 tomorrow night in Minnesota. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We'll crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. I think we know everything that happened in the game yesterday. Anthony Edwards, I thought, was just all-around spectacular. Props to him for saying, I want Luka. I know it got made fun of before the game. I tweeted it out from Ali LaForce. And they're like, oh, Luka's just going to cook him just like Kyrie did. Why would he think, or why would he want Luka Doncic versus Kyrie Irving? And Choppy, your answer to that was speed. Speed, quickness, and twitch.
It's simple. If you're Anthony Edwards, you would rather go up against a larger yet a little bit more lumbering player.
Yep.
Who's not going to move around without the basketball as much as you would want to chase around somebody else. And it's that simple.
And I thought he made Luka's life a little more difficult.
Well, he was physical with him, and he got into foul trouble. That was part. I think it was probably part. His plan. I don't want to say his plan was to get into foul trouble, but like being physical was part of his plan.
He's just more athletic. I mean, he's more athletic than Luka is. When is the last time we've had a star offensive player do this? I'm challenging all the hoop heads out there.
Want to guard up with the top dog?
Yeah, I'm talking about
Kobe.
Kobe's
that's
one.
A long time.
A kid wanted to do this too.
Still a long time.
A long time.
LeBron has generally welcomed those sort of challenges. So, I mean,
we're talking about guys who are like goated. Like
LeBron's not goated?
No, I know. Oh. No, he is. He is. Kobe is. Like, Jordan wanted to.
I mean, he's not goated, but he's been one of the better players over the last decade. Klay Thompson has always wanted to guard the best matchup on the other side. The numbers yesterday, by the way, according to one tweet that I'm looking at from a Minnesota reporter, is that Anthony Edwards guarding Luka Doncic yesterday resulted in Luka shooting 4 of 14, 2 of 7 from 3 for 12 points.
And there's sometimes when the player's just missing, and Luka missed like a couple of shots he normally makes, and there's other times you can tell it impacted and made a difference. Last night, to me, it definitely impacted and made a difference.
Minnesota was playing super aggressive defensively early in that game. Like, they were fighting through screens, and I mean, it's part of why they got into foul trouble. They were just, nope, okay, we're going to play this as physically as possible. And so, I mean, I was curious. I texted you guys at the time. I was like, I don't know how much you can keep that pace up and this level of intensity up for 48 minutes, but they didn't have to. They set the tone in the first quarter, and that's all they really needed from there on out.
And after the game last night, Luka decided to put the loss on himself.
That's fine. I think that game is on me. Just didn't give enough energy, so we got to do better. They won one game. We just got to focus on the next one.
Of course, they're big two, outplaying the Mavericks big two. What happened to Kyrie Irving? Now his closeout record has a blemish on it.
It's been damaged.
That's an amazing stat, by the way.
I think it's a little overrated.
It was 14-0 or whatever.
No one's dying.
It's a nice stat.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm not totally attributing it all to like. That means Kyrie's going to close it out. I think that's more of a stat that he's fortunate to be tagged along with. Yeah, he's an amazing player.
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, I'm not thinking ultimate killer. Kyrie's going to win and end this. I think it's more of a I don't want to say lucky stat, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, so you're going to not lose a game where you have an opportunity to close a team out is pretty remarkable. Like, it is, there's a lot of luck that goes into it. And sooner or later, you were going to lose one. And
like, was he the leading scorer, or how close was he to the leading scorer in all those closeout games? Yeah. That's what I'd be interested to go back and look.
Probably not. I mean, how many of them were with LeBron?
Right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's been a big-time player throughout the postseason. He's had some duds this postseason. I mean, mostly he's been fantastic. He went on that crazy run at the beginning of the fourth quarter of Game 2, but there's just something about his free throw shooting has not looked totally right. I mean, he's missed a lot of free throws during this series. It feels like he's just been a little more sloppy with his ball handling at times. I don't know. Is that a potential function of this is by far the most games he had played in a row in a decade, and now he's going deep into the postseason. Is he starting to wear down at all?
That's a part of it. I mean, the last time he has played 58 games in the regular season this year, and then you add in we're about at 20 games in the playoffs, or not quite 15. So the last time he played this many games, you're looking at 2017, 2018.
Wow.
Like he played 68. He played 67 games in Boston in 2018, 2019.
This is a really good point. This is an interesting point on Kyrie fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, you might be seeing it. It's been 2020. He played 20 games in the COVID shortened season, and then 54 games the following year in 2020, 2021. 29, 40, 20. Sorry. It added up, so 60.
Well, you know what woke him up in game one?
I was wondering what was taking you so long with just games played on a screen, and then I forgot how many times Kyrie gets dealt
when he gets
traded, so you have to add.
When he gets dealt.
Right.
In game one, he got locked in. He told Barkley it was because Ant said he was going to guard him. Now, obviously, Luka couldn't elevate the same way, I guess, last night. But Kyrie, that's what locked him in the first game. I wonder if this will be the clip that gets them to lock in again. Is this shots fired? Is this motivation factor? This was Jaden McDaniels after the game last night.
We knew that after game one we could win, or in game two we would win. I'll say the only game they really beat us was the last game. Like the rest of them were close, and it was like our mistakes that let us lose.
But does getting over the hump help you guys?
Oh yeah, we could probably run off 3 more now.
We can probably run off 3 more now. Really, the only reason why we're down is because we lost the games. They didn't go and take it. They beat us in 1 game.
I will say this. This is the loosiest, goosiest, cockiest I can remember a team being down 0-3.
Oh, they were talking trash.
Just in general, yes, I know you want to remain loose and everything, but and I love Ant Edwards' energy. I'm just like, man, they're unaware that they're getting their ass kicked in terms of the scoreboard.
Yeah, they are. But they also, I think they also see it. They're like,
we're not getting our ass kicked with 5 minutes left.
We've been in every game. We've been
leading.
We've been leading We've been the better team in some of the games. We know we could play with these guys.
Sure.
That's the one thing that is the one thing that a lot of times when it's a 3-0 lead, they're blowouts, and you see that there's no chance to go back. This is the one thing.
This is basically a mirror of Pacers Celtics. It's basically the same thing. The Celtics won all the games in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana implosion meltdown, and the Dallas Mavericks have done the same thing here.
Was last night for y'all, because I don't know how y'all felt about it when I was watching it, and obviously these games have been close and kind of seesawing in the last few minutes each one. Last night was the one that with 3 minutes left, I was like, they're not winning this.
Yep.
Did you have that feeling like this was it was not going to be their night?
I got to was it 8 points? It got to 8 points. It's like, I don't see it. Minutes. Ant came across the timeline and he knew it. He was taking time off the clock, and I was like, they ain't got.
I thought they were going to win again. I thought the same thing was going to play out.
I guess it's just because I expected earlier in the fourth, because in some of these other games, earlier in the fourth quarter, it started clicking for Luka and Kyrie. So the fact that it still hadn't, and you were seeing dumb turnovers with 4 minutes left, I was just like, why is this? Is this just not their night? Now, if you're the Mavericks, you're probably looking at that and saying, look, that's their best shot. Cat has to play the best game he possibly can, and we have to basically have our top 3 shooters, PJ Washington, Kyrie, and Luka. They shot combined last night 30%. 30% from your 3 highest volume shooters. And Dallas probably looks at it and goes, we're not going to play that same game again. And that's the best they could take, and we were still in it in the last 2 minutes. Okay. We can run with that.
You'll take it. You run with that. It's just, you got to look at also, they did, Cat only playing the 30 minutes. He did have foul trouble. You might not get Cat and Anthony Edwards in the foul, and Gobert for that matter. I mean, they had 3 guys that at the end of the game could not play down the stretch physical defense the way they wanted to.
I hope Gobert doesn't get into foul trouble. I'd like him on the floor.
Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Do you guys buy into Bassick? If Derek Lively's not on the floor, they're not winning a game?
No,
they can win.
It is much more difficult though. You've seen with him off the floor, just what a difference it makes in terms of their defensive communication, the energy that they play with. he really is a big X factor for them. And look, I don't think Karl-Anthony Towns is able to just get in the paint as easily if Derek Lively's in that game.
All right, Chop. Were we wrong about Kyrie Irving?
Well, let's talk about that. Austin Rivers was on with Pat McAfee.
How are we feeling about Austin? Well, conversation for another day.
Doc traded his own son. That should tell you what we think about Austin Rivers.
Austin Rivers was on with Pat McAfee, and he basically said, Kyrie, he may not be loved by the media or some of the fans, but the players do not share that sentiment.
For players, Kyrie's always been, you know, what's that saying? Your favorite player's favorite player?
Yep.
You know, every hooper in the league loves Kai, and we all love watching him. He's like a league past must watch, right? He's probably first place in that regard. He's the most skilled basketball player I've ever played against. He's the most skilled basketball player I've ever played with. Just from a talent level, I've never seen anybody like him. But more impressively, what he's been able to do with this locker room as a leader, we haven't seen Kai in this role. You know, on the teams that he's had success at, the leader was LeBron James. And then we also saw him not do so well in Boston as a leading role. That's why this is going to be really interesting, him going back to Boston, by the way. But, you know, he's changed the entire narrative about him and has forced a lot of people to apologize. But I think the frustration from a lot of people all along is this is why we were frustrated in the first place, is because how great of a player he is. We wanted to see him on the court. We wanted to see him play. So when he had all this stuff going on, it did frustrate a lot of people in the media, and a lot of people turned him off instead of kind of just giving him the benefit of the doubt. And now here he is in Dallas, making it work with Luka. They didn't make the playoffs last year. Everybody wrote them off. They come back this year. He's got some type of spirit about him. I don't know. Every time you see Kai, he's smiling. He's happy. It looks like he's enjoying work.
Shut up.
Oh, Bobby had stank face going there.
Hell up, Austin Rivers. Look, Kyrie has been great here. Kyrie has proven a lot of people wrong. Nobody owes Kyrie Irving an apology. Kyrie Irving had to prove that's the reverse.
Bingo.
Kyrie Irving caused plenty of problems in plenty of different locations. Kyrie owned that at the end of last series. He said, my journey hasn't been perfect. I've had to, prove a lot of things to people. There is no apology necessary.
Bingo.
It's you proved us wrong. Congratulations. That was within you, and we respect the man that you are.
You proved us wrong in this last stop that it wasn't going to implode. You didn't prove us wrong over your past issues. And I thought Barkley nailed that yesterday. That's part of the reason I love Charles. He'll say, what is uncomfortable, and he's like, Kyrie Irving deserved the criticism. And Nick Wright went down like 5 or 6 of them. You forget what they are. I know you labeled them.
Yeah, so, he had really the thing that got him run out of Brooklyn was the Twitter storm over the retweeting a movie/documentary. I'm not smart enough to know what the entire backstory of that was. You got to really research the movie and
simplify, Bob.
It was flat out anti-Semitic, and I'll argue with anybody about that if they want to, but no, it was just a flat out anti-Semitic movie that he tweeted.
Okay, so that obviously stands on its own. The other issues that were the quote unquote baggage that Kyrie had, he wasn't able to play because he didn't get the vaccine, right? So he wasn't able to play home games for the Nets or any game at Madison Square Garden. I don't think he was able to play in California. There was a handful of states that he wasn't able to play games in.
Yeah.
He certainly wasn't the only one in the world not to get the vaccine.
Yeah, and the farther removed I think we are away from that, the more it's like less critical of him.
Yeah.
Right.
For that, yes.
For that, yeah. He missed games because of mental health battles. He didn't want to go to the bubble. He was against the bubble, right? He was big time against the bubble in 2020 in Orlando. Which after that happened, they were like, all right, there were some issues with the bubble. That was a mental mind F for a lot of people.
I think
you do it. You do it because it's your job.
And your teammates, it's very dangerous to be like, are they legit mental health issues or are they Ben Simmons mental health issues? Now, I'm not saying that I don't know what Ben Simmons' case. The optics of Ben Simmons doesn't look as legitimate in many different instances. Again, that's a very dangerous thing to talk about and say when you're like, oh, do you really have an issue going on? I don't know.
There's a lot to Kyrie, to bring it back to somebody we've talked about in the last couple days. There's a lot to Kyrie that's very Bill Walton-like in terms of just he's sort of modern day and I don't mean this in a bad way, so nobody take that way. Modern day, like bleeding heart. He has these causes that he's really close to, and he feels like there are things more important than basketball.
Yes.
And when those things are going on, I'm distracted.
Yeah.
Right. That's the thing. Like his thing was when he was distracted from the game, he wouldn't play. He wouldn't just like, hey, turn it off, go to work.
Yeah.
He felt his voice was more important.
Yes.
Being used as someone to try to get social justice reform.
And if you're new school, you're like, I get it, I identify. If you're old school, you're like, suck it up.
Exactly.
Like, quit being a wuss.
It's the difference. And
That's the line.
Like people take leave of absences at work all the time. It's called like FMLA or whatever, and that's what he did. I mean, he basically said, hey, look, my money, my voice, my platform is more important in the wake of George Floyd and social justice reform than it is playing basketball. If that's the worst thing he did, I mean,
well, Boston, you skipped over Boston.
Boston had its own problem. I don't think Kyrie and the city ever got on the right footing.
Well, he held a presser on the floor like I'm going to be a Celtic for life and all that stuff. The ending in Cleveland, there's a lot that we are going to revisit if and when, hopefully, inevitably, we get the NBA Finals matchup after tomorrow night. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Continuing. We need a little cheering up, right? We need a little bit cheering up. Corey Seager, 7 for 7 with the home runs. Stars game 4 tonight. We had a little bit of an off week with Monday off, so let's go. RJ looks like so interested right now. I promise you it's not that interesting, although Brian Broaddus would find it interesting. Let's do a Hump Day edition of Ask Reddit.
Oh, baby.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The pitch to Corey here, swung on. There's a drive to deep right field. Back goes Smith. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Corey Seager. Once again, the Diamondbacks pay for pitching to him. He has turned the game around. It's 4-2 Texas.
And they end up winning 4-2 yesterday on this radio station. Today, 1 o'clock pregame. First pitch against the Diamondbacks in the World Series rematch at 1:30. Of course, Stars Game 4 tonight. Puck drop in Edmonton at 7:30. But because it's a little shorter week and a little bit more fun week, except for, the
Last
devastation of the storms and everything, and my landscaping bill, but more importantly, everyone without power and unfortunately lives lost that started this past weekend. We didn't get a chance to follow our normal schedule. I want to make Brian Broaddus happy. It's his favorite segment of the entire show. We didn't do it yesterday. Today was chopping it up during the expressway. So if you've never heard of this, because you listen at this time, every single week, we introduce you to Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is time for Ask Reddit, which we typically do at 7:40 on Tuesdays. So this is a little bit out of the norm. If you're not familiar with it, this is where we go to the Ask Reddit forum, which is the place for thought-provoking and salacious questions. And
ratings numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Not on that specific forum, Ask Reddit. There's some other subreddits you can maybe find out. 45 million members. When you refresh that page, you will see 10 new questions every minute. And so because of that, we take just the most viral ones from the past week, the ones that have the most discussion, and kind of kick them around the room, figure things out. I know Peyton Russell, it's very important to him that he gets them emailed in advance so that he can come up with answers.
He has the best quick responses to this of any of us. I'm the worst.
Because he reads the email and he
fine, good for him.
That's not a quick response. That's 12 hours to prep, or in this case, several days. So I'm going to hit Peyton
shame
first.
on Peyton for reading the email and putting any thought into it.
I'm gonna hit Peyton first with the first one.
Okay.
And this could be portrayed. I guess this could be within a movie or society or whatever else. Peyton Russell and Frankel injury attorneys fan text and Twitch and YouTube. Who is wrongly portrayed as a villain?
Well, this one's easy. It's the Joker. The Joker. He seems as the villain. He's just having a good time. He's a funny guy. They just threw him in the movie and said, all right, you have to blow stuff up,
Smiley paints in his face.
Exactly. He's just having a good old time. But people have to pick a villain, and they pick on the Joker. He's not the bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, he literally in the last movie murders Robert De Niro on live television.
He probably deserved it.
Yeah, when my daughter was in the hospital, and I was in the hospital, Tolo Mark, sent me, can't wait. And it was the Joker gif of walking away from the hospital, blowing up. And I was like, Mark, I love you. He puts together the fan baseball lineups. I'm like, I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't feel comfortable with what you sent me when my daughter was being born.
It's funny. When we were at the... funny. This actually is funny. I'm going to tell you because I don't know what this meant. When we were checking into the hotel, they asked us, they're like, oh, are you here for your anniversary? We're like, yeah. And Kristen says, 10 years. And the guy at the front desk goes, halfway there. Halfway to what? Are you saying we're getting a divorce
Not a
at
third?
20 years?
Yeah.
It was just
Not a quarter?
He threw it halfway, and I think it was just he was uncomfortable and didn't know how to respond to it. But I was like, okay, so you're saying we've got 10 years left for marriage. Choppy, who's wrongly portrayed as a villain?
I didn't do anything wrong. Oh, God.
Sean, who's wrongly portrayed as a villain?
I'm going to make mine timely with a clip that came out yesterday. I'm half joking. Rajon Rondo. Did you see the clip of the podcast interview he did where he said, I didn't quit against the Rockets. Donnie Nelson and the front office called me and said, Carlisle doesn't want to coach you anymore. So we're going to say your back hurts and you're not playing. So that was Rondo. He's I've kept my mouth shut for this long.
Wow.
Do you believe he would keep his mouth shut for that long? So Rajon Rondo wanted to set the record straight. He should not be the DFW villain that he is.
So I've been told, I don't know how accurate this is, but I've heard from people in different sports leagues that back injury, like allegedly would have happened there, is code for we're sitting you. And it's because it's a wink, wink joke of you're spineless.
Oh, so Oh, so the Cowboys just,
when they
sit Tyron for years.
When they want to, well, I mean that's an actual back issue.
Yeah.
When it's one where they want to basically sit you out of the way and they think you've been a cancer, they'll call it a back injury because you're being spineless. And so I don't know if that's true. That's the rumor I've heard, but that would make sense for Rondo right there.
That was 10 minutes in Game 2 against the Rockets.
Wrongly portrayed as a villain, and I don't care how often people push back against this. It's Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant gets way too much hate.
He does.
Way too much hate for essentially doing what LeBron did in Miami. He took a legacy
LeBron
shortcut.
doesn't respond like Kevin.
He took a legacy shortcut. Oh, LeBron
He responds, but not like Kevin.
LeBron gets too much hate for that, too.
Do you think LeBron is wrongly portrayed as a villain?
Yes, absolutely.
Even with him orchestrating, Bronny's only working out for 2 teams.
Who doesn't want their kid to succeed? Like, who does? If you had the means to do that for your child, we all would do that. I think.
But my bigger issue, separate topic, not expressway time here, is dying and having to play with him. Is that LeBron's dream? Is it both their dreams? Is it the son's dreams? And what comes with that? What cost is going to come with that?
I think it's probably. My guess is
both.
Well, both, yes, but my guess is, look, I got a 14-year-old. Let's just say that. I could do a radio show with him someday.
You could.
Good. I could do a podcast, right? But no, I think that's more the dream of the father.
Yeah.
The kid. Yeah. The kid just wants to be in the NBA. The dad, that's something to internally. I did this.
You said that because he's a Longhorn too.
No, he's only a half a Longhorn. He's a DC guy. You should love him. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. You can send in your answers on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text at 877-881-1053. By the way, the most common answer was Thanos was the answer on the fan text, and everybody also thinks that Peyton's a psychopath for not thinking the Joker's a bad guy. Sean Sharif, what is your comfort movie that you can watch over and over again?
Goodfellas.
That's a comfort?
That's a comfort movie?
Go get your shine box is comforting.
But what you want me to are you? I do the Italian lifestyle. I love the scene cooking in jail where he's slicing the garlic.
Slicing the garlic.
It's a great movie.
It is a great movie.
It's a great movie. How are we defining comfort?
I guess it's just the one that
warm and fuzzy.
I can just throw it on and just leisurely. This is perfect to have on.
Yeah.
And just make me feel comfortable. And
it's Goodfellas. I don't change it when it's on all the time.
When I'm down, when I'm depressed, it's Swingers.
Well, I wish is it on TV a lot?
I have it. I mean, I have the DVD. I just pop it in the PlayStation or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Swingers is awesome.
Swingers is a great movie. I don't know if Peyton's ever seen it. It's fantastic.
Nope.
Peyton's seen 3 movies.
Yeah, he's seen it's.
It's you and Los Hombres.
That's right.
It's you and you don't know if it's right. You've never seen it. Don't give me a fake response.
His comfort movie is whatever grainy cell phone video he took in Vegas last week under his arm.
Demi Moore striptease after that weekend.
I don't care. I'll say it. It's probably worse than my Kevin Durant answer. Bring it on. Kirsten Dunst, the cheerleading movie from back in 2000. It's just easy viewing.
They're in high school.
It's funny. It's easy. It's I saw it when I was 11.
Keller.
Careful with the jokes there.
That's why you won't let your daughter be homeschooled. You want to make sure she has high school friends.
Exactly why. Yeah. No, Bring It On is just perfect, easy, comforting movie. I can throw it on, and it's one of those things you can just kind of check in and out of.
High school type movies like
Dazed and Confused, Stand By Me. It's all stuff.
Superbad.
Yeah, that Wedding Crash is
great.
It's got to be kind of lighthearted for me. A bunch of the answers on the Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Caddyshack from the 469.
Great movie.
Pitch Perfect 2 from 682. The Sandlot says 214. Ocean's 11 from AF Pimentel on the on the Twitch, and Opie World says School of Rock. All right. RJ Choppy.
Mine's Remember the Titans, by the way, Bobby.
You don't watch movies. That's why I just totally passed you by.
I love that movie. That's not comforting. It's
always a good movie.
I was thinking of We Are Marshall.
Here's the perfect one for Choppy. RJ Choppy, is going to the movies still a good date?
Oh, we're talking about a first date or just in general?
I think in general is the suggestion. But you can separate them if you want.
Let's make it one of the first 3 to 5 dates.
It's first date Kristen and I went on.
Well, that was a long time ago.
I know, but I'm saying
the reason the question's interesting is because it's now today.
The only way that you could, I think, get away with it is You got.
And I bet Kristen would have taken a movie the other night for your 10-year versus what you did.
You got to do the movie first before dinner, because then you have something to talk about, at least an easy conversation topic during dinner.
I hadn't thought
after.
of that.
So do the movie first, and then go to dinner after, and you have at least something to break the ice.
I was
But
always
would
dinner then movie.
Yeah,
so I guess I played that
typically
wrong.
it's dinner than movie. I never said that. I would say no. I mean, I don't think so at this point. You got to be the dating world, guys. Y'all want you want no part of what's out there. Like you want no part of it. It is more competitive than the job market. You cannot be dinner and a movie.
Pepe, did you go on any first, second, or third dates to the movie theater in the last 5 years?
No, not last 5. My freshman year, my first ever girlfriend, I took her to the movies.
What was it?
No idea.
And everyone remembers their first movie. Don't lie.
I'm serious. I don't think I can remember.
First movie they
First
ever
date
saw.
movie.
Oh, first date movie.
Oh,
do you not know?
No, it was one of the only reason why is because it's so generic. It was one of those Bourne movies. I just don't remember which one. It was awful. It was.
Yeah, I don't
it was
know
the
if
one
that's a first date
It's not a
movie.
first date
It's
movie.
an action.
Hey, let's go see a guy scale the wall like Spider-Man.
No,
Let's go see Joker kill people. It's warm and fuzzy,
The
Peyton.
Bourne Legacy is what it would have been. And no, it's just, I mean, that actually is the perfect one for her. She's all into the action stuff. Those are her movies.
Isn't that the Jeremy Renner one?
Yep. It was awful. They couldn't get the audio to work
That's
for
like
the
the
first
worst one.
They couldn't get the audio to work for the first 15 minutes in the theater, and I started bitching about it. And Kristen told me later on, she was like, that was the worst you looked that entire night, was you complaining about that.
The girl I dated in college, we went with her to see the Titanic. It was like one of our first dates. And
then they went on a boat afterwards.
No. I realized, because she wanted to go see it again, and every time I went and saw this movie, she got so emotional, she wanted to get busy. So we went and saw the movie like eight times.
Did you ever get past the little
I could guarantee
car scene?
Bobby, stop. You're telling me that the Titanic got her going?
There wasn't a guy that left that theater that didn't get action that
And
night.
you watched the Titanic 7 to 8 times.
It was like
with
8
her?
times in the theater, just to guarantee.
Did it happen in the
Every
theater
time.
ever?
No, not in the
okay,
theater.
okay.
No, the theaters were packed.
But
then.
you went to the theater 7 times and saw Titanic.
Yeah, 7 or 8.
Wow.
Yeah,
Now,
just
see,
to guarantee it.
Never heard that.
Now I'm curious because Sean set up a question that you said
I mean, they're
no.
also like $3 tickets back then. It's 1997.
I'm not talking about the prices. I'm talking about going to
Yeah.
see Titanic in theater 7 times.
I feel like you would have a good answer
I mean,
for this.
you got the end result.
Yeah.
Where's the most public place that's happened, Choppy?
The most public place that's happened? It was in Knoxville at the oldest building on campus, Ayers Hall. Anybody knows campus on the Hill. It was during the Pat Summitt Memorial. And we went into the ladies' restroom.
You went into the ladies' restroom?
The building was closed. We snuck in, and
During the memorial?
it was during the play. It was not.
You found another person? First you found someone who loved Titanic death.
Yeah.
And now it's, oh my God, Pat
It wasn't
Summitt
the
died.
death
Let's
memorial.
go.
It wasn't
What
like
the-
where
you
she-
find some,
It
man.
was
It was a disaster king.
They were doing some kind of a tribute, and they were playing the Tennessee Waltz, the song.
Disaster King.
And I think it was, then they played the alma mater, and just one thing led to another, and it happened in the bathroom.
Gosh, I think
It was the math building.
I think we end on that because I'm not answering this question. Crosstalk, a hump day edition of Ask Reddit. We crosstalk with the K&C masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan. But man, everyone needs to go ahead and listen up. By the way, I just saw.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
pros than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And with a left-handed dribble, now with 3. He'll pull up. It's a deep 2, and he drains it. A right side 21-footer for Anthony Edwards puts the Wolves up 2 possessions with 38.8 seconds left. How big was that shot?
Wolves Radio. It's Crosstalk, the K&C masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors.
Hey there, Sean.
Trying to read you right now. Having a hard time.
What are you trying to read?
His hat's green.
Look, we've worked together for over 8 months. You should have me figured out by now.
What? Oh,
good callback.
What a Tolo reference right there.
Mhm.
I like that. I'm trying to read whether you're going to say something serious, sarcastic. You got a good, I think you have a good poker face.
We have Bruce Bochy at 10:30 today. So instead of 12:20 as usual on Wednesdays, he's moved up because they have a baseball game today.
So you really threw me off because I didn't ask you anything about your show. So I wasn't expecting that. Well done. Although I guess that would qualify as something serious.
Mm-hmm. That is serious.
Did you want it something nonsensical?
No, I didn't have a preference.
You like ham?
Yeah, I do.
You like it like honey glazed, or do you like smoked ham?
I like all of it.
Ham's good.
What part of the animal is the ham from?
The pig.
What part of the animal?
The whole thing.
The whole pig?
You're
The
just
whole
sit
pig.
down.
I own a pig. I'm the only one here who owns
Ask
a pig.
Peyton about veal.
So good.
Do you know,
But
anything about veal?
But do you
Kevin?
know how they treat those animals and stuff?
Probably poorly because it's dead.
I
Okay.
love this.
Can I tell you?
PEYTA on line 1.
we were talking about this. Choppy and I were talking about this the other day. Anytime Peyton has told a story, I've never been like, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm never.
Like I always enjoy when Peyton talks.
All right, Peyton, you'll enjoy this then. I wrote a column at the newspaper years ago that I thought people would get was sarcastic.
Jen Floyd over here.
They did.
Pinko commie rag.
They did not. And I said essentially the crux of the column was that vegans and vegetarians are disrespectful to animals. And so essentially it was like 80% of the animals in the world are bred to be food. So when vegetarians and vegans turn their back on this food, they're disrespecting why those animals live their life. It was really, I really thought people would get the sarcasm in it.
Was it a backlash?
They did not, and people got very mad. It led to my favorite email of all time at the paper. Subject line, "Hey Kevin." Entire body of the email, "F you."
You also kill more animals being a vegan than a meat eater.
Oh, because of the
You ever
plan?
plow fields, Summer?
How did I not?
What type of writer? Now I kind of want to read some of your columns. I could picture you being a very good writer.
And I wrote mostly like newsy and feature stuff, but the columns on the website allowed me to do it.
Like, who was the sports writer you tried to model after? If any. Or who was your top 3 favorite sports writers ever?
Man, I think Corey and I have a disagreement about sports
Not
writers.
asking Corey.
Yeah, I don't really pattern my style
Kyle Yeoman.
after anybody. Kyle Yeoman.
Kyle's great.
Yeah.
He's great.
What's your disagreement then?
Yeah,
Who's the guy that you like that
Rick
was always?
Riley?
Yeah.
I liked Rick Riley
I
a
did
lot.
not like Rick
You
Riley.
didn't?
Yeah.
No, just
SI Rick Riley versus ESPN Rick Riley was different.
You're
Yes.
not supposed to make the story about yourself. Rick Riley literally made every story he ever wrote about himself.
Does that apply for writing columns
Maybe
too?
not. Maybe not.
Yeah, I liked, and I read all his columns in Sports Illustrated, and then whenever he had
he on the back page?
Who's Your
Yes,
Caddy?
they were
Yeah,
awesome.
until Dan Patrick took over. But he had Who's Your Caddy, and there was another golf book. Basically, Who's Your Caddy was a book that he wrote kind of in the vein. The other one was he caddied for a bunch of different people. That's where the Donald Trump line comes from. All right.
Which one?
So, so he played golf with here. He caddied for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And while he was caddying for him, he was like, everything's a sell at this place. He's talking about the grass. It's real Kentucky bluegrass. We got it from here. It's the finest bluegrass. The sand, it's imported from Italy. We imported all the sand from Italy. It's perfect. And so one day we're in Oxnard, and I walk out onto the beach off that $10 million beach house that we had out there.
Joseph Randall.
And I was like, oh, man, is this imported from Italy? And Fish is like, what are you, a dumbass? They don't import sand. And I was just like, oh my God.
That continued for like 4 years. Every time he was like, Major's over here thinks they imported all this sand.
Was practice going on when Fish asked you that?
No, no.
God.
I think we were in a hot tub or something. So,
So practice could have been going on.
Sure.
Even a worse answer. Or he's walking around in his coach shorts.
Even a worse one. All right, so other sports writers you liked. Are you gonna say they're all like beneath you?
Like Lupka.
Not at all.
Yeah. Lupka's good. I always had we had Galloway, Blackistone.
I did like Blackistone
We're
quite
pretty
a bit.
spoiled around here.
That is true.
In regards of, we have very talented writers.
It's just
have. Well, I mean, they've all kind of changed.
I mean, everyone ran through here at some point, right? I mean, like Gary Myers, Kirkchin, and then you had obviously the guys who were here like Blackistone, Galloway, Blackie Sherrod.
Oh, yes. I loved him.
Like, Sherrod
but you
was
did make an
fantastic.
interesting point about it's being different writing a story versus writing a column. So that's a very fair point. I did like Blackie Sherrod a lot.
Who are your influences for the Russell Street Report?
And writing a game story versus writing a game column versus writing a feature, those are all different too. So you know, I had different approaches on feature stories with somebody.
So
you know?
Mavericks looking for some revenge.
Yeah,
today.
let's go back to our old work.
Yeah, you can't hurt me with that.
Let's go back to our old.
I
work.
really wanted to hear more.
selfish mode.
Do you have the Rick Carlisle one with Corey?
Oh no,
that is an old one that's
Hopefully
the
that's
best.
All right, new poll question of the day, courtesy of Jared Sandler. We'd like to ask the KNC masterpiece.
Is it about smoking?
Or Tottenham?
Why would it be? What's smoking?
That's a joke for.
I want that
Hagee.
as a drop.
What?
That's a joke for Hagee. Their old poll question at the newspaper.
Yes,
Oh.
we actually did that. We ran a poll, and it was about smoking, and nobody thought through the headline of the poll
smoking
being smoking
and also
poll
in the same headline.
Man,
The question,
You guys
the
had a
poll question.
lot of editorial freedom over there.
I mean, I had nothing to do with that. We were also on the Tonight Show once.
What?
Yeah.
For headlines?
Jay Leno?
Was it the rubber match?
For no,
That
oh
was a good
man,
headline.
I was excited about that. No, it was Jay Leno, because somebody in their story meant to write self-deprecating.
They were
And-
defecating.
Yeah.
So
was like your name up there? Or
I mean,
just the
I didn't
paper?
write the story. It was probably in that issue of the paper, but I didn't write that.
So you guys didn't get on there. It was just your paper.
yeah, your paper.
The
That doesn't
rubber
count.
match story was
I
that.
don't want to be on that.
Was that
You don't want to
Alan?
be on the Tonight Show?
Not for being
Are you
bad
a
at my
Are you a
job.
for being
Letterman
good.
guy?
No,
Well,
I
for
don't
being
want to be
good.
on there for being bad at my job.
Okay, so this smoking poll question,
Oh my god. I don't
like it's a no, I'm saying it's like it's a hot take question. It's a hot take.
Alec, please pull that.
Which
one
is
for
the
Friday.
more likely lie? Carl Anthony Towns saying he takes 1,500 shots a day, or RJ saying he saw Titanic in the theater 7 to 8 times?
I guess it would be the Towns thing. I believe Chop
I think
on
it's
that.
Towns.
Chop's not going to just go out and admit that for no
Okay,
reason.
I'm going to put together a theory about this first.
Mhm.
This is about 20-year-old RJ Choppy, 18-year-old RJ Choppy.
Probably, 18, 19.
So perhaps you were cycling different ladies.
No. It
Proves
was
to
the
the type-
same lady. She loved the movie, and every
Oh.
time we went afterwards, sex was on the table 100%.
There you go.
Oh my god.
And
Yeah.
I was like, I started like facilitating.
You were not
Was
married?
wow.
I'm
I was like, it was
Catholic, you are.
1998. So I kept
was a different
facilitating
time.
this.
Hold
Like,
on. Did you say it was 1998? Everybody was having premarital sex then.
It was 98,
So-
Woodstock.
I believe him. I think he's telling the truth.
I just kept facilitating this. So she wanted to go the second time, and then it happened again. And then the third time, I was like, what about that Titanic movie? Like, let's go. I really enjoyed that. I want to see, if Jack gets back on that door. And just keep going back and forth. And then we went up 5, 6, 7 times. I think we got up
Did you
to 8.
like the movie?
I mean, it's a good movie.
It is
It's
a
a
good movie.
it's a fantastic movie. I don't think that it's like it's not a guy's movie by
It's
any
not
stretch.
swingers.
The
It's not
villain.
swingers.
The villain is that.
The villain
obviously
is
the lady.
Yeah.
The villain is that lady.
Yeah.
I thought the villain was the
she's
iceberg.
She's a terrible.
No, she cheated on her fiance, and then led all those James Cameron and all those people on, or whoever played James Cameron.
I don't know who's worse, her or Jenny.
Oh yeah,
from Forrest Gump.
Oh yeah, because she gave Forrest AIDS and stuff.
Well, that and everything.
She
else.
did.
I mean, she was
Yeah.
That's the thing that happened.
overall terrible
that's
person.
another movie
she
where the
comes
villain
around
wins.
for Forrest when she needs something.
Yeah. And he's so sweet and loving. He accepts it. And then that old lady at the Titanic just chucks that necklace into the water. Why?
old hag.
So it can be with her dead cheater?
That's what that's why the Ohio billionaire is going to go down and Ocean Gate that thing. He's going to try to get the heart of the ocean.
Sean, have you ever seen a movie more than once in theaters?
Ooh.
Like, have you ever repeated seeing a movie in theaters?
Never. Not once.
I did it with Oppenheimer. Because when I came back home, I knew Kristen would want to see it, so I went and saw it again.
It was good.
Man, Mike did not care for that movie.
I don't think I ever have either.
That's what I remember walking out of the theater. He was like,
He said, if Derek Lively's not in this, it can't be good.
No, he was talking about it like it was One Night in Paris or something. Like, he thought it was just smut.
That is
So,
true.
but that's the thing. We all go to the movie as a team, and Mike has a ticket to go with us. He has a ticket to go with us. And then he calls us. He's like, just got out of Oppenheimer. What do you mean you just got out of Oppenheimer? He's like, I couldn't wait for you guys, so I just went ahead
Isn't
and
it
did
amazing that he was a professional teammate?
Yeah,
it is odd.
It's not odd. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's like the definition of the word unbelievable. Although it's kind of an individual sport.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
True.
Maybe that's a big factor.
It's a huge factor.
He's like, I already went.
He's
That
used to
was
being-
so crazy.
He's on the mound by
Let's
himself.
just machete his feet off.
Mike will be joining the program. We're
Eventually.
back tomorrow morning. It's the K and C Masterpiece for now. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
It's right here on 105.3 The Fan. Busy show today. We got Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy coming up at 10:30. But as you could probably guess, we'll just dive right into the Mavericks. No time to waste. Give me cut number one, if you will, from Game 4 last night.
Left-handed dribble down the left side of the lane. Out to Cat. He's going to fire on a three and drain it. 4 for 4 from long range for Karl-Anthony Towns, and the Wolves lead by 6 with 2:48 left to play.
Now, there's a lot of stuff to break down from this game, and I understand the absence of Derek Lively was a huge part of it. But also, this game did still mostly play out like all of the other games in the series. Well, at least 2 of the other games in the series where the Timberwolves had a late lead, and usually Dallas has just been able to be like, we'll close it. Don't worry about it. Like, it's not exactly the same as the Indiana-Boston series, but it's not that crazily different. And Minnesota theoretically has closers, and this felt like the time where their superstars or their closers showed up.
Yeah, and Kyrie was horrible. I mean, to be honest, it's fine. Everybody has a bad game. I'm not saying, oh, no, Kyrie's horrible. No, he had a horrible game. Kyrie had a very bad game, 6 of 18 for 16 points and 4 turnovers, and a costly one late with about 30 seconds to go. He just threw it to the other team. Like
that was brutal.
That was bad.
So you're talking about in the clutch moments, Anthony Edwards in game 2 throws the ball out of bounds, up by 2 with 12 seconds to go. He throws the ball out of bounds. Luka then hits the step back 3. So you have to go back to that moment on how did Luka get the ball down by 2 to possibly win the game. Anthony Edwards threw the ball out of bounds. Well, in a 3 or 4 point game with 30 seconds to go, Kyrie just threw the ball the other team. Game over. That was it. We lost. And it doesn't mean that if the Mavericks hit that shot that you're going to win the game, but that pretty much ended the game. And then you had that opportunity when Minnesota made a stupid play to cut it to 2. Luka missed the free throw. So now you're only down by 3. So if they make
After
a free throw,
insane shot.
And then you have a horrible defensive possession and let Naz Reid catch the ball with no dribble and just lay it up to go up by 5. You played bad down the stretch and they played better. I don't want to say they played perfect, but they played better than you did. You played bad. And then Kyrie turned into Karl-Anthony Towns and Karl-Anthony Towns turned into Kyrie in this series.
It is amazing how dominant Kyrie and Luka had been versus and Karl-Anthony Towns. I don't mean like directly going head to head. I just mean like if you look at the stats, they had outscored Anthony Edwards and Karl-Anthony Towns by 70 points in the first 3 games. Now you look back at this, you got outscored by 10, and there's a lot of things that go into it. I think this, Mike, was my primary driving factor that Minnesota has to win that 2-on-2 battle or at least draw to stay in these games because they've been getting worked in the other 3 games.
I'm with you, 100% with you. I will say something that Minnesota might have figured out that I hope is just a 1-game thing because Kyrie's so good. Jaden McDaniels made life miserable on Kyrie. So Jaden not guarding Luka and going to Kyrie made Kyrie look bad. So 6'9", 185 bugs the living crap out of Kyrie Irving in 1 game. Will it bug him in game 5? I don't know. But that was an adjustment that Minnesota made to say, let's stick the 6'9", skinny athletic kid on Kyrie. And Kyrie struggled tremendously in that scenario. Can Kyrie overcome that? Yes, he's great offensively. I think he can. But if we get to game 5 and Kyrie once again shoots 33% from the field on almost 20 shots and Jaden McDaniels is the one sticking him a lot of times, then you have an issue possibly for game 6.
Do you have an issue with, he literally had the same shooting percentage as Luka? Luka also shot 33%. I realized
for 28 points on 21 shots.
True. But
so I do
was
look
7
at,
for 21.
I understand. So what you have to do for me in basketball is you have to look at points per shot attempt. So if I have 21 shot attempts and I score 28 points, that's a solid offensive night. It's not a good shooting night,
sure,
but that's a solid offensive night. Now, a tremendous offensive night is 13 attempts for 25 points.
Yes.
That was Karl-Anthony Towns. Because you look at Anthony Edwards, 11 of 25, so not great, but not bad either, but 25 shots, 29 points. So Luka was more efficient in
getting to the line.
Yes, and getting his points per shot attempt.
Okay. By getting to the free throw line.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Gotcha. Corey?
That was a tough one, dude. And I don't know what's been the key factor in Karl-Anthony Towns not being 4 of 5 from 3. What's been the reason that has it just
some of them
been
have been just been poor shooting, like just flat out wide open bricks, and we've been lucky on that.
Because he's averaged 14 throughout these games so far, and then last night he has 25. That was the big difference for me.
There's nothing you could do with Derek Jones Jr. in his face when he hit a big 3-pointer right before he fouled out. Like that wasn't. There's nothing Derek Jones Jr. can do different. There's nothing I want the Mavs doing differently. That was a tough shot, but he had built his confidence throughout the game. I thought him attacking the rim a little bit more. Now, why did he attack the rim a little bit more? Well, when you don't have Derek Lively possibly blocking the shot, because Gafford did one major time. It was a big play, but now
hit 2 in a row. Yeah, he had one out of bounds and then one in his face.
17 minutes. The Mavericks had no shot blocker in the game. So for 17 minutes, I'm not saying Cat played all 17 of those minutes Gafford was off the court. But for 17 minutes, there's no rim protection. There's average defense at best by the Dallas Mavericks. And so I do think Karl-Anthony Towns gained confidence throughout the game. So as the game progressed, those late fourth quarter threes that he hit was based off of the confidence that he gained through 3 quarters.
The other factor in that is because offensively, I thought the Mavs were inept when Gafford wasn't on the court. And what is the biggest, like Mike, you've been talking about this, Ryan McDonough pointed out, and you've kind of run with it for a while. You can't get the lob in the playoffs. Mavs have been getting it whenever they want, and that's something that consistently.
Now we realized it was Dwight Powell.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was consistently.
Let's be honest. I'm not lying. Am I lying, Kevin?
No.
Your face told me, "Oh no." Am I lying that it's easy to stop Dwight Powell?
No,
it's not so easy to stop
consistently
Gafford.
over and over and over. The Mavs have done it throughout the entire playoffs so far because they have 2 guys that are capable of doing it. And Lively's not there last night, so for the 3 minutes, there's a 10-point swing there where Minnesota gets 10 points, the Mavs don't score. What's Luka dribbling into every time he goes down into the lane? He's dribbling into triple teams because they don't care about Dwight Powell.
Or when they double teamed him up top, he passed it to Dwight, and then Dwight said, "Man, I forgot what color jersey we're wearing, but this guy looks open." And he threw it to the other team.
Offensively, that was the massive factor. I thought team defensive wise, they did pretty much a lot of similar things they've done throughout the entire series. Offensively, that's where Lively, I think, was missed the most. And somebody pointed out, too, transition offense is where Derek Lively excels as well. When Luka tried to do the full court lob to Gafford last night, I was like, oh, man, Lively, it just feels like he would have had that one. But that's the factor was offensively, you were missing that key. I think it affected Kyrie just as much as it affected Luka, like you said, Mike, because whenever Maxi's on the court replacing Derek Lively, Luka goes to the basket and he's not lobbing it to Maxi. He's saying, "Where are you for a 3-pointer?"
And we've got more time to talk about this, and I want to point out, I'm not saying that Derek Lively's absence wasn't a huge deal. I think they win this game with Derek Lively. I just think there were other things at play that they could have still won the game. Maybe it was their play down the stretch where Minnesota finally stepped up down the stretch. Whether it was the fact that Anthony Edwards and Cat both stepped up at the exact time, that could have something to do with it as well. Let's continue our discussion about Mavs Timberwolves Game 4 as the Mavs still lead the series 3-1. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey, Rangers fans.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ant with a left-handed dribble, now with 3. He'll pull up. It's a deep 2, and he drains it. A right side 21-footer for Anthony Edwards puts the Wolves up 2 possessions with 38.8 seconds left. How big was that shot?
It was pretty big. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ask another question.
I get a good point and a bad point, and maybe I'll have other ones and we can dive in further on them. Does it bother you at all that with foul trouble on the bigs for Minnesota that the Mavs didn't attack them specifically a little bit more?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's what I was confused with. First of all, I was having to watch the game at the Omni Sports Bar, which was great because we didn't have electricity in our house. Still don't.
Neither did we.
So we're going to have a really stinky house. So
That's a good point.
all the food's going to rot.
Yes.
Which it's starting to.
Understood.
They did it to start the third quarter. It was awesome. Gafford got 2 quick dunks, and it was just like, go to the basket. Gobert and Towns are avoiding contact. Anthony Edwards is not going to try to really stay in front of you that tough because he doesn't want to pick up a blocking foul. And then it was like after about 3 minutes of the third quarter of really attacking, the Mavericks started kind of settling back into normal offense without it was kind of like they forgot about 3 to 4 minutes in that, hey, do you know that they still all have major foul trouble? Because you guys noticed it at the end of half or at the beginning of the third quarter, but now you guys have kind of forgot. And maybe this, because Derek Lively wasn't there, at that 8-minute mark approximately, you give Gafford a little bit of rest. He kind of goes 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off, and they're trying to give him the same rest, and they brought in Maxi Kleber, and maybe Maxi Kleber takes away tremendously from your aggressiveness offensively because he's a pick and pop guy.
Sure. And even then you saw that he was hesitant to
I did think he did something smart real quick.
Okay.
Did you notice he could have got to a loose ball pretty easily, but he was going to have to dive on the ground, and he's like, I'm not going to. I'm just going to give them the ball.
You might get re-injured.
People at the bar were really mad at Maxi Kleber in that moment, like, go get the ball, because their guy dove for the ball. I think it was McDaniels and got it. But I was like, Kleber's protecting his shoulder. It's not 100% healthy, and I give him a lot of credit for going out there and giving you minutes that he gave you last night, but he also is in protection mode still, too.
Now, you saw it more, I feel like, last night than maybe at any other point in the playoffs, maybe Game 5 against the Clippers. The entrance and spark of Jaden Hardy. Now, we've talked about it in some ways that it didn't necessarily always show up on the stat sheet, but he was helping move the ball, picking up a couple of key rebounds. But yesterday, it felt like it went from spark to, hey, I really like what you're doing when you're on the court.
Yeah, it was, hey, go ahead and drive to the basket every chance you get.
For it.
And he did, and he did, and he did over and over, and he got some points there. What, he got 5 for 8 from field goal there. And then, does that set up the 3? Because they've seen him do this so much, they're just kind of like, oh, he's going to drive. And then late in the game, he hits a few threes. It's been fun to watch this evolution because he's gotten slow minutes, from the beginning. Jason Kidd's like, I'm going to put you in for this a little bit here, a little bit there. It's very sparse. But it seemed like every time he stepped on the court, it was, if you get the ball, you run as fast as you can to the basket and you make something happen. And if you get fouled, you get fouled. If the ball goes out of bounds, don't worry. We just need you to get your energy out there. And he did it. And now they're like, okay, let's draw some things up for you. Let's do some real stuff here. And it looked like around the basket earlier in the playoffs, Kevin, it looked like he had no plan when he got to the basket.
Sure.
And last night, at least it looked like he was more calm and composed when he got around the basket to put something in there.
Boy, how about that dunk he had?
That was
awesome. I didn't think he had the elevation. He kind of kept it around his face, and I get it because he's trying to protect the ball and not leave it up in the air for guys to hit it. And then he brings it up and then dunks it. I was like, holy cow, man, this kid, and he is a 21-year-old kid, he is maturing tremendously in this moment. And I do think him watching Kyrie Irving and Luka, probably more Kyrie because his game body structure is more like Kyrie. I think he's learned a lot by practicing with him, watching him, and then Kyrie And to your point, Luka giving him the confidence of, no. We don't need the ball back right now. We believe in you. And I think they've done it enough that now Jaden Hardy believes in himself in these playoff moments.
And that's a huge factor, is thinking, you know what, my teammates trust me. This goes to Derek Lively at the free throw line, right? Against Chet.
Yes.
He's like, and Kai's going, hey, just make the free throws. And you don't have to run from him. It's like, oh, I didn't realize I could do that part. The other thing, though, Kevin, is Tim Hardaway's not in because Jaden Hardy's performing. You brought up the idea, the concept that Lively and Gafford are competing a little with each other.
Sure.
And one sees one do it and the other sees it. Jason Kidd's like, look, just because we're in the playoffs doesn't mean we're still competing for roster spots and playing time.
I get they're all on the same team, but like
Jaden Hardy takes advantage of his, and Tim Hardaway Jr. sitting on the bench.
I thought that was a huge potential positive. I will go back to this, and this might sound like loser talk because the Mavericks did lose, but they were without Derek Lively. Kyrie didn't play his best. The game was there for the taking down the stretch. Now, I realize that they closed out significantly better than the Mavericks did. I would have felt different this morning if it was 110-94. You know, something along those lines. And I'm like, ooh, we really got run off the court. That's not what happened. So I understand the importance of getting Lively back. I'll argue you can still take them down without him.
Okay. I think you can, but
it's significantly easier if you have him.
You have to be more in tune in the first quarter for sure.
I'll play devil's advocate. I'm not saying I totally am going off of this and like, you're wrong, Kevin, because I don't think you're wrong. The Mavericks had the opportunity to win the game in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes to go. They played worse than Minnesota. But I will say that Minnesota's confidence probably went up. That's their first playoff win this year where it's been a contending game, where they had to play well the last 5 minutes or they were going to lose. And I'm not saying they played well, but for them, I'm just going on
Denver series was not.
It was just all blowouts. The Phoenix series was for somewhat blowouts. So I do look at Minnesota, and now they at least tomorrow night, if there's 5 minutes to go, they don't look at each other and go, why do we lose all of these games? Now they can say, hey, we've beat them now in the big moment with the game on the line. Let's do it again. So I'm just playing the devil's advocate on the other side.
I think that is absolutely fair. I'm really curious to see how this translates. And it's weird, too, because it's like, oh, you're going back to Minnesota. It feels like, and we've talked about this for several years, that home court, home ice advantage is more irrelevant than ever when it comes to DFW sports teams because of, since the Rangers run in the last postseason, how good they have been. The Mavericks have been outstanding on the road in the postseason.
6-2.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. They're not like the Stars or the Rangers, but they're 6-2.
I mean, and the Stars are 6-1, but yeah, you're 6-2
one more
on the
loss,
road,
Kevin,
and you're the worst team in the Metroplex in the playoffs.
It's because Luka and Kai love to jaw with their fans. They once one of their fans gets in their ear, it's like, okay, I finally found a bad guy to go after. So I think they love that, man.
It's going to be interesting because all of looking at the box score, all of the Mavs shot very good at home, except for your two studs last night.
So
and then
weird.
PJ Washington had his also worst game, especially shooting wise, in this series so far, 3 of 13. He was 0 of 6 and then finally made a corner 3 to go 1 of 7. But then you just start putting it together again. And my quick math says then he went 2 of 6 the rest of the way, which still isn't, what we need from PJ Washington. It's okay. You're going to have a bad game, just like Kyrie had a bad game. You're going to have a bad game. PJ Washington had a bad game. You're going to have a bad game. But I'm with you, Kevin. I believe they can win in Minnesota. But if they don't have Lively, I would pick Minnesota to win Game 5.
And I definitely understand that. I look, and we'll get as many updates as we can. Obviously, Lively said yesterday he didn't want to rush it. I understand. The series is still 3-1.
Yes.
Like,
you're in great shape.
We shouldn't lose sight of that.
It is, I guess, and I wouldn't look at it from Dallas's perspective if they were down 3-1. Hey, we just won Game 4. Now let's just one game at a time. You'd want to.
Yeah.
But from the side of you have to win one more. If Minnesota goes and defends their home court in Game 5, now that Game 6 puts a lot of pressure on Dallas to win it. Because if you were to lose 3 in a row and then the fourth game is in Minnesota with them having all the momentum, now we're probably going into Game 7 as fans going, I can't believe we just blew it.
And we sacrificed last night's Mavs game for the Rangers and Stars. Stars play tonight. And so we had to do that because Kevin made this stupid rule up. And
all three can't win.
Now here we are.
They can't.
Thanks a lot.
And the Cowboys showed up.
It wasn't that bad.
Hold on. Tank threw out the first pitch for the Rangers last night, and they won.
Regular season.
It's a good point. Cowboys in the playoff game, we lost.
He wasn't burnt out.
We're the Kansas. He might have been. He threw it in the dirt. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Randy White with my team.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, hoping to catch up with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, hopefully a couple of seconds, in the meantime, I wanted to talk about a seismic shift in Major League Baseball today in terms of kind of updating the record books and giving a presence to the Negro League that has not been there outside of like, hey, people talked about the stats, but as of today, Major League Baseball is officially recognizing these statistical contributions across the board as part of Major League Baseball history.
Yeah, I guess I would use the word. I'm not saying yay or nay. I'm just saying it's interesting.
Okay.
So that's where I would go with that, because obviously Josh Gibson now becomes arguably the greatest player in Major League Baseball history.
He's the guy who it feels like a lot of the headlines have been about, because now you have a batting average mark, you have an OPS mark, like you have things that surpass Babe Ruth. And it's tough because I'm like, I don't know. I wasn't alive to see any of that. I didn't see any of the competition, and there's a whole lot that goes into it, but I know a lot of people are super pumped that they are finally getting recognition for what they did at the time.
I do have a curiosity on this because in Kansas City is the Negro League's Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And then
which is an awesome place. If you get a chance to go, you really should.
I have done that. I've run through there. It's fantastic. Also, Arthur Bryant's is right up the street, so if you want to get some good barbecue, that's there. But the Baseball Hall of Fame, does it have a section committed to that?
I've never been, but I bet there is. I bet there is a Negro League section.
Okay,
I bet there is.
I'm kind of curious how much more it develops and how much more history is added to that part of the conversation. And then all these books that have been written about all these different eras. Now go ahead and be an author that combines them. That's what you can do, future authors out there. Now go ahead and combine it all and figure that all out for us.
The weird dynamic to me is I think about professional football, where they did this statistical research project that obviously would have helped out like a lot of players, sack totals and stuff. We talked about Cowboys, it would have impacted, and they were like, that's nice. We'll keep that to the side over here, but not count it as official statistics. And baseball's like, you know what? We're going to take a time period that was like 30 years even before that, and we have decided that we can't integrate it unlike their game used to be.
It'll just be interesting in the history of, let's just say now, baseball. I'm saying people that maybe are very young, let's say 10 years or younger, or obviously not born yet. Will Josh Gibson's status change from like how we see Josh Gibson? Does that make sense? We see Josh Gibson as arguably the greatest Negro League player of all time. This is just what we grew up with. So it's hard today to be like, all right, he was better than Babe Ruth based off of the stats. Right. He was better than Barry Bonds based off of the stats. It's just very tough for our brains to get around at 40-something years old that it's been programmed that the Negro Leagues was a great league with a bunch of great players that could have played in the major leagues, and they select a few to play in the major leagues as it started to take a few players from there. But it's just really tough to go, okay, this guy is now this guy. This guy is now either elevated or sent down the list of things because of that.
This makes me very fascinated to learn even more about the research project. I know like about 2 years ago, we talked with one of the higher ups involved in this historical research project. And it was really fascinating because they talked about how not everything was just taken at face value. Like if this was reported here, they tried to like fact check it. They found people who like maybe were season ticket holders back in the day. I realize you're talking about like older people, but they did a lot of research to go into that. And I would love to read more about it now that it's done. Cause I know we talked about it at the time a couple years ago, but now that it's done, they've gotten it there and they're putting it all in the record books. I would love to know more about how they double, triple checked everything and how they made the decision to go to a vote. But you're happy for a lot of these people. Like I heard Josh Gibson's grandson was I believe it was his grandson, was talking about like, hey, now I hope he does get mentioned in the conversations with Babe Ruth. He didn't come out and he was like, he's better than Babe Ruth in your face. I just liked it because he was like, hey, my grandfather loved baseball. He was great at it. And now I hope he gets mentioned in these conversations.
Yeah, I know when they rank the top 100 players of all time, I think Josh Gibson is usually in there, or Satchel Paige is usually in there. And I know Satchel Paige ended up playing in the major leagues for a second. I mean, at 40 years older, he was old by the time they decided to integrate black players into the game. But I just don't know. It's going to be tough, and it's not fair. It's unfortunate. I would say it's unfortunate for all sports. Sometimes we pick on baseball because Jackie Robinson is so popular, and honestly, almost none of us have any clue who the football player was in 1949 or 52 to break the color barrier.
That is really
or basketball
odd,
in 1950 something. We have no clue who broke the color barrier. So we look at baseball, it's like, I can't believe it. And it's like, well, the NFL and NBA did the exact same things, and they actually did it longer than Major League Baseball did. It's unfortunate that we didn't get to see the best players in the world, or at least the best players at the time, maybe in the United States of America, play against each other. We never really got to see it.
Earl Lloyd, Chuck Cooper, and Nat Clifton in the NBA in 1950.
And you said Fritz Pollard. Obviously, in the NFL, they have the Fritz Pollard Alliance, which that is their attempt. And I'm not saying those people aren't beloved, but I feel like Jackie Robinson is just a whole nother other level to it.
Yeah. That's an interesting. Sorry, I saw just an interesting text there.
Okay, let's all stay focused. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Do you want to skip Nuggets for now, or is there something you want to get into?
We're okay. I mean, the Mavericks lost. The Rangers did win the first game of this 2-game series, which I looked at this 5-game stretch here, 2 at home against Arizona, who is not playing great. And then you look at Miami, who's not a very good team. And if you could win 3 out of 5 in this, that would satisfy me. I'd love to win all 5. But I do think there's a stretch here if they can get things right. And I will just say this for my last baseball nugget. Corey Seager's the greatest baseball player in the world again.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
It happened. He has gotten on fire hot. I can't believe they threw him a strike. I can't believe it. I just can't believe they threw him a strike.
Boach told us last week he thought he was getting close, like he was almost there.
Yeah,
and then since Boach has said that, he has been everything.
Which is amazing, because I'll admit, I was one of the people who thought, does he need to sit? Does he need, not because he's not doing well, but to rest it up just a little bit. And he's like, the hell with that, which is pretty much what Bochy told.
I would like to see other players' slugging percentages and OPS start elevating to kind of their career average, or maybe it's too much to ask to their 2023 average, because that was a special season. But we do need to start seeing guys, when you look at whether it's Simeon, Garcia, Lowe has gotten into a slump recently. Evan Carter, I know, is on the injured list now. Wyatt Langford, we had big expectations for, but it would be great to start seeing Jonah Heim. These guys start hitting their kind of what we would consider what we think of them now after that 2023 season, and maybe that expectation is too high.
In the meantime, I have to admit, I haven't, because of what's been happening with the Mavericks, with the Stars, I haven't been like living and dying with the Rangers.
Oh, we
with
know.
The standings.
Yeah, I get it.
You've been hoping for L's.
You're like, hey, as long as they lose, I'm good tonight.
Man, we need to go back and revisit that original statement where the only question I asked was, would you take a Rangers loss if it guaranteed a Stars and Mavs win? That's what this all spawns from. One question on one day.
I'm pretty sure it was more along the lines of, I'm hoping for the worst slump we've ever seen in Rangers history since they've won a World Series. And
I get it. There's 100 games left. Yeah. That's where you're coming from.
Okay, this is going to backfire on me, but I'm going to ask one more time. The Rangers win their next. The Rangers lose their next 15 games.
There he goes. He puts it on us.
But the Stars and Mavs get a championship because of
you
it.
answer first.
Are you taking that deal?
I would make that deal.
Wow, of course you are.
Yeah, and guess what? He said hell.
Yeah.
Now we get where this magic's coming from.
Yeah, it's dark magic. You're using dark magic here, Kevin.
Oh my God! So you would not take that deal, Corey? Why don't you care about the Mavericks and Stars winning titles?
I think I want to win all the games.
I mean, that's great.
And win the championship.
That's great, but you can't.
Yes, you can. Boston did it for like 6 years in a row, it felt like.
I'm gonna have to fact
Didn't they
check
have
that.
the Bruins won and the Red Sox won and the Celtics and the Patriots won like 10? Like they had a streak where everything was really good for them.
I'll answer it, Kevin, just to be a nice host with you.
Thank you.
I don't want the Rangers to lose all those games. But if it means the Mavs, if you somehow have made something along the lines with
There's
hell,
no deal. It's just a question.
then good for you. But I'm not making that deal with that person. I've seen how it's worked out in other aspects here in DFW.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. We bring to you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
Now, I know we got two straight to talk about, but what I really wanted to ask you to get this started was, I know you got to focus on the game, and you guys got the win. How special was the moment of Jordan Montgomery coming back to the Globe, getting his World Series ring? People seemed like they were going crazy for it.
Yeah, they were. I mean, really special moment for myself, for CY, the team, to show how much we care about him and our appreciation for him helping us win the championship. But I think for Jordan, he saw how much he was loved here, and what a great teammate. So it's one of those things that you just keep pinching yourself on doing something like this to celebrate what happened last year, and you think it's over, and then the next guy he steps up, and that's what happened last night. So cool moment. Got some time with Jordan, so I know he was very excited about the ring. Put it on. He's going to have it resized, or he's lost some weight. That thing was pretty big on his finger.
Good for him. I mean, not that he has to get it resized, but they'll lose the weight and everything. That's nice. Boach, also before the game last night, DeMarcus Lawrence threw one straight into the ground, and I'm always kind of curious. Do you see a lot of people that just can't throw a ball, and is it mostly football players?
Yeah, you know what? They just don't throw a baseball, and a lot of them didn't play baseball when they were younger. But he looks like he's got the arm speed, but that release point is something that they just don't have. So I see that a lot from football players. I really do, even basketball players. And then you'll see one that, Kaepernick, I think he threw it about 95 miles an hour, and he threw a strike. So, but that's a quarterback.
You ever have any advice for anybody whenever they're going up there to throw out the first pitch? Like, hey, just, don't embarrass everybody.
Yeah, the thing I tell them is just try to get it there in the air.
Okay.
Just don't worry about velocity. Just lob it up there. That's, the worst thing you want to do is bounce it. Now, I say that, and I threw a first pitch one time, when I had stepped back, and daggone if I didn't bounce it, man, and that's embarrassing. But, the rotator's shot right now, so that was about all I had.
So, Boach, when it came to yesterday's game, and I know a lot of our people listening who are all fans of all the sports were probably concentrating a lot on the Maverick playoff game, but yesterday in the third inning, Arizona probably does the right thing. They intentionally walk Seager, but then Josh Smith comes through with an RBI single. And then in the fifth inning, I know first wasn't open, but it was first and third. Do you, as a manager, I know I don't want you to be the Diamondbacks manager. I was very happy they pitched to Seager and he hit a 3-run homer. How much of a difference is it if the time before you intentionally walked the guy behind him came through, and then how much does it matter that it's not first that is open, it's second that is open?
Yeah, you know what? CY and I actually were talking about that last night because you do still have that option. The pitcher also has to know he's got the option if he is pitching to him that, you have a base open, but, Corey, he's going to get walked sometimes. He's going to get walked first and third. You guys saw him get walked with the bases loaded. So everybody's a little bit different. Now, the biggest difference, as you know, is now, you put the guy, your pitcher in a position where a base hit, scores 2 runs and, of course, puts the team ahead. So And, that's a tough one. You put him in a position where he has to throw strikes. Now a walk can cost you a run. So these are things you have to weigh as a manager. And I'm trying to think if I ever walk somebody first and third, and I probably walked Bonds a couple times in that situation. But it's not an easy decision. Last year I walked Marte, and I still kick myself. Marte, who's their second baseman in Arizona, because I saw him do so much damage against our lefties, and came back to haunt me. So, they always don't work out. When you do walk them, if you don't walk them, then of course you're going to get questioned why you didn't walk them.
Boy, that's a great explanation. I love that, Boach. And then I'm so happy they threw to Seager, because right now, if it's in the zone, I just feel like it's going to be hit very hard right now.
As you know, great hitters, they get in the zone there. It's incredible. And he continues to amaze me how good he is. But I will say this, what has to happen happened last night when they did walk him, and Smitty goes up there and gets a big base hit. He smoked that ball. So that's the only way that it's going to work. You protect Corey, but also you protect the club. And, now we got another guy that can knock in a run. And so I was really glad to see Smitty do that. And it puts a little extra pressure on opposing teams to start walking guys when the guy behind them is swinging the bat well and getting big hits.
Last week, Boach, you told us you felt like Corey was almost there. You said he's like right there and about to do that. What did you see? Was it just strength was built back up? What did you see that made you believe that he was almost there?
I'd say strength more than anything. That takes a while to build up and to get the bat speed to where it normally is. And but he's always going to be close. He's got such a great swing. It's a simple swing, and not a lot of added movement to it. And so the time that he missed in spring training and really the early part of the season, I thought it would take a while, but that's back now. And you're seeing those balls that he was hitting to the wall. Now they're going way out. So the strength is back.
For Andrew Heaney, I obviously he was effective yesterday. Y'all had 2 days off, or do have 2 days off this week. Was this always the plan for Heaney, to try to bridge the gap for the bullpen, or did you just need to use him because you knew Eovaldi was only going to throw a few innings?
Yeah, no, it wasn't always the plan. But with Nate, he was throwing the ball so well in his bullpens, and the arm was not the reason he went on the IL. The arm was healthy; it was the groin. So we said, you know what? Instead of wasting bullets down on the rehab, he's throwing great. Yeah, he can only go 3 innings, maybe 4, but I decided to take him out after 3, just to protect him a little bit. Why waste him there? We got Andrew, who has experience in that role, and did a great job. And go figure. The way I'm talking about Heaney now. Andrew threw the ball so well in a lot of his starts, couldn't get a win, comes in at from the bullpen, and he gets a win. So he's probably going to come in here wanting to do that a little bit more often.
Well, that actually probably just answered my next question. I was gonna ask if we would anticipate more than that, or more of that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, he gives you versatility, so that's great to have. We saw it work. We saw it work with John Gray, and the thing that made it work more than anything is these guys were not reluctant to do it. They didn't complain or anything. They were willing to set aside their own agenda and do what's best for the club, and helped us win championship because of their unselfishness, and that's who Andrew Heaney is.
Do you guys already have penciled in? Sorry if I missed it. Who would start on Friday then?
Have who?
If Heaney is not starting Friday, who would start Friday?
We are going to keep this open right now.
Okay.
We have the day off, so Mike and I are going to talk about how we do this. We have some options. So we have coverage. especially with the kid up here now. I think once we get through today, we'll have this rotation set.
Sounds good. I'm always kind of curious how you feel when you see somebody running on a Dolus. Like, do you get excited for that moment? Because it feels like it's going to be something awesome.
I don't think I get as excited as Dolly does. I mean, he loves it. You could see him. What a great job he did on getting behind the ball to get some momentum going when he caught it. And, that's one of the longer throws I've seen on the tag up. You've seen guys, on a double or triple, where the outfielder's throwing it from the wall, whatever. But on a tag up, that's one of the longer throws you'll see to nail somebody. It was right on the money. Sweet tag by, of course, Jonah. And what a play! I mean, that's a turning point in the game, I think. So great play.
And then you got Wyatt Langford back up on your team. He had 10 at-bats in the minor leagues before getting, I'd say called back up, but it was a rehab. What made you guys feel like, all right, Wyatt's 10 at-bats, he's now ready to come back up to the major leagues?
More than anything, just the quality of the bats, the hard hit balls. He just looked like he was seeing the ball really well. And of course, with Carter, with his back, this has made sense for us. Now, it wasn't just a short rehab around Rock. He got a ton of live at-bats in Arizona working on some things. So he was healthy. The legs were not a problem. He checked off every box. So that's why we went ahead and made this move.
When we were talking about pitching, somebody who obviously made a huge impact was Garabito. And I know right after he threw, one of the things you said was, well, he's been out of affiliated ball, so maybe people aren't as familiar with him. Have you had a crash course in catching up on what he can do and what he's been up to get to the major leagues?
Yeah, well, I mean, playing winter ball, when he decided to get back in the playing, he just had a sense of determination. And this kid, when you talk to him, he's got a great game awareness about him. We thought he was tipping last game, and so we had to make adjustment. He went out there. Mike could tell you, it's not easy for a pitcher if he's doing something a certain way, and now you got to change it because you're tipping on the fly. I'm talking about during the game. Bullpen's a little bit different, and he made that adjustment, no problem, because he was a little frustrated they weren't chasing his curveball, and because he's got a good one, his breaking ball. It's kind of a hard breaking ball. And so, to watch him be able to do that and come back and go, hey, how's that? That was pretty cool to see from this young kid. And so anyway, that's why we kept him up there. We like the two different fastballs, a good breaking ball, and he's got a change up that works. So he can be a lone guy or gives us options as we go into this weekend in Florida.
And Boach, before we let you go, how does one become Arby's eating champion? And do you suggest anybody challenge you on that?
Well, that boat is sold. I don't think I want to do that anymore. But back then you could get 5 of them for like $1. So we as kids, we crushed them, and so we had the contest. And I don't even know what the number was before they said uncle and they gave up. But I did eat a whole one in one bite, and so wasn't the smartest thing to do. But I don't know how that got out there. I got more text on that. Winning, a playoff game. All of a sudden, I was getting all these texts about the Arby eating thing, and it was just in a casual conversation that it came up. But I will say Arby's was probably like crack to me. I loved them.
It kind of feels like they should be a sponsor of yours now. We need a Bruce Bochy Arby's sponsorship.
Did you Arby sauce them, or did you just eat them with the cheese?
No, I had both the horsey sauce and the barbecue sauce. Yeah, you got to mix it up there a little bit, and the beef and cheddar. That's the only way to go. Now you go in Arby's, they got about 10 different choices, but back then that was pretty much it. The curly fries, it's a hot spot.
And appreciate the time. Obviously, I know you guys got game coming up, 2-game winning streak going on. Hopefully make it 3 today. Thank you very much, good sir.
All right, guys. Good talking with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Boch.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Dude, Kevin, the first time we ever had the Von Erichs in studio, they were like, hey, after we're done here, can we go get Arby's? And they like went and got like a whole bunch of sandwiches. I think they had like 10 of them a piece.
Man, but just the way he just said, it was like crack to me.
Was it really $5 for $1?
Like I thought it was $5 for $5.
That's what I was
Like
like,
$1 piece, back in the day. And it's that was you could get a bag of them for $5.
We would during lunchtime, we could go off campus my senior year, and there was an Arby's near Duncanville High School, and so we probably went to Arby's once a week for lunch.
It was good times.
Man, I feel like an Arby's sponsorship needs to be happening.
Well, I got a long story there.
We're the what?
Yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out why did the Stars continue to get off to such slow starts in this series. Plus, is your power still out? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
The North Texas.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Into Rangers baseball. Just talk with Bruce Bochy. Now we're going to switch it up a little bit. Do you want to go to the ice?
Sure. It's hot in here.
That is a great point. It is hot.
Can you imagine if it was July or August?
It's almost June.
I understand, but can you imagine in here?
No.
Would you show up here, or would you say we need a comrade?
I would call from the phone.
Bring a little fan or something.
Like a fan like this?
Yeah, like, oh heavens.
Oh no, I would never do that. No, Kevin, I wouldn't.
I would say it's mid 70s in here.
What?
You think it's hotter?
Yeah.
Let me find my
high 70s, 78.
Yeah.
Over under 78.
I'll
79.
take slightly over.
79. Kevin, also though, roof is closed out at the stadium today.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it's hot.
That definitely does make sense. All right. Right here, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 10 because it's time to talk about the Stars.
Kept alive by the Stars. Here's Robertson, looks to bank it in. He scores! A hat trick and a 4-3 lead for the Dallas Stars.
Now, I know some folks are down about the Mavs loss. Think about it this way. If the Stars win tonight, both your series could be 3-1. That's a great place to be.
I agree.
Now, why did the Stars...
Corey wasn't here Friday, but we said when we come back, which was yesterday, we said 2-1. We're going to be up 2-1 in both series. Well, you're up 2-1 right now in the Stars, and you're up 3-1 right now. So overall, you're in great shape.
Absolutely.
There's things that you get concerned about after losing a game, but you're in great shape.
But why do the Stars continue to get off to such slow starts? Because...
the ice.
Okay, it did still feel like some people were slipping in Game 3, and I thought Edmonton has the greatest ice in the history of the world.
Did they have to fix the ice at some point? Didn't the referee have to stop and get a water bottle and squirt it into the hole?
Yep. How fast does that freeze?
Fast.
It must freeze fast.
Okay.
It's ice, man.
I don't get how it does. It's 68 degrees outside in Edmonton right now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
I was watching the pregame
Thank you very much.
TNT, and they were like, it's a beautiful day in Edmonton because they gave the Celsius. And I'm like, no human knows what temperature that is.
I think pretty much every place in the world except for us and like a couple other countries go by Celsius.
I think they're like, it's 20 degrees Celsius. And I'm like, I have no clue what that means, except everybody's wearing, it looks like they're comfortable and it's sunny outside.
Yeah.
And you could be wearing a sweater or you could be wearing a t-shirt and they seem comfortable. And then they're like, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm like, thanks, because I had no clue what the Celsius was. Unless it's zero.
Trying to figure out the dollar up there.
I just know zero equals 32 degrees. But then from there, I have no clue how to correlate
you just
from
keep
there.
adding 32 degrees for every
degree. 32
degree.
degrees Celsius, it's not going to be 64 degrees Fahrenheit. That would make a lot of sense.
It's 1 degree Celsius means 64, yes.
No to all of that.
Like 1 degree Celsius is only like 0.4, I guess.
All right, so...
Okay, but we're supposed to be figuring out not the temperature conversion, but how the Stars get off to a faster start. All right?
Score first.
Okay, but even then, that's not necessarily always been as good as you think. So game 1, you are even up in shots 9-9. That's the best they've done this entire series. Let's go to game 2. You got outshot 16-4.
It's not good.
And you had 9-1 disadvantage and high danger chances. You did still score a goal, but immediately another goal was scored and still 1-1 after the first period.
All right, so the 2 games that in the first period you were manhandled.
Yes.
You won still. Here's my thought here. Here's my question to you.
Oh.
Do you think that maybe Edmonton comes out with a new plan in period 1 and the Stars have to adjust, and then in period 2 they've made the adjustment and now here they are? I'm just kind of curious on that because there were in this last game there were a lot of backdoor shots or passes across the face of the goalie, and Ottinger and I wondered if they were doing this on purpose, getting him leaning one way and then the net's wide open on the other side and those are making their way through. And then it seemed like Dallas seemed to close that up in the second period.
That is an interesting hypothesis, but also, like, to your point, it's kind of frustrating because you're like, you still won those games, even though you got worked in the first period. What would happen?
No, I get it.
I'm not saying a Colorado scenario would play out, but what would happen if you were just even in the first period?
I get that, and that's for the sake of that. They came out, they won it, they were successful, and they were like, we got our game plan, baby. And the Stars go, oh, that's what they decided to do. And they close that up, and they go, what else do you got? And then you realize, oh, the Stars are the better team, deeper. It's just that for that period, they were like, the first one, we got caught off guard. Second one, all right, guys, we shouldn't get fooled by this one again. And then later on, you turn it around.
Makes me feel like fake Chuck Knobloch is not a good coach then. If they're like, hey, you see what happened in the first period? Stay the course.
You know what? I think that's the huge factor, and a lot of people are like, coaching doesn't matter. I think it's a huge factor in somebody that's sitting back, observing, going, hey, this is the adjustment we have to make. And knowing how deep you can go into those adjustments, knowing I can make another one because that's all they have. They don't have anything else. What's their best option? Their front line. That's their best option. So if that's not working for you, I've got you because I have 16 different other things I can do. DeBoer has all of them.
To your point of DeBoer, and I don't know his resume the way I know Bruce Bochy's resume. We know he's a 4-time champ, 3-time coming in here to Texas. I can tell you this if you don't think a manager or a coach matters. I can tell when Boch is going up to just talk to the young players, and I use them for an example because they're easily more influenced.
Yes.
Because they're brand new to the league. They're brand new to the game, or they have very little experience. Those guys are like, the best way I can explain it, it's maybe not the best, they're kind of like puppy dogs.
It's like Boch. The TNT broadcast when Gretzky's on this.
They're looking up to Boch like, what do you got? Like, what do you need me to do? Not saying that they're going to like execute it and be perfect or whatever, but it does matter because I'm not saying I have no clue. I wasn't, seeing like Chris Woodward talk to all the young guys that he had, but I can tell that Bruce Bochy, he's not like he's not making them fearful of him or anything, but they're like, hey, what do you need me to do today?
So, to your point about how successful DeBoer is, maybe this will help out, but he has a complex resume. It was a little bit like Andy Reid pre-Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
He's coached for 17 years. He has made the conference finals 7 times and the Stanley Cup finals twice. Never won a cup.
But how many times has he made the Western the conference finals in the last 6 years?
4?
I think it's 5.
5 out of the last 6?
I saw a note that said 5, Kevin, if I'm wrong about that.
Was he our COVID coach?
No, that was bonus.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think he was there for our Stanley Cup.
But during COVID, he was the coach of Vegas and lost to the Stars to advance to the Stanley Cup Finals. So he's clearly a really good coach in terms of playoff advancement, but I do still wonder if people look at him and go, no, yeah, he's a good coach. Because, look, it's totally different for the legacy of Andy Reid now. But if you go back, like 15 years.
Do we have our Andy Reid then? We got to win it. But could that be it? It just took him time.
Wyatt Johnston, Mahomes.
Maybe finding the Wyatt Johnston, the number 22 that could save everything. Maybe that's what it is. But how special would that be if he overcomes it here after a couple of years of adversity here? I mean, he's had that. Overcomes it, and then all of a sudden it's just like they're unbeatable. Not only do they have the roster, but they also have the X factor and coach.
Just think about it in like 13 months. And this is best case scenario, but imagine how much your resume can change. I've been coaching for 17 years, 2 Stanley Cup appearances, 5 conference finals. Let's say Dallas were to win this year, next year. Now you look at it and you're like, I've been to the conference finals 9 times, 4 Stanley Cups, and won 2 of them. Everyone's like, wow, you're one of the best coaches of all time. But right now, I think people look at him and be like, hey, he's a good coach for sure. They're not going to win, but he's a good coach.
So you're saying, if I'm hearing you right,
you're telling him,
oh no,
I'm just looking at, sports cards, that Wyatt Johnston has fallen off the top 5 list of hottest cards because his cards went up so much, so they're not going to be going up so much. Guess who's now entered the top 5 hottest cards in all of sports? It's amazing that these hockey cards are happening in only for one.
Rope?
Miro.
Oh, Miro.
Oh, okay.
Miro's cards are now going up tremendously in the hockey world. And I'm like, we have our Patrick Mahomes. I'm not sure which one it is because kind of Miro's defense, Wyatt Johnston's offense. It's kind of very tough quarterback-wise. Maybe it's the Otter.
Poor Rope might be the best all-around player.
Otter last week was on the top 5 hottest sports cards list. It's amazing that all of these stars are hitting the list of these. Everybody's buying stars cards, I guess, lately and paying a premium for them.
I think it's thanks to us.
And you just said DeBoer's the next Andy Reid. And how many championships does Andy Reid have in Kansas City?
3?
Well, sounds like we're about to get 3.
There you go.
How many more do you think Andy Reid will get before he retires from
Hold on,
Patrick
but if I say
Mahomes?
5, are you going to assume
7?
that? Oh, my God.
Yeah, 7 sounds good.
All right, so then DeBoer gets 7, and then he becomes – if Andy Reid gets 7, does he become the greatest coach in football history?
Yes.
Yeah, because, I mean, I feel like he's got another Super Bowl appearance and like 5 other conference
And everybody
finals
would know
before.
it's him and not Patrick Mahomes because everybody had the problem with Belichick and Brady. They didn't know which one was the guy. But here you'd know it was Andy Reid.
You know, Mike, there was, and I can't remember if it was Kenny last night on the halftime show.
I couldn't hear it because I had no electricity.
Well, okay, then they were discussing last night the Kyrie Irving and pointing out, look, man, we sometimes in media have to realize that people do grow over time.
Sure.
They learn over time, and then maybe they apply those lessons they learned to it. And maybe that's like with Andy Reid. The most part of his career, he's terrible at managing the last few minutes of a game. And he still isn't great at it from what we see, but Patrick Mahomes covers a lot of that up, and he knows he has Patrick Mahomes to change that. And, I mean, when they lost to Cincinnati, that was a huge flub on both Mahomes and Andy Reid's part. But he's grown, and now we look at him in that manner. And then I think there are a lot of players and a lot of coaches over time that you're like, oh, man, if we had just given them more time, or if they had known what they needed to know then.
Look, hopefully this will end up being a relevant conversation because the Stars will have won the Stanley Cup. But right now, of the top 11 people to take the Conn Smythe Trophy, the Stars have 4 of them. All right, Edmonton has 2, Draisaitl and McDavid, as you probably would have guessed. But Ottinger, Miro, Wyatt, Robertson are all in the top 11 to take home playoff MVP.
Do you think when it comes back to Dallas, you guys have been singing the Connor McDavid song.
Yeah.
You think that should be like a thing inside the arena at the AAC?
Connor McDavid.
Or do you think he'd thrive off that?
I think that sounds more like a positive thing. Okay. It's always weird to me that if you just say their name for a long time, Connor. I don't know how that is.
It's the droning effect.
Right? That's how when you're trying to get inside a guy's head, you just draw out their name for a long time.
Do you run into the issue, though, that there are great
Is Darryl
players?
Strawberry the first person that was ever done to?
It could have been. Do you run the potential issue of he's like, oh, I hear you, Section 107. I'm going to destroy you now.
I do think that's where you run into Luka and Kyrie issues on the road for other teams, is that if you do that, they actually thrive off of it.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of know that person and like, will it for some reason get them to do too much? For 4 at-bats, it looked like they got Adolis to do too much. And then the 5th or 6th at-bat of Game 6, then he hit a home run. And then the 7th game, he hit 72 home runs. And it was awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited about this segment. It should be fun. In honor of Derek Lively, Derek Jones Jr., and Derek Holland, all of whom spell their first names differently. Which names have the most different spellings? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime.
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a question here that we've been discussing off air for probably too much time. In honor of Derek Lively, Derek Jones Jr., and Derek Holland, all of whom spell their names differently, their first names differently, who has the most different spelled name in all of the land? I don't think it's this person, but I want to start the conversation with Cut 8 if we can, because this person spells their first name different than one of our hosts.
And the pitch to Corey here, swung on. There's a drive to deep right field. Back goes Smith. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Corey Seager. Once again, the Diamondbacks pay for pitching to him.
So the Texas Rangers have won 2 straight. Will lead you into Rangers pregame, which will be coming up at 1 o'clock. But he spells his with an E. Yeah. Corey, you do not.
That's correct.
Maybe some people spell it with a K. This has brought up a lot of discussion.
And an I.
Which name? Oh my gosh. Which name has the most different spellings? And you don't have to send in all the spellings, but just like the name, it will start.
Corey's more than I thought after you added the K and the I.
Yeah, but it's. I'm actually going to throw down some names, guys, that y'all are going to lose your mind.
Can we stick with Corey for just one second? I know somebody who spelled their name Corrie.
Why 2 R's?
I don't know.
I mean, the 1 R gets the sound.
Wow.
There's another one.
I like my name.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't like your name.
I like it too. I spell your name completely opposite of everything it should be, and I'm not changing it in my phone. I throw an E in there, right? And you're not an E.
And then my last name.
Your last name is Majors.
It's weird.
It's a very easy way to spell Majors.
Nope. That's not.
Majors.
Nope.
Majors.
So Derek Lively, Dereck. Derek Jones, Derrick. And our buddy Derek Holland, Derek. And I'm sure there are even more spellings. I feel like Derek is on this list.
Derek, it just feels like every time I see a Derek, there's a new spelling of Derek. And I'm like, I'm with Derek Holland. It makes a lot of sense. Derek. Let's stop throwing extra letters in there. We're good. I almost called one of our kids Derek.
Like, because you were going to name him that?
Yes.
Okay, that's different than what you
I thought you were saying like this week. I was
No. It was Mary Grace, but she ended up being a Mary Grace, so that would have been really weird. When we were looking for names, we were searching for names. Obviously, at the time, I was a big Cowboys fan. Had Emmett in mind, had Troy, had Landry,
Derek
had Thomas. Didn't want Michael, just because I'm Michael, my dad's Michael, so I wasn't going that route. And then I started looking at basketball names.
Do you think your dad was selfish for naming you after himself?
No, I don't think selfish.
Okay.
I think it's a very common thing to do. I just didn't want to have a third or, So I started looking at Rolando. Immediately got taken out of the
Panama.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't want to go with Roy. That guy was a druggie. And, he was a great player for a small amount of time, but, didn't want to go with Mark Aguirre. He screwed over the organization tremendously. So
you didn't take into account whether or not you like these names, just the sports contributions that they had made.
100%.
Okay.
And then I went to Dirk, and my wife said absolutely no on Dirk, but I was like, I think Dirk's a cool name. I want to name our kid Dirk. I'm not naming it Nowitzki or Nowitzki. Now nobody's going to know how to pronounce it. So I was like, but everybody can pronounce it Dirk. Well, so then I looked, I can slide this one past my wife. She won't know any better. Dirk in English is Derek.
Look at you.
So then I said, what do you think of Derek?
Yeah.
And she said, no.
Okay.
But I almost got Derek. And then in my head, this was before they were born, I was I'm going to call him Dirk because I know in German, Derek is Dirk.
Somewhere in a box, Kevin, I have a notebook of all the names Adrian and I threw out and vetoed along the way.
Okay.
Like I somewhere in a box up in the attic is a notebook, and I think it's about 17 pages deep.
Is it because your wife also put together a list of names where your baby would come out as an 80-year-old woman?
Like
That's
Maud,
like all my wife's
Mildred.
names. Yeah, what about Mildred or Ethel? And I'm like, come on.
Betsy.
Man, I hope.
Betsy Ross.
Yeah, I
She's
understood.
no
I
longer
understood.
with us. Kevin,
Now-
I found a list.
Okay, give me the list.
Babycenter.com
I've seen this list.
has the top 10 boy names with the most misspellings.
Too many.
There are at least 51 spellings of Caden.
It's too many.
There are at least 47.
Saying I hate the name Caden.
It's okay.
Oh,
Because
no.
every kid on your kid's team is named Caden. That's why.
Yeah. Or Hayden.
Yeah.
Or Jaden.
Yep.
And I'm like, just stop changing the first letter. I can't remember.
Yeah.
So
That's
it's
exactly
just, hey,
what it is.
kid.
But those kids aren't all related. That's not all from the same family.
Oh, I just get so frustrated with that name because there's just so many different ones out there somewhere around the ages of 12 to 20 that it's like, oh, it's just such a tough name.
And there are at least 41 different spellings of Aiden. And Kevin,
There it is. That was the beginning of it, and then we just started adding a letter.
go to the
before
next
it
letter,
started.
Baden.
Aiden,
word.
Jaden.
And then to the extreme is Ladanian.
There are about 47 different spellings of Michael. So there are a bunch of different Michael spellings.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of these is spelled Mykole.
That is not how I would spell it, but Kevin,
And
I'm not
bingo
going to
was
tell
his
people
name,
how
though.
to spell somebody's name.
Okay, I guess that's true.
But down in the girls' names, Kevin, is where I found everything went haywire. Aaliyah, 81 different spellings.
What?
I'm sorry, 83 different spellings at least. Kaylee, at least 73 different spellings. That's my sister's name.
Yeah.
And Michaela, about 73 different spellings of that
So
name.
Michael and Michaela are both on
Yes,
this list of
yes.
controversially spelled names.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
And
What's like, I don't know, like the most common names that are not like is Kevin. There seems to be only one way to spell Kevin that I know.
there's two.
People spell it with two E's.
'Cause there was a girl Kevin in my high school, and
Boy,
hers
did
was
they want a
spelled.
boy bad.
It was spelled with a Y instead of an I.
When I was growing up, I had a friend.
They weren't changing the
His
name.
well, to your point, his name was Leslie.
Leslie
His
Nielsen.
sister's name was Kevin, and I always thought that feels
Yeah, he was in the Naked Gun
Wow.
movies.
maybe backwards. Not, my
Like a
friend
boy
was
named Sue.
Not
He would
Leslie
always do
Nielsen.
interviews with a fart machine.
Johnny Cash.
It's true. Look it up.
From
Leslie Nielsen.
He's a famous person.
Yeah.
He was an umpire at one point.
Yes.
Ball?
Who else was in that movie?
OJ.
There you go. Carl.
Reggie Jackson.
For the 469, Sean.
That's a name that can
Man.
be spelt a lot
I
of
mean, one of
different
our
ways.
hosts has his name misspelled.
Yeah, there's no, like, that's the most crazy way of spelling Sean ever.
Is it?
Sean.
SHAN is the craziest way to
Well,
spell it.
SEAN makes no sense, to be
Sean.
honest.
Yeah.
But isn't
C.
that a pretty common way to spell Sean?
Yeah, in fact, they took the word C and then threw an N on the end and they
Scene.
said Sean.
Scene is how that's supposed to be.
How
So
do you think it should be
Shan is
spelled?
Shan. Like,
Okay.
there's just, they spelt Shan and then said, let's call him Sean. It's like, well, then spell it differently.
Shan just ripped our video.
Yeah. So, but Sean is one of those ones where you're really, like, I have a buddy who's SHAWN, but then you have UN at the end, and then you have EAN, and then you have, somehow you got SHAN and got it to Sean. So I don't know. There's probably a lot of different ways. And then somehow if you put an E on the end of Shan's name, who's Sean here, it
Shane.
changes to Shane.
It's my cousin's name. Shane.
What about from the 254? What about the name Christy? I feel like you run into some problems with the K.
Like the Doug Christie
I-E and
spelling,
Y
the
for
Christie
sure.
Scales spelling.
Yes, because she spells it with a K. This
K
person
or
spelled
C.
it with a C.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do you have an H in there?
It could be an H, could be just straight to the R, you know? And is it R-I-S-T-I, R-I-S-T-Y, R-I-S-T-I-E?
Yeah.
Do you think that we should get to hospitals and they should give you a list of names and they should be like,
What?
this is the way you spell it? Like, so when they're like,
okay, so they can
we've
still
decided,
pick their own name.
Yeah, pick your own name. But if there is somewhat a
That's
list
not really
of
freedom.
Let's say 100 common names on this board of boys and 100 common names of girls, and they're like, oh, we've decided we're going to call our baby boy Michael. We've decided we're going to call our baby girl Christy. They're like, congratulations. And then they fill out the birth certificate for you, and they're like, this is how you spell it.
Man.
No, I don't.
Yes.
No, I don't.
That's the right way to do it.
No, it's not.
According to
We
you.
have enough freedom.
No.
We have
my God.
No.
the freedom of misspelling
Sounds
things.
like you're trying to make me to conform and like just we're only gonna have 8 names.
So,
we
but
could
you
have.
believe you said Corey's only spelt one way correctly.
Well, I mean, because it's the way mine's done.
Okay, well
That's the
then
right
we should
way.
have at Methodist Hospital, which I don't know how they have electricity and I don't. By the way, you asked that
Because it's a
question.
hospital.
That's not fair.
Yes.
We're in the
How
same.
is that not fair?
We're in the same neighborhood.
What do you have to
I
do
am
that the
famous.
hospital?
He's famous. Don't forget.
Yeah. Why? Hey, City of Dallas, help out the Cliff, man. I know we're Oak Cliff, and I know you're going to other places in DISD or Dallas that are more important.
Hospitals.
Yeah, or hospitals.
Who don't lose
Can we
power.
get some? Can we get some electricity? In the Bishop Arts District where we're really close to Methodist Hospital. We're dying out here, man. We're not dying. We're not the Bassick family,
Yes,
but it's really hurting our house.
Now
We're about to have to throw away a lot of food.
Yeah, we're on a fire grid.
I don't-
Fire station grid, so
Ooh.
I think we're good for a while.
I don't
I
want to
thought
make
we were too during the big freeze, but
Yeah.
obviously, here's the other deal too. Since we're talking about names and conspiracies of names,
Is that what we're doing?
yeah, I think that the electricity's just fine in our neighborhood. They're saving the electricity right now for July and
rest of
August.
summer.
I think it's been fine since about 4 o'clock
They
in
were
the
just
afternoon.
looking for an excuse.
Yeah, they're like, shut them down for another 24 hours.
Just hold on
It
to it for a
saves.
little
I don't
bit.
know how the grid works. How
Do you
somehow
think they have those Energon cubes from Transformers?
I don't know.
They're like, just pump the energy into there for
we
later.
pay our bill on time all the
It has
time.
nothing to do with you not paying your bill.
Well, then how come they say they're running out of electricity? I'm paying for it.
That is interesting. How do we not have enough?
I don't
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, we're running out of electricity again. How? I paid my bill.
Yeah.
What if everyone didn't pay?
I ran out of
Then
money.
shut them down.
Sorry.
It's very simple. They didn't pay. No more electricity. Pay. We're all the ice cream's done.
Do you get money back for this, like these couple days? Do you
Heck
get money
no,
back?
they don't. They just are saving the electricity for the rich people.
You are one of the rich people.
Text in. Does Plano have any issues with electricity right now?
From the
Where do
There's
you
some
live?
people, some
I live
Gar-
in Garland.
Garland got it all back.
We
No,
just got it back this morning. Garland,
Look.
not known as the place of all the rich people. Me and Mac.
No.
They're
Nobody's
just
ever
upset
said
because
that.
Oak Cliff won the state championship in football.
Uh-huh. Do you think that should be a determining factor for who gets electricity?
Yeah, you know what? We should get electricity. We have a state champion in our
Oh,
neighborhood.
man. Okay, so if you ever get some of these games, you're like, not only is it the state championship game, this
Yeah.
will determine who gets priority electricity access in July and August.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, they're helping out Highland Park. They're throwing them back to 5A after getting their butt kicked in 6A and everything. And they're like, all right, put them back in 5A so they can compete again in the playoffs. Well, how about this? You guys don't get electricity. You're not winning enough. Oak Cliff is winning.
Take that for data.
Yeah, don't judge us by sunset.
From the 214, somebody added another one. My name is Sean. It is spelled S-H-O-N.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen SHONNE before.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, what do you mean horrible? There's
Let's get to the hospitals. In fact, you know what? This is going to be my new mission.
Your wife goes to the hospital all the time.
I know. I'm going to give her a list of names, and she's going to go to the hospital and say, if they name their child this. If they name their child and it's not on the board, spell it however you want. You've gone off the board. You've gone off the grid.
Okay.
But if you hit the grid, if you hit the grid of Kevin, Corey, Michael, Alec,
you're guaranteed electricity.
yeah, you know what? I would do that too. You give us a common spelled name, you get electricity. We're not going to shut you down intentionally and ruin all your ice cream.
You know what, Mike? There was other people who were like, hey, what about Haley? What about Amy? What about this and that? But I'm going to throw this
Amy
out
only
there.
has 3 letters. You can only do so much.
Well, what about
AIMEE?
MMEE?
Oh my gosh.
Then they shouldn't be called that.
What do you want to call them?
I don't know, but you're done.
Okay.
You're just done.
threatening.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, since you're already this far down into the rabbit hole, I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there. Somebody texted this in earlier. I didn't know this. I double checked it. Do you know that minus 40 Fahrenheit is the exact same as minus 40 Celsius?
No, I had no clue.
How
that doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
So when you go minus into the minus, it's 1 for 1?
Only at minus 40. Because if you're
like
at
what's minus 20 Celsius?
minus 20 Celsius is, I've got my handy, minus 4 Fahrenheit. So I don't know.
Think you got the wrong conversion rate, Kevin?
Yeah.
Wait, no. If you're going to go off of my conversion rate, you're going to die because you're going to show up at some place where it's 250 degrees and he's going to be like, nah, I checked on my app. We're good.
No one's
75.
No.
Well, I guess not.
You can die without electricity eventually.
Mike, I agree.
It overheat. Your house
I
would
hope
overheat.
people get all their electricity back. I just don't know.
How many people text in now after all these stupid name spellings that I'm going to fix? I can fix this. I can fix it. I know how to fix this problem in our world.
It's not a problem.
Mike,
it
you
is.
might be the leading person of fixing problems that not everyone agrees exist.
But how many people don't have electricity, or is it just the hood?
There's a lot of people without electricity.
Yeah, like 300,000 people in DFW.
Why don't they just flip the switch? It went off. Flip the switch.
Is that what you think happened?
Yes.
During the storm, some guy stumbled and turned off the switch.
Here's how it happened at our house. I woke up at like 6:10 because it was a crazy hurricane storm happening in Oak Cliff.
Yes.
And then our power went out.
So the transformers.
Then it came back on.
All right.
Like 2 seconds later.
But then it went right back off.
No, it stayed on for like a couple minutes.
Oh.
Then it flickered, and then it went off. That sounds like a switch. That sounds like a breaker. That sounds like a breaker went out.
It's a really big breaker at the end of your
Because let's just say a tree smoked a wire and the wire came down. It's not flickering anymore.
It
It's
could
done.
if they're like touching every once in a while. They could.
So because of the specific example in your house, you've determined
It's
that
a break.
across
All
all
they
of
have to do is
DFW,
flip the switch in Oak
They
Cliff.
just need to go back to the
They
garage
refuse.
and put
They
it up
refuse
all
to
the
do
way.
it. They
That
refuse to do
is-
it. I think I heard Ice Cube talk about this in Boys in the Hood.
Huh. Well, that was a segment that happened. Thank you very much for listening. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't think
Coming
they
up
care
next,
about the hood.
conference.
Oak
I
Cliff.
still don't think you should be
Oak
saying
Cliff.
that you live in the hood.
I think there's a song that says Oak Cliff. That's my hood.
Coming up next, conference finals casserole. You've bested me again. If the Stars do make the Stanley Cup final, their opponent might be worn out. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be on after.
out in front on the power play. 3-2 the final here in Game 4.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 682, y'all are easily the best show in the world during this time of day. Love
Says
y'all.
you.
Love you back. I do
Thanks.
love that message.
At least they have power to listen.
Yeah, we've empowered them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Freedom.
Yeah.
Now, it's time for some conference finals casserole.
I found a shirt from the conference finals that I really need to get. It came up on my Instagram or something this morning. I was too tired to like buy it. But it's my guy, the douche. He's sliding. Like, you know how he slid on the ice after scoring the overtime goal? Is against Colorado. But we are talking Stars hockey here. And it says, puck don't lie. Because they called his ass in the crease.
Yeah.
And that's fake. They just made something up to take away a goal that won. But then when the douche scored the goal in the second overtime, the third goal of the game for the Stars, it's this awesome green t-shirt that has him sliding, and behind him it says, puck don't lie.
I like it. Now,
can I confirm something? If you haven't, the Simeon discussion, have you seen this?
Yeah. What?
He's not in the lineup today.
Yeah, I know.
Whoa! Day off.
Coach said he's a little banged up since his collision with Adolis Garcia.
Okay. He's been struggling tremendously after that Oakland series.
Yeah.
Simeon. He's like, his numbers have, but that was, then they had Denver where he struggled / Colorado. And then when they got home as the collision happened, and he's just been in a funk. So I don't mind this at all. Look, I get the pride of it, and it's very cool. The game streak is very cool, but I'm glad in a way that it's stopping again. So this gives maybe a little bit of freedom in August to be like, hey, let's give you one more day. Let's give you a day here. Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran. So you're not like, hey, you're on a 450 game streak or whatever. It's like you're on a 60 game streak.
Yeah.
We can stop the 60 game streak by one day.
Now, different Rangers here. The New York Rangers, they lost to the Panthers last night. We just played the overtime goal, 3-2. If the Stars make it to the Stanley Cup final, and I think we're all optimistic that will happen, that series is now tied 2-2, and the last 3 games have all gone to overtime. I know the Stars had an overtime game, but do you think, like, maybe this goes 7, maybe there's more overtime games, that will fatigue the Stars' potential opponent?
Yes. I've said, man, all along, with the deep roster that the Stars have, the longer it goes, the more it favors the Stars. Obviously, I'd rather them just clean it up in 4, but that ship has passed, Kevin.
But still 5, maybe.
Maybe 5, as you predicted long ago, maybe even before the season.
Wow.
I'm not sure, but
Man, I wish.
I know you've said 5 the entire time.
Yes.
But yeah, the longer it goes, this is a deep roster, and not all those guys, you'll be able to pick on somebody here and there. Or Kevin, we saw it with Colorado, I believe. An injury can really change things. Not with the Stars so much.
Yeah.
Rope goes down, and the Stars are like, we're good, and they continue to truck along. An injury could really change things for Edmonton in a way that it wouldn't affect the Stars. So the longer the series goes, the better it is.
I hear you because you're deeper, but didn't Rope's injury affect you?
It does, but it's not as much, like, it's more catastrophic for an Edmonton type team than it is for the Stars.
I mean, I definitely hear both sides of it, but my argument would be you were still able to not only close out Colorado, but at least split with Edmonton to start without one of your best players. So, like, if Edmonton lost McDavid,
yes,
that's a
or Draisaitl. If they were to lose, let's say they were to lose him, that would be comparative to the Stars losing. Who would you compare that to on the Stars roster?
And that's the tough thing, because, like, I think you make a really strong argument. Rope is the best player on this team, but I know other people will say it's Miro, and I know there's other people right now who will say it's Ottinger. So that comparison is a little bit more complicated, but one of them...
Yeah, so that's kind of where I am with that at the moment.
I know you guys said it was going to be tough going in because they're playing at the same time as the Mavericks. Have you had an opportunity to watch any New York Rangers Panthers?
Very little.
Because it conflicts every single night.
Yeah.
Well, the big conflict too, Kevin, is once I start watching, I want to say let's go Rangers, and I'm trying. You told me not to root for the Rangers during this time. Neither the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, and all
nor
I
the
see
New York
from the Rangers now is Mark Messier jumping up and down on that hockey commercial, which is an awesome commercial.
Okay.
But have you been watching? Is a fun series right now?
I mean, I've been very conflicted as well. I've been able to pick up most of the overtimes just because.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, but okay, let's say the Mavs close it out in Game 5, and then the Stars close it out in Game 5, and this series continues 7-7 or until Game 7, not 7-7. Do you think you would be more locked in on that, knowing it would be kind of like a playoff-free zone, with the exception of this to start looking ahead for the Star Series?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I'm probably more likely to go Rangers first.
Texas Rangers?
Yes, Texas Rangers first. But I do want to get to know the opponent for sure. I mean, that's what I started watching Vancouver and Edmonton to try and make sure I had a little bit of an idea of what they were about. So I will have some eyes on it for sure. And I guess, have you seen the Heinrich Lundqvist commercial of him jumping off in the squirrel suit off of a mountain, and he gets to the bottom of it? Have you seen this?
I don't think so.
I saw it last night during the TNT Mavs broadcast, and he's flying and everything, and he's zooming and spinning in circles, and he finally lands, and he goes, "That was a rush, but it's still not the NHL playoffs." And I was like, man, that's because that's what the vibe.
I think I've seen that commercial. I had no clue that was a hockey player who did that.
Yeah, he's on their broadcast. He's on the very end you're looking at your TV on the right.
Did he really jump out in that rabbit
I don't think
costume?
he did, Mike. I really don't think that actually happened. But
special effect.
That being said,
would have been cooler if he was like doing it for real.
Do you want to do that?
Never.
I started thinking about that last night.
How not
do you
even like that
convince yourself-
dual jumping out of a plane parachute thing.
How do you convince yourself I'm going to jump off this cliff?
I don't know.
And hope that this squirrel suit helps me fly.
Squirrel.
I have no idea.
So, but the rush of the playoffs, like if you have a rooting interest, maybe I should bet on the game a little bit, and I'll be a little more invested.
You know
for
what?
Sure.
Somebody had to try that with a real parachute on, right?
We all tried it as kids, right? Where we jump off the house with a trash bag.
No.
Y'all never did that?
No.
Were you okay?
No, there's
I'm here
no way.
today.
He got hurt.
I mean, I got hurt.
This is where your kids do things that you're like, why'd you do that? And like, oh yeah, I forgot they have half of my brain.
Rolled my ankle. That hurt.
Adrian's the other half.
That's actually probably best case scenario. I know you'd be like, best case scenario is not getting hurt at all. If you jump off the roof of your house with a trash bag and come up with a rolled ankle, not bad.
Because I had one of those little
Don't do that.
those little parachute guys that you could throw.
Yes.
And I had one of those. And I
They're
was like, well, that's
plastic.
just a plastic bag. I'll use a plastic bag. But I needed a
You
bigger
weigh more
plastic
than
bag.
the plastic G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That was a lesson learned there.
But the person who jumped off with the squirrel suit, the first one,
Yeah.
they had to have a parachute on just in case, right? Like, I'm going to try
That
this
makes
out.
sense.
I think this is going to work. But if it doesn't, I'm hitting the parachute here pretty soon.
And they do now. Those guys in those squirrel suits, they have parachutes with them.
Just in case, right?
Oh,
Well,
I
for their
actually did not know
for
that.
their landing purpose.
Did
They
Henry?
don't just land on the in the
Did
suit.
Henry have it in the commercial?
They just showed him sitting on the side of another mountain.
Oh, he went from mountain to mountain.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Do squirrels can real squirrels do that?
Do what? Go
I see
from
him
mountain
jump
to
from tree
mountain?
to tree. I see him jumping from tree to tree.
But aren't there squirrels that have
Flying
that?
squirrels.
That like extra, I'd say skin.
Yeah, they have an extra
where they're
wings.
kind of flying in the air in certain areas of the world, regions. I call them.
I'm not disputing that. I've never.
But I'm
seen a
wondering-
flying
He's dead
squirrel.
on.
I think these squirrels, they jump off and then I guess they catch the air. They're smart enough to catch the air and then go to another mountain. I just thought that they were, eventually getting to the ground, but I never thought they could actually go up.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's like a paper airplane.
Wow.
Interesting.
Squirrels.
Now,
All right.
now I want to know more about flying
I
squirrels.
wonder if squirrels here ever meet those squirrels and go, I am so limited.
They're like, look at me, I'm fat from all these
Yeah.
nuts I've been eating.
Yeah, it's like us if we look at, I don't know, there's probably sprinters I should know more than Usain Bolt.
Mm-hmm.
But
Even that, you sounded iffy about it.
I'm not sure if I said his name.
Jakari
Right.
Richardson?
Yeah, that person. And you look at him and go, wow, I'm so limited in how I can run. Right? Here's like, wait, we're the same.
Mm-hmm.
We're both humans. We're both squirrels, and yet you can fly. Like, I watched Derek Jones Jr. jump. We're not the same humans. That alley-oop was amazing. I wish it would have led to a win.
It really was.
And it was so fast, too.
Kevin, did you have something you wanted to talk about?
Absolutely not. Coming up next, Stars win game 4 because Stars lose game 4 because, and also probably who the hell knows what else will get injected into the show. Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC. KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Stars Win Because, Stars Lose Because. 877-881-1053. Or if you want to hit us up on the YouTube, on the Twitch, we are there to take a look at your feedback. Corey, I've seen this come in a couple of different times, and this makes a whole lot of sense about why the Stars are going to win. Did you know today is World Otter Day?
Really?
Yes, really. I looked it up.
I remember seeing otters at the Dallas Zoo when my kids were young, and they're pretty cool.
Okay. Do you like those otters better or our goaltender?
It matters how he's playing.
Oh, I mean, he has been playing exceedingly well.
Yeah, I'm for our Ottinger. I see him a lot more than real otters.
So
the goal of the day is to spread awareness about the threats otters face in the wild.
Oh.
Now, Kevin, I'm pretty sure you wanted to talk about stars here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But what kind of threats do you think that otters face on a daily basis?
Alligators.
It's a good one.
They won't give a damn.
Those
that's
are
a beaver, yeah.
Yeah, you don't even know your animals.
Otters don't do dams too?
No.
You don't have no idea.
No, they just float on
They're
their back
so
and look
little.
super cute.
Beavers are way bigger.
Yeah, and ugly. And they got that tail. You ever had beaver tail before?
Plus, it's 2024. Like,
yeah, right. They're littler. They seem to swim fast, but I bet they probably have a lot of predators. They look like good food.
What?
Man, in Nepal, it's an uphill battle for them. The widespread damming of rivers coupled with unsustainable fishing practices have also reduced
Yeah, they're not the ones killing
food
themselves.
sources.
It's the beavers damming
raw
things up.
sewage, industrial waste, leaching of agricultural pesticides, rapid urbanization, and infrastructure developments.
All right.
Joe Pavelski.
Let's go, Otter.
He's been really close to big moments.
He has.
He's going to have a big moment in a positive way, not a suitor way. Like a positive way for the Stars.
Man, the further we get into this, the more and more people you hear are like, oh my God, yeah, he agitates me all the time.
Pavelski?
No, Suter.
Oh, Suter, yeah. Effing Suter is the saying around my house.
Suter has his moments of good too. But man, does he have his moments of like, you screwed up.
That's why effing Suter fits so perfectly for him. Because if he does it, effing Suter, baby! And then the other way. Now, Kevin, I am kind of curious on Mavs or Stars win, Stars lose. Do you think tonight's going to be one of those nights where it balances out for Robertson, where maybe he has goal assist instead of 3 goals because they focus a little more? I mean, and Hintz is usually that's the combination.
Yeah,
is that? And I'm just kind of curious.
I think so you're saying he'll set up Hintz perhaps more likely than the other way around.
I'm kind of interested to see how that flows tonight. So my Stars win is because Jason Robertson delivers to Rope tonight,
and I think he's still seeking out like revenge for the posts in game 1. Like, I realize they're still up in this series.
Edmonton's hit the post like 50 times.
Well, good.
It's been an extra goalie back there for it.
And that's been really nice because the key for the Stars has been keeping Edmonton off the power play. If you can keep Edmonton off the power play, Jake Ottinger in the playoffs has a .940 save percentage in 5v5 hockey. That is incredible. And you went up against Vegas, defending champs. Colorado, damn good team. Now Edmonton.
The best player in hockey.
Yes, the best player in hockey. They have a stacked top of the team and .940 save percentage in 5 versus 5. If you can keep this an even strength game, you have a clear advantage in this series. At least that's what I think.
That's what I'm hoping. We do have the desperate team theory. It didn't help out for Colorado in this situation. But if you say, if I go Stars lose because, I say Stars lose because Edmonton, I hate saying this, but wants it more because they know if they lose, it's probably over. You go down 3-1 and the Stars have 2 out of 3 home games.
Yeah.
So I do think Edmonton comes into this game with more of a desperate feeling than the Stars do. And I hope that it plays out like Colorado, Dallas, but I could see Edmonton winning this game and us not feeling bad because you're tied at 2 and you have a 3-game series and 2 out of the 3 are in Dallas.
I think that's absolutely fair. The one that popped into my head is Connor McDavid. Stars lose because Connor McDavid turns it up. So,
man, and I just don't know how much more he can turn it up. Watching him, Kevin's amazing.
So check this out. because I think there's another level of which, unfortunately,
That's terrifying.
Absolutely. Agree. So you've only played 3 games. He has 4 points. So 1.33 points per game. Prior to this series, he was averaging 1.75 points per game, and he scored 3 or more points 4 different times in the first round, in the first 2 rounds.
Wow.
So think about it. He was getting 3 or more points twice per round. And if he drops that avalanche of 3 points on you, that's going to be why they lose. I hope it doesn't happen, but Connor McDavid turning it up and being like, you're damn right, I'm the best player in the world. That's why the Stars lose.
Yeah, from the 561, Connor McDavid better put his cape on because we're coming in to burn that MFer down tonight. And if that's the case, Kevin, if he puts his cape on, like you've seen a little bit of it. He flies past every defenseman.
He does.
I mean, every defenseman's on his hip, but they're right on the backside of the hip. And that's what scares me the most is whenever he's probably about 10 feet away from the goal, he's got a defenseman on his hip and he still has an option to pass. Like that's where I'm just like, oh no, he can make that move, but there's also a dude right there that's flying in and he just doesn't see him yet.
The times when he has a defenseman on his hip too and he thinks that's irrelevant, that's crazy to me. You have to have, and you see it in basketball all the time, you have to have that next level of ability to have someone like in your pocket and you don't really care. You're like, that's fine. I can still go to the net. I can still pass. I can shake you off. Don't worry about it.
Rudy Gobert absorbs contact and immediately passes the ball. He's like, once he puts his shoulder down and feels a body on him, he's done. Luka says, get closer to me because I can go in and out of these curtains very easily. And that's what I feel whenever I'm watching McDavid. That exact same look you're talking about.
I think you'll like this, Mike. Stars win because they're better than the Oilers. Stars lose because their electricity is still out.
Now, they're in Edmonton. So
sure, but maybe they're just sad.
Thank God, because that's only like 2 miles from my house. Obviously, Edmonton? They don't have electricity. No, the AAC. Yeah, but maybe the ice is melted by now.
Because they just
and
played
we can't
last
play.
night.
It's just water.
Do you know that there was air conditioning in that arena?
Yeah, how
last
come
night?
the AAC never runs out of electricity? Their electricity's never gone out.
Don't you think they probably have backup generators and stuff for that?
I don't know. I'm not a city planner.
You know what? I'm going to Home Depot after this, and I'm just going to buy all the generators.
That's not a bad idea.
All the generators?
Just buy what you need.
Well, how many do you need?
1.
Okay. I'll buy 1.
Maybe 2. Because you might need, if you want to have
for playing.
My buddy, he said he's got phone chargers and stuff on one, and he's got, but he said the fridges are all off. They're all screwed. So maybe don't get one for those.
Just flip the switch, man. It's been enough time. Turn the breaker back on for us in Oak Cliff, please.
From the 817, Stars win because don't worry about the electricity. Stars shine even when the electricity is out. From the 972, Stars win because Jason Robertson has had back-to-back hat tricks before, did it in March of 2022. Man, if Jason Robertson has a hat trick, you're damn sure going to win this game.
Can I ask you guys a question based on sports cards, based off of watching the Dallas Stars? Mm-hmm. If you had to rank their top 3 players, and I know there's a lot that goes into hockey, just like basketball, there's offense and defense. So I get that Luka's your best player no matter what, even though he's obviously not your best defensive player. Who's the best player for the Dallas Stars?
I love this question.
My initial thought would be, and maybe we need to chop that up in longer form, I would go Rope, then Miro, then Ottinger, then
Wyatt.
Yeah. Dang, man. Because then I was thinking Robertson, but you can't ignore Wyatt.
You said Rope's our best player?
Duchesne.
I think he is. Because he is excellent on both sides of the ice.
Then Duchesne and Ben are kind of in that conversation.
How old's Rope?
He's pretty young.
28.
He's not always been with the Stars, though. Am I right? Or has he always been with the Stars?
He's 27.
He's a Stars guy.
Always been. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. No. There's.
He just maybe has not got the love that I've heard over the last 4 years from our younger players.
Okay.
He's had some injury problems, but also he was drafted. There are multiple drafts, Kevin, where we've had 2 to 3 different players that have come out.
And here's the argument about that. I'm really glad that you brought that up, Mike. You can make a really strong argument. None of the Stars players get the proportional hype that they probably should have. Like, for example, Edmonton just brought back somebody on their 3rd line, and he probably got the same level of return hype as Rope, who I think you can make an argument as our best player.
Wow.
This is just not it's not a national hockey market. Like, I know we have super passionate fans, but this just hasn't for a while been a big national hockey
You
market.
could be right. I don't know what's happening on people texting in, but I thought it was going to be between Robo, Johnston, and Miro. I thought those were the three to choose from, but then when you threw Rope out, I'm like, dude, maybe you could be right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Like, I think Miro is the most calming presence on the ice. Would you say? Like, you feel comfortable if he has the puck or if there's something happening. He's that calming presence. I think Ben has fallen off a lot, but he's still a very calming presence for me.
Well, and that means we left out Tanev. I know he just got here, but holy moly. The only reason I get last year.
And Duchesne has been a very good player. I get he's not your best. I know he's not your best, but he's a very good player too.
If it was last year going into the playoffs, I might have argued Robertson because he just put up unbelievable like Dallas records, but he's come back down to earth. He's still a really good player, a really good scorer, and he's upped his game defensively, but I think I would have him as 4 or 5.
Okay. And like with Wyatt, like he's so dynamic as an offensive player. Is he the best two-way player? And that was kind of the discussion yesterday with Lopez. Is how he is line to line. He's fantastic. So that was what we talked with Frank Provenzano back in the day. That's what Jamie Benn was back then.
Yeah.
And now he's more of he fills in the cracks for the other guys that are flying all over the place and adds a sustainable comfort there. He's not the best. As somebody said, he's not the best anymore, but he sets the tone for the team every night. And when he doesn't, it's noticeable. I think that's a guaranteed fact right there with Jamie Benn.
And all the people saying Miro, I'm not going to argue against that. And then here's the thing. Maybe Miro's your best player. I would argue Rope is your best all-around player. And then it looks like Jake Ottinger is the favorite to win playoff MVP. So you do have a lot of very viable.
I know we're out of time, and I know this was about tonight, but I'm just so interested. Kind of maybe for tomorrow. Help me out here.
Yeah.
Do more superstar players win the cup over great teams? Because the superstar player always wins the championship in the NBA. You have to have the MVP candidate type player 9 out of 10 times to win the NBA championship. I know the history of the NBA well. Help me out tomorrow in hockey. How much? Because it doesn't sound like the Stars have, from whether we talk to Brian Ray, talking to you guys, the Stars don't have an MVP candidate. The Stars have a bunch of really good players that are even tough to choose who their best player on their team are. Is that better to win a championship than having
I'll take it.
Connor McDavid than having Wayne Gretzky?
I kind of think this is
where I need a little history lesson.
With Gretzky, it is tough, but I kind of think it is because if you don't have an MVP candidate, I think all of those people could be MVP candidate in a one-off year. You know what I'm saying?
Let's give the people the history.
And you know who's going to be here tomorrow?
Not me.
Slim Scotty.
Oh, right. Okay, tell me what time.
He'll be at 11.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike's hyped. Are you? Coming up next, is Dallas getting to the NBA Finals as simple as Derek Lively returning? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Shell Energy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The ball will be inbounded. It comes to Gafford. The ball game is over, and the Wolves have done it. They have forced a Game 5. 105-100 is the final score here in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's turn our attention back to the Mavs. They lose last night 105-100. Still lead in their series 3-1. We talked about this or kind of alluded to it at the beginning of the show. My question for y'all, and then we'll go from here, is Dallas getting to the NBA Finals as simple as Derek Lively returning?
Yes, they will win one of the next 3 games if Derek Lively plays in, let's say, the 3 games.
Okay.
I still think they will. I will still say, as long as there's not another major injury, they'll figure out a way how to win one of the next 3.
I agree with that.
I would not put my money on Minnesota winning the next 3 games in a row. But if Derek Lively's out all 3 of these games, we saw how much easier it is for them to get layups. We saw how much easier it is for them to get open threes. We saw how much more difficult it is for the Mavs to get easy baskets.
Right.
And so they don't respect Maxi Kleber. And why would you? At this point, he's coming off a separated shoulder, and he's an inconsistent three-point shooter in his career anyway. So they didn't respect him. There's no respect to Dwight Powell in any NBA circles. So
agreed.
Him playing those 3 minutes was just, you might as well just play 4-on-5 and hope for the best and just go, we know we can't rely on him because he's not even there. So the Mavericks hopefully do not have to play another minute of this series with Dwight Powell or Maxi Kleber as your center.
Quick note for you. All charges against Scotty Scheffler have been dropped.
What?
In case you
no way
wanted to know that.
Are you serious?
I wasn't part of the investigation, but that appears
probably
to
when
be the
Louisville
case.
was possibly going to lose their police department over the multimillionaire suing them was probably when they said, we would like to keep our police department.
Maybe it wasn't the best look in the world. All right, Corey.
What?
To you, is Derek do you think this series is as simple
MVP.
as Derek
MVP.
Lively comes back, we win. He doesn't. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tougher. It's definitely tougher without him. I still think they can do it, but Lively makes it an easier road. I mean, again, a 10-point swing whenever Dwight Powell was in. And I'm not individually calling him out. Just the rest of the team knew they don't have to do the same things they have to do whenever Derek Lively's on the court.
I thought it was really good by Dwight Powell when Rudy Gobert got the ball at the free throw line and then Dwight Powell just jumped. At what effing point have you ever seen Rudy Gobert pull up for a 15-footer, Dwight? But he's like, look at my effort.
Yeah.
It's great effort. I jumped, and then Rudy Gobert just took 2 steps around him and laid it in. And I'm like,
dude,
Dwight, but that shows the effort. When people are like, look at the effort. That's effort. It's just stupid effort, but it was effort.
Did you see Luka there were 2 times they would go to the basket, and Luka just looks at the sideline like, what are we doing here? Why is he on the floor?
Does he see the court again in this series?
I don't think so.
He can't do anything. He can't.
Yeah.
Maybe for
he
3
literally
minutes.
he can't guard a person. He can't pass the ball. He can't dribble. He can't shoot. He can't do anything.
They might decide go small or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference whenever you can get those easy lobs around the basket, or you can just put it into the paint, and then maybe Derek Lively decides to pass it out. It just changes the way that they see it offensively, and on the defensive rebound side of it as well. It's a huge factor. Offensive rebound side has kind of stayed the same, but that's a huge factor as well. So
the Mavs rebounded great later in the game, but it was 38-29 at one point. I texted, I believe you guys, I texted Sean too. I'm like, dude, we're getting killed on the boards tonight, and it makes sense.
They had to work harder, yeah.
That Derek Lively's not there to help.
I have a question to you. When did Kyle Anderson become such an irritant? Because are you not as irritated as I am by him?
I guess not.
I thought Luka was going to punch him in the face last night. I really thought it was going to happen.
To be fair, though,
Luka wants to punch everybody in the face.
Luka's, I guess, body language or reactions on the court is super confusing. I think it was Derek Jones. I'm not positive. Luka and another Mavericks player kind of jumped up and sandwiched a Minnesota player. this is the clearest foul you'll ever see in your life. And as soon as the whistle gets blown, Luka's like, oh, what? What do you mean? And if anybody even breathes on his arm hair, he's like, that's a foul. But he couldn't believe that when him and a teammate jumped up in the air and smashed a player in between them, that was a foul.
Was that the same one where Luka went flying out of bounds because somebody pushed Derek Jones Jr. into him?
And that was a different one.
I still feel
I think
like
it was him and Kleba who did this.
Was it Kleba?
I'm not 100% sure because obviously we're not the same person. We're trying to figure out, the play. I thought that maybe Kleba was in a little bit of foul trouble in that situation, and I wasn't sure he was complaining that it was a foul. I think he was trying to get it to be on him instead of Kleba.
And see, okay, and this is what happens, and we could just move on. That was another play where he was like, that's me, because he immediately fired his hand up.
I was thinking of a different play.
No, this was a play where he looked shocked that they called a foul, and I was like, come on, dude, seriously? All right, let's go to cut number...
And the fouls were even, by the way, for the most part. Like, if
by
Minnesota,
no means.
you can complain, but in Dallas, you can complain. But if you look at the box score, about the same amount of foul calls were called on both
and
teams.
I don't think officiating was the determining factor. But let's go to Luka, cut number 5. He has his own opinion about the determining factor.
It's fine. I think that game is on me. Just didn't give enough energy, so we got to do better. They won one game. We just got to focus on the next one.
And that was one thing that he talked about a lot, energy. I don't know if that automatically translates to shooting or anything else. And I appreciate if I'm giving him a hard time about being upset about fouls, I give him a lot of credit for, regardless of what the stat line says, he's like, no, that's on me. Because whether it was really his fault or not, as the team, if you think he's
and you
the
pointed
team
out
leader,
earlier, he was 7 of 21. That's not good shooting. He did get 28 points, but that wasn't his best shooting performance.
But he did bring up, he was like, look, that's on me. And I want to play one more cut for you. This is an Anthony Edwards cut number 7. And I get it because this is just kind of like what he does. But I want to play this clip and then dive back into something.
What am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to say we're going to lose game 5? No, I'm not going to never say that. Michael Parsons, he was rocking the AE1s, and I told him he wears size 14. I'll bring back some nice shoes for game 6. That's what I told him.
And so I think the first part of that Anthony Edwards quote has gotten lost in this because everyone's like, Anthony Edwards told Micah Parsons, I'll see you again in game 6. And there he is right there being like, well, what am I supposed to say? Yeah, we probably won't be back. Our season's over. And I don't want it to get lost that while the Mavericks did lose, they are in overwhelming control of this series right now. It's 3-1. I think a lot of people are panicked today. I am not one of those people.
I'm not panicked, but I do get we can only win one game at a time.
Exactly.
So, yes, if you make Minnesota win 3 games tomorrow, Dallas will win if they play 3 games in a row. But Minnesota, if you're looking at it, and it's weird how, I'll be honest, I only look at it when we're up 3-1 this way. I don't look at it when you're down 3-1.
Because when you're down 3-1, you're screwed. You're never going to.
Because I looked at, I'll give you this. The Rangers were up 3-1 on Arizona, but I was looking at that going, Adolis is done. Yeah. Scherzer's done. If you don't win this game 5, then I can't remember the whole setup, but I'm drawing a blank, I'm sorry, on Arizona's names, but they had a pitcher that we couldn't hit to save our lives. And I'm like, crap, he's going to pitch game 6, and it's going to get pushed to game 7. Anything can happen in game 7, and Adolis is out for the rest of the series. And so I started looking at it in a little bit of a panic way of like, they really need to win game 5 because I don't feel good about game 6 or game 7 in the pitching matchup situation and everything, because you had Eovaldi pitching game 5 against Zach Gallion. I can remember that. But I can't remember your matchups in 6 and 7. You were going to have Montgomery, but you had a dude who you couldn't hit. It might have been Nelson who you couldn't hit to save your life in that situation. So I understand you're up 3-1. You should win one of the next 3. But all it takes is Minnesota defending home court. You come back for game 6. You're still in good shape. You're up 3-2. But if you lose game 6, now you're in horrible shape. And it's one game at a time.
It's really funny because if we get to game 7, I'm totally with you. But the Mavericks have actually done that once before when they were up 3-0. The other team, was it the Rockets? Portland won 3 straight. And then the Mavericks still won in game 7.
But it was at Dallas.
I hear you.
I hear you too. And guess what? I'll do this. Miami did this and won in Boston game 7.
They did.
After losing 3 in a row. Now,
Absolutely.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
No.
Because I will go, it will be the greatest collapse in the history of basketball.
You're right, because 0-154 is the series record for all of those teams thus far. I look at this. Ant and Cat went 20 of 38 from the field, 6 of 10 from 3. Kyrie and Luka, 13 of 39, 5 of 17 from 3. Think about that. Those two combined, they took 7 more three-pointers and made 1 fewer than Karl-Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards. I understand if you're Minnesota, be pumped, you won. I still look at this game as I was like, it was still decided in the last couple minutes despite your 2 star players not shooting well, PJ Washington not shooting well, not having Derek Lively. So, like, you have issues with, like, maybe all of your 4 or 5 top players.
I can't imagine Kyrie playing that bad the next game.
I would agree with that.
Now, if he does, then we have a major issue because they figured out Jaden McDaniels can shut him down.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the case. But if he does have another bad game and Jaden McDaniels is guarding him a lot of the time, then we know we're screwed. Kyrie has been solved by them.
I do also wonder, too, Lively, the ability, because Gafford played 33 minutes last night, 31 in game 3. And late in the game, whenever Lively or Gafford has the legs to get over to the perimeter, to just be in the way, just to contest a Karl-Anthony Towns three-pointer. Now, I know, Mike, we were talking earlier about him feeling more confident getting the basket early, too, but, man, Lively's really good. And Gafford is, too. Maybe Gafford was a little tired late in that game. There was a moment where Luka didn't pull over to defend him, and Gafford's out at the point, or at the top of the key. And so I do wonder if having him just gives the legs to be able to go contend one of those 3-point shots is a difference late in the game, too.
I'll throw it out there. Hopefully we don't get to this point whatsoever. I think even if Derek Lively does not return for this series, I still think you win the series.
In 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel good about that.
So tomorrow night.
I really do. I just think the Mavericks played very poorly last night.
I'm with you.
Not all because of Lively. Some of it because of him, but a lot of it not.
When it was tied at 49 at half, I told my son, I was like, we're not even playing good and we're tied?
Yeah. Game 6 would be Saturday, right?
It's every other day.
Yes.
I can't have game 6, Kevin. I have to go see Hamilton on Saturday.
Josh?
And no, just the regular music thing. So I can't have a game 6.
Could you turn off your phone, set the DVR, and just...
Why do you have to?
Nobody tells you.
Do you think I'm going to be down at the Windspear and
Probably
all those
not.
people down there are going
Who
to
are
be
you
like
going with?
not checking? The wife.
Tell her you're not feeling good.
No, I can't do that. No, what do you mean tell her I'm not feeling good?
I know, I got this. Then get sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just get sick?
You said you couldn't tell her. You don't want to lie.
I don't like being sick.
Dallas is turning my house into rotten food. I will have plenty of things to eat for you to get sick.
You're not. Never mind.
Your thoughts?
He can't bring me that food.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
He's going to be gone.
I mean, well, he definitely could, but...
You just have to come over to my house now.
Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the defending world champion Rangers 105.3 The Fan.
Babe Laufenberg.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, presented to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Let's talk with Jared Sandler. Jared, I know we got plenty of Ranger stuff to get to, but how are you feeling about the Stars tonight?
Feeling really good. I don't know that Game 3 was a backbreaker that Edmonton can't come back from, like I think's been put out there, because all it takes is Connor McDavid to just be Connor McDavid, and that's all it rates. But I feel pretty good. I prefer this matchup over Vancouver. Obviously, Edmonton's incredibly exciting, and I think it's good for the sport that they're making deep playoff runs, especially with Connor McDavid. But I think we've seen the Stars already handle a roster structured somewhat similarly to Edmonton already this postseason, so I feel pretty good about it. And my pre-series prediction was Stars in 5, and
Me
I'll
too.
stick with that.
What do you think about stadiums or arenas that are filled with people that are all wearing the same T-shirts or whatever, like Edmonton?
Yeah, I wish American Airlines Center would do it.
Agreed.
I know that it's not the AAC, it's just the people who go to the games that they spend a lot of money on their clothes and want to show them off, and I don't know. I wish that it was okay to just wear a T-shirt and all have a white out or a blue out or alternating sections. But that's a battle that I'm not going to win, and it is what it is.
Man,
we don't have
I agree with you
if you want to have
so
an honest
much on that,
conversation about our
Jared.
fans compared to other markets, we can, but I don't know that we want to go there.
Now, I don't want to put you in too much of a tricky conundrum here, but here we go nonetheless. Evan Carter is definitely really for real hurt, right?
I think his back is bothering him. Now I'll tell you.
You understand my question?
No, I
though,
100%. Right? I am for real answering when I tell you that if Evan Carter was hitting 320, he'd be playing through the back stuff, but he's not. And I don't know how to decipher the degree to which the back is making it more difficult for him to just pull the trigger and get his best swing off. It would stand to reason that it would, and obviously the Evan Carter we've seen is not the Evan Carter we saw last year. But yeah, I mean, I get the undertone of your question, and I would acknowledge that if he was hitting well, then he probably wouldn't go on the IL. But he's not, and so there's no reason for him to try and keep playing through something that is clearly getting in the way of his performance. And if there's a reset that comes attached to it, maybe an opportunity to get a few at-bats on a rehab assignment, then all the better. But no, I do think something is bothering him. But I would acknowledge that, like I said, if he was hitting well, then he probably wouldn't be on the IL.
Corey brought us the news earlier that Marcus Semien not in the lineup today. We all just need to take a deep breath, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, listen, it's somewhat similar, except instead of an injury, it's not being in the lineup. If Marcus was hitting really well, then Marcus would be in the lineup today. But he's really been struggling, and it probably makes sense. He got banged up. Marcus, I mean, a lot of these guys do, right? I mean, if a guy's playing every day, he's probably playing through something. But Marcus was banged up when he collided with the Dolis, last homestand. And I think, obviously, the defense on the road trip was not what you'd expect. And offensively, he's scuffled. And this gives him an opportunity to get not only today but tomorrow off. And here's the deal, guys. We always hear, the best ability is availability, and there's absolute truth in that. But I don't know that, you'd penalize a guy for playing 158 games or 154 games instead of 162. And I love the fact that Marcus takes a lot of pride in being out there every day. I think that's great. I think you want guys like that. You also want to then be able to put the governor on them and say, hey, is that really what's best? Marcus isn't going to break Cal Ripken's record, or he wasn't. He would have to play until like 2037. So that, it's not like the Rangers are getting in the way of Marcus's pursuit of a record that's going to be awfully tough to break. And I think we are in an era now in sports where we understand that while playing every game is noble, it's probably not what's best for you, especially if you want to play beyond 162, which this team has every intention of doing. So Marcus is not 24, 25, and, I'm sure he's not pumped to not be in the lineup. I think he understands it, obviously, but I love that he's got the mentality that he wants to be in there every day, but I think it's probably for the best, and it probably wouldn't be a bad idea if he takes another day off, next month, and maybe another day off the month after that, just to keep his body fresh.
Do you think that makes the conversation easier with Bruce Bochy a month from now or in mid-August?
Yeah,
that there's not a 100-plus game streak going on?
Yeah, 300-plus.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I think so, right? Because you've ripped the Band-Aid off. Yeah, you're right, Mike. There's not like some streak that you got to protect. And I think it would probably be easier to convince Marcus, like if the team had won 5 of their last 6 and they were playing for a sweep day game after a night game, to say, hey, Marcus, we're playing well. Why don't you take this opportunity, take a day, we'll get this guy in there. And that's the thing, too, is these guys are aware of, like, hey, we're not playing well. Maybe the bench is thin. This guy's hurt, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I absolutely think it would make a difference. And hopefully he's ready to go on Friday. And, Mike, you better get that number right, because if we're going to be working together,
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. I forgot to. I don't have any power in the hood right now, so I forgot to charge my iPad up for the Stars game. So I got to figure out how to charge that up so we can watch the Stars on the plane tonight.
Yeah. Are we not going to land? What times? I haven't even looked. Are we not going to land in time to catch it?
We might catch maybe the last period on the bus or whatever, but I know it's a little bit of a bus ride from the airport to the resort we're going to. When it comes to Wyatt Langford, I know what they were going to do, because Chris Young let us know on 105.3 The Fan last week with G-Bag Nation that this is not about Wyatt Langford proving anything in the minor leagues. When he's healthy, he's coming back. And so he's healthy. He's back on the big league team. I kind of wanted him to show good at bats in AAA, and he only got 10. He was 2 for 10. Can you kind of give your perspective on Wyatt Langford and coming back to the major leagues with only getting 10 AAA at bats?
Yeah, I thought they would use that opportunity to maybe give him a week or a week and a half's worth of games. But my guess is it kind of goes back to what we were sort of talking about adjacent to the Simeon conversation. If they were scoring more runs, then maybe it would be a different conversation, right? I I know that might sound counterintuitive, because it wasn't like Wyatt was a big part of the solution when he was healthy, but obviously the potential is there. And I think, I guess they really liked what they saw, and maybe they felt like just the time away was enough of a reset. But, what if this team was scoring 5 runs a game? Then maybe you have a little more luxury. I think there's a degree of urgency that is not necessarily demonstrated in the form of like panic or anything, but I think I don't know. There just seems to be a degree of urgency that this team needs to kind of get things going, and I guess they felt like, based on what they saw, that Wyatt Langford would be a part of the solution, and maybe knowing that it would give them an opportunity to comfortably sit Evan Carter for 10 days or what have you. Maybe that played a role. But Mike, I agree. I thought my impression was when he went down, hey, great for him to maybe just remove himself for a couple weeks and then get some at-bats in AAA that can be, I don't want to say disguised like it's some sort of trick, but it's in the form of a rehab assignment as opposed to a demotion. But obviously they felt like he was ready to go.
My last question, because I know we're running out of time here with Wyatt Langford, based off of Ronald Acuna Jr., blew out his knee, done for the year. If you haven't heard, Wyatt Langford has been just kind of getting on first base. Fine, get on first base, but you are fast. Steal within the first 3 pitches while you're on first base to turn it into a double. You can do that. You're fast enough and talented enough to do that. But do you worry about his overall health with his hamstring, with what Ronald Acuna Jr. just did, that you don't want him to steal maybe as much because of getting hurt?
So it's a great question. I'll try and answer this as succinctly as possible. I do think that there are guys who, as they get older, they don't run as much, not because they're not capable, but they're trying to, preserve their body. I think if you're having muscle injuries, that's absolutely something to consider. So, perhaps that's something that forces them to maybe take the green light off as consistently. But to some degree, too, you just can't play scared, right? You got to, if you're healthy, don't let him out there if he's not able to play freely, right, and use his strengths. And so it's a balance, right? Ronald Acuna Jr. wasn't playing scared, and look what happened. But I do think to some degree that can be a big part of Wyatt Langford's game, and I want I'd like for the Rangers, and I'm sure Wyatt would like to be able to exploit that from time to time.
Thank you very, very much as always, Jared. I know you'll be watching on the plane, so go Stars.
Can't wait, guys. I'm so fired up to hang with Mikey this weekend on the beach, shirtless. Ooh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Good luck to you, man.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Have fun.
I'll bring my Wang jersey. Wang Juju. It says Wang on the back.
Thank God.
But that's
Jared
how you
just
say
it. Mike, update from the 408. Thank you, Mike. Our power just came on right now. Keep on hounding the power companies.
All right. They just flipped the switch.
You're the best.
Flip
I'll buy
that
you
switch.
a beer when I see you.
Turn the breaker on.
Predictions for Stars tonight. Game 4. I don't know why I asked the question like that. Corey, your score prediction for the Stars and Oilers tonight.
6-2 Stars.
3-1 Edmonton.
Yep.
Oh.
And then the Stars win the next 2 games.
Yeah,
Okay.
they stop the count after that.
All right. Coming up next.
Remember, I'm wrong a lot.
Rangers, Diamondbacks.
Usually right.
Yeah, I went to therapy for it today. So.
Pregame starts at 1.
How'd that go?
First pitch at
I was wrong
1:35.
again.
We'll be back tomorrow. KNC Masterpiece. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
If you're